Nakuha nila,
Bendix!
pero kaso nga lang si Few, doon na sa may bandang likuran. So wala rin yung follow-up, pero immortality pa. Bendix is
Few!
down. Few ang mapapatumba at siya yung magiging trade. Pero penalty zone, huli ng dalawa. Super Marco with a flicker.
Oh my
Ng minions sa
God!
bandang itaas, pero
Sobrang
dalawa.
damage!
Ngayon ang mahuhuli nila, Super Marco. Sobrang low at mapuputukan pa. Escalera, nagwawala na. At si Caldeezy na lang dito ang magsasalba, pero mukhang hindi. Dahil apat pa ang natitira. TNC, matatapos na ba? At mukhang ito na nga ang katapusan ng win streak. Phoenix Army, naglalagablab na.
On our fourth spot is Super Marco with his Beatrix nung day 1 kontra sa NXPE. Almost 15 minutes in the game, lalabas ang ikalawang lord ng laro at nagbabalak ang NXPE na i-contest ito despite Bren Esports having over 10k gold lead. Sisilip si Boy TR sa Tribush pero tatapatan siya ni Super Marco, Ogwen at Flap TZ, forcing him to commit his heavy spin. Super Marco will then flicker out, raratratin niya si Boyet gamit ang Nibiru at tatakbo palayo si Boyet para tumakas. Pero Super Marco will continue to pursue. Ilalabas niya ang Renner and with the exact precision ay buburahin niya si Boyet DR sa mapa.
Backing off. Oh! Super Marco!
Sina Kyle TZ at Few naman ang bida for our top 3 play nung laban nila sa Day 3 versus TNC. 12 minutes in the game, makikita ng Phoenix Army si Few sa bottom lane na nagki-clear ng minion wave kaya nagbalak silang bigyan ito. Popping off conceal, pumwesto sina King Kong, Bentings at Innocent sa bush, waiting for the right timing. Pero ang di nila alam ay nagtatago rin sa kabilang bush si Kyle TZ. Kakagatin ng TNC ang pain Few, pero pag sasapak-sapakin sila ni Kyle TZ para mabaliktad ang kanilang ambush.
Easy, mukhang naging bait lang si Few at siya pa makakuha ng kill. Innocent is down. Gawin na rin natin to kay Bentings.
Tampok sa ating second spot sina Kelra and Miko noong day 1 laban sa RSG Philippines. 14 minutes into the game with a whole map under Omega's control. Balak na nilang ubusin ang mga natitirang inhibitor turrets ng RSG. Meanwhile, nakatago sa purple buff pit si Light and Exort preparing to flank. Popping off conceal, tatargetin nila si Kelra pero Miko will be there to save the day. Gamit ang Tyrant's Revenge, sabay flicker at ultimate, maliligtas niya si Kelra sa pagkakakagat at tatapusin na nila ang first game of the series laban sa Raiders.
Depensa, make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Deja vu. Back on the top spot is Benny Cutie with another backdoor play noong day 2 laban sa Onyx Philippines. 14 minutes into the game, magaganap ang Lord Dance para sa Luminous Lord. Sinasayawan lang ni Sensui at Carl TZ ang Lord habang nag-aantayan ang dalawang kupunan sa kani-kanilang timing. Mapapagala si Kekedot sa bush sa taas ng Lord Pit at kakagatin siya dito ni Yawi ng Bloody Hunt. Bibitawan naman ni Carl ang Lord to follow up at magkakaroon ng teamfight sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan. Pero hindi makikisali si Benny sa labanan. May makikita siyang lumpon ng minion sa bottom lane at agad siyang tatakbo to seize the opportunity. Patuloy na papalaga ng Orcas ang Hedgehogs para pigilan silang umuwi to give Benny all the time he needs to end the match in a classic Echo fashion.
Napalo
Benny,
up at si Benny dito. And this time around, meron pang backdoor play pa rin Lord ay nakuha ng Echo at si Benny Cutie. Oh my G! Another backdoor play! Wow! Bawal pumikit kapag Echo ang kalaban nyo sa Lord!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Paalala lang may dalawang teams na tayo na secured na for the playoffs at palapit na ng palapit ang end ng regular season. Let us know in the comment section yung most awaited matches ninyo in the remaining 2 weeks at magkita-kita ulit tayo this Friday para sa week 7 ng ating regular season. Paalam!
Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa Blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo. Si Omay Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Hi, ako si Miko, ang roamer ng Smart Omega. At ngayon, i-breakdown natin ang nagawa kong play ng Game 1 laban sa RS.
Movement ng Smart Omega. So may top lane sila dadaan.
May flicker si Miko. Importante makita kung saan nga ba magmumula ang setup. Pero si Natsay nasusunog na agad.
Pero may umikot.
Bender is Ryzen doon sa likod.
Si Kelra pala talaga yung target nila at mukhang mapapatumba pero hindi! Kelra will stay
my
alive! Umikot na yung RSG Slate pero hindi pa rin sila nagtagumpay at dalawa na lang dedepensa. Make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang Game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Yung sa play na yun, alam namin na nasa likod yung sila, gagawa sila ng play. Tapos, ang dapat gagawin namin doon ni Storm, gigit ako ng kalaban sa may inhibitor nila. Tapos, tatapusin namin. Sa play na yun, biglang nagsalita si Kelra na nandito yung Franco. Biglang nag-change yung first kill ko, tapos tinarget ko sa tinamaan ng first kill trigger ko. Yung tinamaan ko ng first kill yung Franco, tapos nasama yung Valentina. Tapos naultihan ko silang dalawa. Sabi ko kay Kelra, buhay ka dito, buhay ka, buhay ka. So, ayun, naipanalo pa namin yung flash kahit almost 1 HP na lang si Kelra. Pagkatapos ng play na yun, makikita nyo dun sa video na papunta pa lang kami sa may last na tower ng kalaban. Pinapa-relax ko sila, pinapakalma ko kasi ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa Onyx na sobrang hype namin, baka ma-one way kami, ma-dip pa ng kalaban. Siguro yung pinaka-challenge nun, what if sumablay yung first kill flicker ko, tapos pamatay si Kelra. Tapos baka dun sakaling makagawa ng comeback potential yung RS. Siguro yung game 1 po sobrang aggressive namin. Ayun po yung namin. Kasi lalo na naka-pranko lang po si Light. Aggressive po kami. Kaya mo siyang i-vision ng hindi ka mababawasan kasi hook and second skill lang naman yung Madali siyang palisin sa bush. Lalo na sa early game, walang gaanong kakonect yung pranko. Walang burst gaano. Parang sa draft, lalo na yun sa game 3. Expect namin na tinalo kami ng game 2 ng Lance. So si Coach Eto Max, gumawa na siya ng play na pag inopen yung Lance, ipipick na kalaban. Tapos kukuha na agad kami ng lalamang sa kanila. Sa Arlot Lance kasi, di ba, yung sa bawat may sumisisi, may nagkakaparang second skill si Arlot. So sa turtle fight, malakas kami masyado. Kasi yung Fredwin, puro siya CC. Tapos yung Arlot, second skill lang siya ng second skill. Tapos may pang-lockdown kami sa Lance, which is yung Kadja. So hindi gaano makakontest si H2. Siguro po kasi sobrang laki nung lamang ng Cobra sa lalo na buff siya, parang may buff siya na yung first skill niya po hindi naririnig sa bush yun. Ayun po yung kailangan po muna hanapin ng kalaban yung Cobra. Tapos kapag di nila nahanap, hindi mo na naririnig, malayo pa yung vision, malayo pa yung range ng first skill pati-trigger. Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana magtuloy-tuloy na. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa Blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omay Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, salamat sa suporta, salamat sa pag-boost ng confidence ko nung down na down ako. Yung message ko po sa fans, salamat kasi lagi niyo po pinapalakas yung loob ko. Tapos matalo manalo, lagi po kayo nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos sa mga coaches po na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, sa manager po namin, sa lahat po, sa mga boss po namin, yan. Salamat po dahil nagtitiwala po kayo sa amin.
Up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-laner ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man Nexplay. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzy. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko itong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yaoi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yaoi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit bread lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Hi guys, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. We are going back to Hawk City because on our 5th spot is Bentings Franco Pick na tumalo sa Bren Esports noong day number 3. 16 minutes into the game, 10,000 ang lamang ng Bren Esports in terms of gold at mukhang makukuha na naman nila ang series na ito. Maganda ang ginagawang depensa ng Phoenix Army at naghahanap na lang talaga sila ng opening to turn this game around. Meanwhile, makita ni Bentings si Pandora na umaaligid sa may purple buff. Agad siyang magpapakawala ng Iron Hook sabay flicker pa atras tapos Bloody Hunt para mapuwersa ang Bren Esports na makipaglaban. From that initiation alone, nakapag-snowball ang TNC hanggang sa mabaliktad nila ang laro to upset the Week 6 top seed Bren Esports and snap their 9-match winning streak.
Hoy, tawak! Nakuha nila, pero kaso nga lang si Pew, doon na sa may bandang likuran. So wala rin yung follow-up, pero immortality pa, Bentings is down. Pew ang mapapatumba at siya yung magiging trade. Pero penalty zone, huli ng dalawa. Super Marco with a flicker. May minions sa bandang itaas, pero dalawa. Ngayon ang mahuhuli nila, Super Marco, sobrang low at mapuputukan pa. Escalera, nagwawala na. At si Caldeezy na lang dito ang magsasalba, pero mukhang hindi. Dahil apat pa ang natitira. TNC, matatapos na ba? At mukhang ito na nga ang katapusan ng win streak. Phoenix Army, naglalagablab na.
On our 4th fourth spot is Super Marco with his Beatrix nung day 1 kontra sa NXPE. Almost 15 minutes in the game, lalabas ang ikalawang lord ng laro at nagbabalak ang NXPE na i-contest ito despite Bren Esports having over 10k gold lead. Sisilip si Boy PR sa Tribush pero tatapatan siya ni Super Marco, Ogwen at Flap TZ, forcing him to commit his heavy spin. Super Marco will then flicker out, raratratin niya si Boyet gamit ang Nibiru at tatakbo palayo si Boyet para tumakas. Pero Super Marco will continue to pursue. Ilalabas niya ang Renner and with the exact precision ay buburahin niya si Boyet DR sa mapa.
Backing off. Oh! Super Marco!
Sina Kyle TZ at Few naman ang bida for our top 3 play nung laban nila sa Day 3 versus TNC. 12 minutes in the game, makikita ng Phoenix Army si Few sa bottom lane na nag-clear ng minion wave kaya nagbalak silang bigyan ito. Popping off conceal, pumwesto sina King Kong, Bentings at Innocent sa bush, waiting for the right timing. Pero ang di nila alam ay nagtatago rin sa kabilang bush si Kyle TZ. Kakagatin ng TNC ang pae ni Few pero pag sasapak-sapakin sila ni Kyle TZ para mabaliktad ang kanilang ambush.
Easy, mukhang naging bait lang si Few at saka makakuha ng kill. Innocent is down. Gawin na rin natin to kay Bentings.
Tampok sa ating second spot sina Kelra and Miko noong day 1 laban sa RSG Philippines. 14 minutes into the game with a whole map under Omega's control. Balak na nilang ubusin ang mga natitirang inhibitor turrets ng RSG. Meanwhile, nakatago sa purple buff pit si Light and Exort preparing to flank. Popping off conceal, tatargetin nila si Kelra pero Miko will be there to save the day. Gamit ang Tyrant's Revenge, sabay flicker at ultimate, maliligtas niya si Kelra sa pagkakakagat at tatapusin na nila ang first game of the series laban sa Raiders.
Depensa, make that one! Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega!
Deja vu! Back on the top spot is Benny Cutie with another backdoor play noong day 2 laban sa Onyx Philippines. 14 minutes into the game, magaganap ang Lord Dance para sa Luminous Lord. Sinasayawan lang ni Sensui at Carl TZ ang Lord habang nag-aantayan ang dalawang kupunan sa kani-kanilang timing. Mapapagala si Kekedot sa bush sa taas ng Lord Pit at kakagatin siya dito ni Yawi ng Bloody Hunt. Bibitawan naman ni Carl ang Lord to follow up at magkakaroon ng teamfight sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan. Pero hindi makikisali si Benny sa labanan. May makikita siyang lumpon ng minion sa bottom lane at agad siyang tatakbo to seize the opportunity. Patuloy na papalaga ng Orcas ang Hedgehogs para pigilan silang umuwi to give Benny all the time he needs to end the match in a classic Echo fashion.
Napalo up at si Benny dito. And this time around, meron pang battle play pa rin Lord ay nakuha ng Echo at si Benny Cutie. Oh my G! Another backdoor play! Wow! Bawal pumikit kapag Echo ang kalaban nyo sa Lord!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Paalala lang may dalawang teams na tayo na secured na for the playoffs at palapit na ng palapit ang end ng regular season. Let us know in the comment section yung most awaited matches ninyo in the remaining 2 weeks at magkita-kita ulit tayo this Friday para sa week 7 ng ating regular season. Paalam!
Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko, tapos sana makabawi kami sa Blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omay Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Hi, ako si Miko, ang roamer ng Smart Omega. At ngayon, i-breakdown natin ang nagawa kong play ng Game 1 laban sa RSG.
Movement ng Smart Omega. So may top lane sila dadaan.
May flicker si Miko. Importante makita kung saan nga ba magmumula ang setup. Pero si Natsay nasusunog na agad.
Pero may umikot.
Fender Desert Glycine doon sa likod. Si Kelra pala talaga yung target nila. Mukhang mapapatumba pero hindi!
Kelra will stay alive! Umikot na yung RSG Slate pero hindi pa rin sila nagtagumpay at dalawa na lang dedepensa. Make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang Game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Yung sa play na yun, alam namin na nasa likod yung sila, gagawa sila ng play. Tapos, ang dapat gagawin namin doon ni Storm, gigit ako ng kalaban sa may inhibitor nila. Tapos, tatapusin namin. Sa play na yun, biglang nagsalita si Kelra na nandito yung Franco. Biglang nag-change yung first kill ko, tapos tinarget ko sa tinamaan ng first kill trigger ko. Yung tinamaan ko ng first kill yung Franco, tapos nasama yung Valentina. Tapos naultihan ko silang dalawa. Sabi ko kay Kelra, buhay ka dito, buhay ka, buhay ka. So, ayun, naipanalo pa namin yung flash kahit almost 1 HP na lang si Kelra. Pagkatapos ng play na yun, makikita nyo dun sa video na papunta pa lang kami sa may last na tower ng kalaban. Pinapa-relax ko sila, pinapakalma ko kasi ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa Onyx na sobrang hype namin, baka ma-one way kami, ma-dep pa lang kalaban. Siguro yung pinaka-challenge nun, what if sumablay yung first kill flicker ko, tapos pamatay si Kelra. Tapos baka dun sakaling makagawa ng comeback potential yung RS. Siguro yung game 1 po sobrang aggressive namin. Ayun po yung namin. Kasi lalo na naka-pranko lang po si Light. Aggressive po kami. Kaya mo siyang i-vision ng hindi ka mababawasan kasi hook and second skill lang naman yung Madali siyang paalisin sa bush. Lalo na sa early game, walang gaanong kakonect yung pranko. Walang burst gaano. Parang sa draft, lalo na yun sa game 3. Expect namin na tinalo kami ng game 2 ng Lance. So si Coach Eto Max, gumawa na siya ng play na pag inopen yung Lance, ipipick na kalaban. Tapos kukuha na agad kami ng lalamang sa kanila. Sa Arlot Lance kasi, di ba, yung sa bawat may sumisisi, may nagkakaparang second skill si Arlot. So sa turtle fight, malakas kami masyado. Kasi yung Fredwin, puro siya CC. Tapos yung Arlot, second skill lang siya ng second skill. Tapos may pang-lockdown kami sa Lance, which is yung Kadja. So hindi gaano makakontest si H2. Siguro po kasi sobrang laki nung lamang ng Cobra sa lalo na buff siya, parang may buff siya na yung first skill niya po, hindi naririnig sa bush yun. Ayun po yung kailangan po muna hanapin ng kalaban yung Cobra. Tapos kapag di nila nahanap, hindi mo na naririnig, malayo pa yung vision, malayo pa yung range ng first skill pati clicker. Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana magtuloy-tuloy na. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa Blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omay Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, salamat sa suporta, salamat sa pag-boost ng confidence ko nung down na down ako. Yung message ko po sa fans, salamat kasi lagi niyo pong pinapalakas yung loob ko. Tapos matalo manalo, lagi po kayo nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos sa mga coaches po na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, sa manager po namin, sa lahat po, sa mga boss po namin, yan. Salamat po dahil nagtitiwala po kayo sa amin.
Up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang explainer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na explainer. Hindi naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl TZ kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko itong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tournament sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yaoi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yaoi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta. Pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko. And sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brand lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Happy Sunday, everybody! It's a beautiful day here in the Philippines and welcome sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Ako po si Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Ito na ang huling araw para sa ikapitong linggo ng ating regular season. And as the game goes by, hindi lang ang meaning ng Philippine meta ang ating natututunan. Unti-unti na rin natin nakikita ang ating playoffs picture. Tampok nga sa ating unang laban ng isang koponan na upper bracket na ang ipinaglalaban, while the other is fighting to avoid an early exit. Can Paldoming continue his domination over Bagyong Benny to make sure that the Neon Tigers can still make it to the playoffs? And that's what we're gonna find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nexplay EVOS versus Echo. Casters, pasok.
Doming DR is called by many nicknames. On the other hand, Nexplay EVOS finally got the groove and getting back on their feet by combining chemistry and experience. But the real question of the day is, will Nexplay EVOS finally overcome the struggles now that they're up against Echo the second time around? Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, world. My name is DOSX, and for the first time in forever, I'm with Manjin Faldas and Chantel Hernandez. Folks, I'm telling you, this ain't Freaky Friday. This is the Philippine English broadcast of MPL Season 11.
I can't believe that you're too hyped. Me too.
How?
It's been a while since I've been here in the English stream, but I'm hyped, but still nothing has changed because the excitement every match here in MPL just is going to be more intense because of the points that the teams want to get. Every point counts.
Yeah, that's really true. And aside from the fact that I'm really sweaty, I'm not really sure if it's because I'm nervous to be with you guys here in the English.
Us too! Us too!
Or maybe because it is going to be a really intense fight today.
Well, now as we call on all of the fights of the day, we're calling all Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now to continue to enjoy the power of Smart right now. So be sure to register at smart.com.ph/sim registration and get free 3 gigabytes of data. Now, going back to the point with Manjin and Chantel, it's good to see you here
It's really
on
good to
the
see you too.
English desk. And for the matches of the day, we have 2 headers. We have Nexplay EVOS versus Echo, and we have Black versus RSG.
If we're going to look at the standings right now, if you're going to study the standings, NXPE can actually still make it to the playoffs. Meanwhile, you have Echo and Blacklist International already there. But for RSG also, if I'm not mistaken, they only need just a point to be secured.
Correct, because right now Nexplay EVOS has already 2 remaining matches in the next week. That's week 8. So now this is one crucial matchup that they have up against Echo.
And once we've mentioned the term crucial, actually, when we look at the teams that will be playing right now, majority of the players, or some of the players, are actually part of Nexplay EVOS. We have Ren J, we have H2, and we also have Yaoi, the big 3 before from Nexplay EVOS. It's going to be an interesting matchup today between those 4 teams that we saw earlier.
Well, speaking of how the match is going to be heated, let's talk talk about how the gold laners of these two teams can affect the matchup. Can Doming VR weather Bagyong or the Storm, Benny? Because once they have met back in the first half of the regular season, Echo 2-0'd Nexplay EVOS, and that was one of the hesitations that were struggling throughout the match.
That's really a hard question to ponder upon. I mean, looking at Doming, you can now actually call his fans maybe the Domingnatics of
maybe the Doming Nation.
Of the Doming Nation because of his performance, especially in using the Beatrix. But, you know, Benny Cutie, the M4 World Champion, is really focused in dominating his lane, plus his chemistry with Yawi outstanding.
Yes, and that is actually true. And when we talk about Doming DR and Benny QT, the only difference that they would have is going to be their veterans. So maybe more on the experience for Benny QT. But the question here now is not really a question anymore. It's really more of a Doming DR to dominate the laning against Benny QT, because they really have to be, performing really well if you're up against the world champions.
Talking about experience, especially in the late game, we always see Echo punishing their enemies every time their enemies make a mistake, and you always see that they get the victory, especially on those extended team fights. You have Benny Cutie's Claude, and sometimes the carry. So I think these are the picks that will be banned here right now.
Well, we're talking about the players, we're talking about the teams. Now, right on our screens, this is the Tagalog version on how Boyet DR is translating, on how he was experiencing the game. And from that, he was so happy that a lot of teams and fans were looking up to them, and now they are more determined to go further and perform better. Nexplay EVOS now, they came from a loss yesterday and they want to do it back again today.
Sometimes for some of the players, if you are from a defeat, it is more motivational for you to actually perform really well on the next game. So it's something to look forward for Nexplay EVOS coming to this game. Again, last time they met, it was a game wherein they have jitters. It was the first time at MPL, but now that this is the second time that they will be facing Echo, we might see changes on how they really play, but we'll see that.
I think they need to really dig deeper and play their hearts out right now, because they still can make it, maybe by 1 point. They're up against Onyx and Omega, and if you're going to study it again, maybe they can still reach the points of RSG, but they need straight 2-0s. I've been talking to their coach, which is Coach Josh, and he told me that they can still make it even though they get 2-1s. So they don't need 2-0s. They just need to win some series.
Yeah, and talking about series right now, we need to confirm, we need some point we can compare that. TNC got a 2-0 up against World Champion. So by any chance that this team could get a page out of the book on TNC on how they did it up against Echo? Because right now you guys are talking that EVOS or Nexplay EVOS could have a way of having a good formulated strategy, because in most of their games, it's always like it's so close, but yet so far. But this time, they were performing better with Yelly Haze.
Yes, and Yelly Haze, again, we've mentioned the veteran, so it's a nice matchup, actually, between these two teams, right? And the players, actually, that are part of the roster. And now that we've mentioned that Echo was one of the teams that was defeated by TNC before, it is a motivational boost or a morale boost for NXPE today.
I think Yelly Haze is a great addition to NXPE because of the experience that he has. Every time that they want to do a comeback, Yelly Haze is there to command the team that, hey, we still got it. We can still do this. With that experience, helping this team to go all in, to go get that winning moment. And the fact that Echo lost to TNC, it seems like Echo got affected by the recent patch that we had. Like, for example, you've been seeing a lot of tanks-a-lots lately.
Tanks a lot.
Yes.
And right now, as we talk about the metas of this game, it's Echo versus Nexplay EVOS. So now let's throw it over to our backstage. So now, what do you have with us for today? Take it.
Ay, ayun pala. Kung tutusin, ay ngayon, napakarami ng mga namumuong pag-ulan sa Pilipinas. At isa na dito ay ang isa sa mga kilala or unti-unting nakikilalang mga malalaro sa Nexplay EVOS na si Low Pressure Area Doming, na ngayon ay mga kalaban niya si Bagyong Benny sa bandang ibaba. So mamumuo kagad yung dalawang bagyo at magsasagupaan sila para makita ng napakaraming mga fans, ng mga casters at ng buong shooting gallery ang laban na ito. Welcome sa ating pinakaunang series at tapos na ang aking weather forecast. Ipadala na natin ang bagyo. Actually, ihahanda ko na lang din ang aking payong dahil papasok na rin ngayon si Bagyong Benny. Mamaya, ayan, medyo palakas na yung ulan eh. Feel ko nararamdaman ko na siya dito ng konti. Kailangan ba ng payong tol? Ay, hindi ko nga pala yung bagyo. Okay, ngayon, Benny, given na nandito kayo ngayon, congratulations again kasi pasok na kayo ngayon sa playoffs. Pero ang tanong ko sa'yo, meron pa yung, I believe, more or 2 matches at least. And hindi pa rin secured yung inyong upper bracket spot. So, what does the upper bracket mean para sa inyo as a team?
Sobrang laking bagay po para sa akin at sa buong team. Kasi po, pagpasok pa lang po ng regular season, yun na po talaga yung main goal namin. And bukod po sa championship, upper bracket po talaga yung una namin gusto.
Upper bracket, sigurado na yan nga ang gusto, yan ang gusto nilang ma-achieve so far. And in addition to what everybody has mentioned, nagkaroon nga tayo, di ba, ng adjustments with the patch. And alam natin yan sa laro na meron tayo ngayon. So, yung pinakaunang laban nyo with the patch was against TNC, I believe. And unfortunately, it didn't go your way that time. So ngayon, ano yung mga adjustments na ginawa nyo as a team para makabawi kayo sa laban na to ngayon?
Sa tingin ko po, more on drafting po. Kung paano kami mag-a-adjust after na matalo kami ng isang game. And alas doon lang po naglalaro talaga. So, expect niya na mababalik namin yung groove namin.
Right, groove's gonna be of the essence here para kay Bagyong Benny and para sa Echo. And last but not the least, you're gonna be facing up, teka lang, nangangawit na ako eh. You're gonna be facing up against NXPE, isang team na as of the moment is currently reaching for points na gusto nila makuha with the remaining matches that they have. You've been in this situation before kung saan naghahabol talaga kayo ng points para makapasok sa playoffs from before. And now you're sitting very comfortable na pasok na kayo. Ano sa tingin mo yung parang naiisip ng NXP ngayon? How should they prepare themselves for this fight?
Siguro po, parehas lang po siguro kami ng lagay ngayon. Ang magkaiba lang po yung target namin. Siguro po sa kanila yung makapasok ng playoffs. Tapos sa amin po yung upper bracket. And sa tingin ko po, sobrang halaga para sa aming dalawang magkalaban yung points. Kaya ibibigay namin talaga lahat.
Right, 100% ang ibibigay ng parehas na NXP at Echo para sa laban na to. Any message para sa ating mga Orcas na ngayon patuloy ang suporta sa inyo nasa labas?
Thank you sa mga support nyo. Sana hanggang dulo. Diyan pa din kayo.
Let's not leave things any longer. The Orcas versus the Neon Tigers are gonna be it for the first series, Echo versus Nexplay EVOS. Casters, kayo naman.
Thank you so much, Shona. Right now, it's Daddy Bagyong Benny from that interview. Now, to go back into context on how we could translate his answers into English, Echo won the World Championship title, but right now, they don't have the MPL Championship title yet. They're more hungry, they're more motivated, but at the same time, as these two teams are hungry for points, they're all also on a mission to what they wanted to do heading to the playoffs.
Besides the fact that they want to get their first ever MPL Championship, they do want to get that first seed on the standings, or maybe just to get the upper bracket. I've been talking to them a lot lately, especially Carl Tizzy, because I always feature him in my blogs. And then he told me, he calls me Kuya.
Oh, bro.
He calls me Kuya. Bro Manjin, Bro Manjin.
Big
Bro Manjin. We really want to get that #1 spot because we want to control whoever is going to match up with each other in the playoffs.
Yes, that is true because when we say to the playoffs, there are play-ins. And whoever is seated on the first seed, they are to determine the matchups prior. So it's a good thing that Echo actually mentioned this because this is week 7, actually last day of week 7. And it really matters for all the teams, the seedings prior playoffs, because this is where their tournament lives are actually dictated, or it matters the most.
Right now, these two teams are on a full game phase mode. So right now, let's call up Nexplay EVOS and Echo to welcome them on stage. Take it away, guys. chemistry, and experience is their discovered formula. They now have the key to overcome their fears and finally bounce back. Welcome them back on stage. It's Nexplay EVOS! Coming from an awesome movie night, the world champs are more determined to create a winning sequel. Will this be another blockbuster series? It's time to step the beat to the Orcas. It's Echo! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Josh. It's Nexplay EVOS versus Echo. Who will prevail? I am feeling the heat, intensity, and pressure right now. It's with Nexplay EVOS to take back a win up against the world champs.
2 years in the making, 2 years of grinding in the amateur leagues. Finally, they're here and they want to make it to their first ever playoffs. Looking at the stats right now, one player that is really put an interest to me is Mr. Boyet and Brusco, setting up those big plays for Doming to dominate.
Yes, again, this lineup is a type of a lineup wherein they're really more on the confidence in terms of the chemistry. They've been playing again with the Yellow Haze. The leadership is there. And actually, there's high kill participation for Yellow Haze with 92%.
Well, now as we talk about stats, let's look up on the world champs. It's Echo's lineup playing with 26 games, still the same form, but now on a reset and coming from a sweep 2-0.
For me, the main strength of the M4 World Champions is their capability to dominate in the extended team fights, especially if they're up against a Faramis, if they're up against the Estes, all of those healing heroes, and maybe all of those tanky heroes, they can always find a way to go in and outplay each team that they're up against with.
Indeed, true. And aside from finding a way, actually we could see that the overall team head-to-head statistics of our team, Echo is at second place. They've mentioned earlier that the points for this match is really important for them in terms of seeding, and Nexplay EVOS, they're still struggling. Seventh place is not a safe place or not a safe seed if you want to be on the playoff spot, knowing that it is just week 7. And speaking of the importance of this matchup, we could see actually in terms of the most picked heroes, there's a big and huge difference between these two teams. Manjin mentioned earlier that they are really more on the sustain. We could see Lapu-Lapu and even Fredrin for Echo. Now for Nexplay EVOS, it's really more on the damage dealers. We see Farsa, we see Valentina, and at the same time, Beatrix. So it's going to be an interesting matchup.
I also want to take note about the kill participation for the side of Echo in the first blood ratio. One main difference in terms of the hero lineup, I think, is that Echo, they always choose to get these tanky heroes who has pickoffs. You have Yawi's Cho and even the Kaja. So if you are NXPE, you need to be fully aware that those heroes are coming in. Those pickoff heroes are one of the main strengths of Echo.
Yeah, I love your point, because right now Echo and NXPE EVOS, on the other hand, the edge of the world champs is more of like dictating the pace. And the previous matches of NXPE, they're more like in the passive approach on how they wanted to read the game, because in some points it's blue or red side who has a more upper hand in terms of getting their hero picks. At the same time, it's more of Echo being aggressive, knowing their playstyle and
Echo
even
Express.
identity. Echo Express, Echo Highlights, whatever you call it, it's the same thing.
Yeah, actually for Echo, what I really want to see from Nexplay EVOS, since they're up against Echo, is how they will really stop that kind of pacing. Again, we've mentioned that Echo is an Echo Express, and it took them some time to actually slow down that train. And for this type of a system that Echo has, it's going to be difficult for Nexplay EVOS. But again, we've mentioned that Yelly Hayes will be playing here for Nexplay EVOS, and majority of the heroes that he uses are more on the tempo making.
Well, tempo making, whatever called, there are a lot of heroes at stake even on this match. Now let's break down the keys to victory for our analysts back there. Take it away.
Definitely mainit ang pinaglalabanan ng NXPE at Echo. Para manalo sila, ito ang kanilang gawin. Ito ang ating keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix now for NXPE. Throw extra bodies versus Sanford. Si Sanford talaga nagpakita nung M4. And actually, pati na rin dito sa ating regular season na kapag hindi mo shut down yung heroes niya during the drafting stage, kailangan mo talaga magbato ng mga katawan para lang may pangbaba ka ng level or may pahina ka sa XP lane ng Echo. Kasi kapag nagagamit nila at na-utilize nila yung mga heroes ni Sanford at kapag nakakuha sila ng early lead, sa kanila talaga napupunta yung mga control pagdating sa mga turtle at pati na rin sa Lord. For Echo, plan for NXPE's Big Boy Draft. NXPE, they love these tanky heroes, lalo pat yung mga brusko. Hindi yung player, kundi yung mga brusko na heroes na niraran nila both on the roam and XP. At actually pati na rin sa mga jungler, si Boyet DR dito, hindi na siya talaga nagstay doon sa mga assassins. Kahit yung Pakito, ginagawa niyang tank, hindi na assassin build. Kasi ang gusto niya is makakuha talaga ng objective, stay alive in the team fights with the sustain and yung kanyang pagiging tankiness against the opponents. Now, for both teams, be wary of your opponent's timings. For NXPE, kailangan nilang mag-ingat dahil kapag nabigyan mo ng konting lead, ang Echo talagang maaabuse nila yung early game timings naman. But for Echo, it's also true. Kapag NXPE yung nakakawa ng momentum, medyo mahirap basagin yung kanilang mid-game spike dahil aggressive din naman itong kanilang makakalaban. Yan ang kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams dito sa laban na to. Now, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. And to go back to those keys to victory, it's a big factor for Echo that their XP laner gets their hands on their comfort pace. It dictates the game, it dictates the pace. But right now, to go back on the first point, throw extra bodies versus Sanford. What do they mean about this?
I think it means that if you target out Sanford, you are really targeting one of the main focal points for Echo. Because for me, Sanford is the secondary initiator for the team. It's the secondary option, especially if Yahweh doesn't get his early game.
Okay.
It's Sanford who they rely on.
Yes, and actually for Sanford, there are moments wherein he is actually on the buff side of the jungler of the enemy team. So a lot of vision aside from the initiation. Maybe because of that vision, he has the opportunity to be the second initiator of the team.
And we saw it for the first time. The first time that Echo lost up against RSG, they were targeting Sanford's hero pool. That's why I think when everybody saw that, every team saw that RSG won, everybody then got the formula that, hey, we need to target this kid. We need to target the Wonder Kid. So that Echo cannot say nice Ford anymore.
Yeah, because now as we get with the round of the tiers on who is the playmakers of Team Echo, it's Sanford. On the other hand, for Nexplay EVOS, we have Ding. Looking at the player head-to-head, we're more on the side of Echo in terms of KDA and team participation.
A lot of difference actually in terms of the playstyle actually for Ding DR and Sanford. We've mentioned Sanford as a player we're in. It is a trend now, right? I really have to cut my analysis on the stats because it has been a trend now with his heart and the like and whatever burger gestures that we could see. But yeah, for Sanford, he is a type of player that goes beyond the usual rotation of the XP laner. Sometimes he's actually the one that dives in between two turrets, and it's very different from Ding DR. Ding DR is a type of player that is a type of an XP laner, which is on the safer side, I would say. There are moments, yes, that he goes in for the initiation, but it's going to be a long, intense match in terms of the XP lanes, and whoever is the first in terms of the backup damage or sustain damage for both of these XP laners is going to be crucial.
Since we're talking about heroes and all about the metas, now let's go back to the history on how Echo and NXPE met on the first half of the season. The world champs 2-0'd NXPE with this lineup. It's more on the KDA, it's more on setting up the pace, knowing how Echo approaches the game and how they could be so aggressive once they are fully confident on their own kit. that's where everything comes to show that they have all the ways to be a potential threat even to NXPE.
NXPE, on the last time that they met Echo, they gave up the Cho. Look at that. Game 1 and game number 2, 2 Cho picks and 2 Fredrin picks for the side of Echo. But then again, we had an update at the mid of the season, and it really affected how Echo played. We have these assassins already. We've been seeing Hayabusas, and especially again the tank Silot, which is, I think, one of the heroes that Carl is not playing anymore. When I asked him about, hey, what do you think about the Lancelot? Do you play?
What did he say?
And he said, nah, I just want to play Fredrin and the Kai.
Oh, so he's really more pushing or pursuing that
utility,
route, more on the utility, and we could see the character development actually for Carteezy.
And now he's adjusting again. He's adjusting again. He is trying it again. Up against NXPE, which is, I think, you also have Ding, that has the Yuzong, has the Lapu-Lapu, has the Benedetta. So these are the heroes that I think that they will buy for.
Yep.
Especially in the XP lane.
So we're talking about XP laners here. So we are trying to name down the playmakers of the game. So this boils down on how the draft will work. Again, if we go back to the keys to victory, we'll break down a bit on how their first choices is. On this draft, let's see how Echo and Nexplay EVOS decides on their fate. Ooh. So if we go back on how Nexplay EVOS won, they are more on to the red side, which is, well, it's a 25% win rate because they want to be on the blue side, but it's the opposite right now with Nexplay EVOS.
Yep. Actually, it's a nice thing that Manjin mentioned earlier about the Cho pick for Echo that was given for 2 games straight on that last time that they've met. So this is a nice ban actually for Nexplay EVOS, even Canada and the Yuzhong. It's interesting to see Yuzhong to be banned here by Nexplay EVOS because there are instances wherein they prioritize this hero for Ding DR. So maybe they're routing for a specific hero like maybe Fredrin, so to be more on that safe route in terms of objective taking.
But Echo actually banned out the Fredrin also.
Oh, yeah.
I like the decision of NXPE to really respect the hell out of the M4 champions, banning 2 of the Yawi's main heroes. So if you're gonna look at it, you only have a Kaja and you only have a Franco now for Yawi, and I think there's your answer. If ever Echo goes for those heroes, they have the R-Lot to do the final sweep and cancel out those catches that Yawi can do.
Yeah, so with this, how Nexplay was wanted to have a gambit on Echo, they are more freely to take either the jungle or
maybe
their
Valentina.
mid laner of Valentina because it's still open, because the point of Manjin also as well is making sense because mostly at this point, if you want to dictate the pace, you need to have an aggressive roamer. That's Yawi's heroes. So now let's see how they go, because in 9 seconds we would know on how will they prioritize it, because it's, you're right, it's a Kaja and a Valentina.
And it's a good thing actually that this was picked by Echo. Again, they are really more, we've mentioned these heroes, right, prior this draft. And it goes to show that for Echo, since they have this kind of heroes, they really want to go for the fastest route, having the Kaja. This more on the single targeting, instant burst. So we might see a Beatrix for them for the Typhoon Benny, or this time around for Nexplay EVOS, they want to go and secure that post 5 hero for, or maybe post 4 hero for. Post 5, It's going to be Franco here for the side of Nexplay EVOS, including Yellow Haze's hero, which is Faramis.
They answered up with the Franco. I like it. I think NXPE, they need to really consider that this Valentina can also be a flex pick for Echo. We saw the Valentina pick for Echo last time that they met. That is at game number 2. So Echo has more space right now to adjust. Space, especially that they saw the Franco and they saw the Faramis. This time, the Claude is open. The Beatrix is also open.
You're a prediction god here.
You just got in the English, and you're rising with your predictions.
Oh my.
Talking about how we could actually beat Wolf in his predictions.
I don't know.
Now, it's Benny Q to getting his own comfort hero, and you're letting it happen.
Yeah, and look, they banned out the Beatrix also.
Right on point.
This is the first time. This is the first time that I've been correct in the first 3 picks.
That's true. I will vouch for that. And it's a good thing actually that Manjin mentioned this, because for Echo, it's a good idea for them to ban out the heroes already for the marksman, because they have already secured theirs. So
Yeah.
with the Beatrix ban, it is safe to say that for Echo, they could also ban maybe Brody.
Brody, yes.
Also carry just to minimize the heroes here
Yeah.
for their gold laner. But this time around,
Wow.
Nexplay EVOS is going to be Atlas.
Okay,
Carry has
interesting,
been
though.
banned, by the way.
So they're still thinking that this Kaja might go for
A jungle.
Yawi.
Yeah, a jungle pick.
Yeah.
They're still thinking that Echo
Or
will-
jungler, yeah.
Yeah,
or
will
for Kartizi.
will adjust the Valentina and maybe will adjust on this Kaja. But it goes both ways. They can actually pick, they can shuffle these heroes. Like for example, Kartizi, he plays the utility, right?
Yeah.
So he can play the Kaja.
Yeah.
And sometimes he can play the Valentina, especially that the Akai is still open. EVOS, they still don't have their jungle yet. So Echo, they're waiting. Maybe if this is going to be an Akai, then the Valentina can be your jungle. And then you adjust Sanford's 0.
I love what you're going through here, Manjin, because right now it's still on to the hidden cards. This is the beauty of having a flexible picks, right?
Yep.
And in terms of how Echo is playing it up against Steve's, they're also respecting the fact that they could be countered in this draft even. So now, will they get the EXP lane, or will they reveal their jungle now?
It's the safest for Echo to actually secure first the hero for Sanford, just to be sure, because they have
Yeah.
the option to counter actually the next 2 picks of Nexplay EVOS. But they're taking time actually onto this next pick for them. So I kind of feel like there's a possibility as well for Echo to pick Paquito. Why do I have this feeling? With the Kaja and the Paquito together, I've missed that combo.
Yeah,
But it could be a factor for them, but it's going to be Lapu-Lapu here.
The burst is just too much, right?
The burst, the CC
Yeah.
is here with the Lapu Lapu and the Kaja. So right now, if you're NXPE, how would you handle this kind of knock-up? How would you handle this kind of hold? See, that's the guy who has more diamonds than any of us. Go ahead and PM his page.
Yeah,
That's midnight.
that's midnight.
That's midnight, by the way.
Midnight 97.
Yeah.
Baksha and
What?
Brody.
Baksha and Brody. So you're right on point on the Brody. But how about the Baksha against Echo?
Again, for the side of Nexplay EVOS, if we go back to the case to victory, we saw the big boy draft, and it's part of their big boy draft. They have the Orlot, they have there's more on the tanky side. Yes, it has damage, but is also an initiator here for Nexplay EVOS. They also have the Franco and the Baksha.
Wow.
And to complete. Wow, this is surprising for me that Manjin has been predicting majority of the picks and bans for this game.
Yeah, because I remember from the call yesterday, he's been reviewing games. He's been reviewing the draft. And how you really are reading the draft of Echo right now is really on point, Manjin.
Because we've been seeing them use these types of heroes since M4.
Wow.
And this time, we're seeing Nexplay. Well, for me, this is something new. They picked up the Baksha, maybe to guard up, to guard the Kaja, and to man up against Yawi's zone.
Yep, and again, if you have the type of a tanky hero, it goes to show that you really want to be on the team fight. They're expecting this to be a long game for Nexplay EVOS.
Okay, now so as we long for the game's results, now watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment down your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL-S11. One lucky commenter who guesses it correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye on the poll. Now let's talk about this draft. We've talked about how Echo could set up the pace because they have the high kill or the first blood participation or ratio, but with the draft of Nexplay EVOS, is this something different that we're going to see?
I like the draft of Nexplay. They have 2 optional win conditions here. They have late game potential.
Yep.
They have sustained team fights.
Yep.
Plus, this is another Franco game, which I think is the flavor of this week. This week's flavor, I mean, because we've been seeing a lot of Franco
Franco's
victories.
Yeah.
And a lot of Franco hooks.
Yep.
Franco hooks in the past few, 4 games that we've seen?
Yes, and one of which is Ben thinks was a beast in using this hero.
Yeah, and this hero can actually change the tides of every game there is.
Yes, that is certainly true. And for these players, actually, there is a lot of respect that we could see actually for Nexplay EVOS. They're forcing to have those plates, those outer turret and the shields. So it means that they really want to be on the investment on this gold laner.
Yeah.
And speaking of gold lanes, so it's going to be a matchup between Doming DR and even for Benecutie, but even the players of Echo are actually on this lane. So this is a different type of rotation because we mostly see majority of the rotations right now to be on the XP lane.
Okay, so we're talking about how the potential threats of these two teams can go up with. Now, we've seen some glimpses on how Nextbase would want to pressure the gold lane, but in terms of rotation, Manchin, you've mentioned that the Franco games is the flavor of the week. It's the hero that breaks momentum and it gives isolation plays. But up against Echo right now, would have the edge. Look at this.
Oh my glob, all right. That's the pool coming out from Yellow Haze. Sanji is here also, dashing in. Another dash coming in from Ding. Sanford forces that flicker, wasting it down as Carl Tizzy will actually get that retribution.
Ooh.
There is your altar, and that's another first blood coming out from the M4 World Champions.
It was a nice initiation by Nexplay EVOS forcing Sanford to go and to go back to the race. But at the same time for Echo, it's all about the retribution here. It was a nice secure by Carl TZ, and at the same time we could see the heavy spin that was actually used just to push back Yelly Haze DR's Cult Altar during that moment, so there's no extra sustain for Nexplay EVOS during that moment as to why Echo is on the lead in terms of gold.
One thing to take note, if you're up against the Orcas, I think they have mastered this Akai turtle take already. Like they played it for so long and they know the cooldowns already. Maybe that's the reason why Sanford took the risk to match up against Ding DR in the top lane, because he knows that NXPE will get confused on that turtle take.
Correct, and with this point, Sanford could also become a major playmaker in terms of teamfights, because in the first line of the draft, they were expecting that the Kaja would be or will be for Carl Tees, but it was a game that you wanted to play. It's a flexibility. So now the mid lane would be the pressure. Yelly Haze, on the other hand, trying to get visited by Sanji, but it is still the gold lane that you want to pressure.
Speaking of gold lanes, other lanes are also being pressured here by both of our teams, and at the same time, we could see the potential of these lineups in terms of the sustain. There are pokes on the middle lane, yes, and even for Nexplay EVOS, it has, but we could see the rotation of Nexplay EVOS to go maybe sometimes on the XP lane, sometimes on the gold lane. It's really more about the vision. They're still waiting for that damage from Doming DR, which is actually nice because they are on a controlled aggression type of play here.
I like the zone that the jungler of NXPE is giving Boyet DR for their team to at least wear down Echo's aggressiveness. But then again, Echo is the first one starting out this turtle.
Look at that.
Another attempt. Turtle half health already.
Sanford.
This is the bite coming out from Brusco, but that is the counter altar from Sanji. Who's going to get the turtle? This time, it is going to be Boyet DR. But Sanford will get that counter kill. 10 seconds down. Onto Brusco. Echo leading by 800 gold.
The wonders of a Baksha sustain, knock up, and slow. They just won a retribution up against Carl Teasy.
Again, there's no doubt or no double thinking here for Echo. Every time that there is an objective that they can secure, they use always their ultimates, even the heavy spin, even this Divine Judgment from Yaoi. Yaoi, by the way, Divine Judgment was used for Ding DR. He knows, he respects that ultimate, the final slash actually from this Arlot. So if you look at the gold right now from both of our players, particularly on the gold lane, we could see a lead for Benny QT with the average spell maximization. So right now it's going to be 2-0.
There's your bite again coming out from Brusco, but Sanji, I mean, on point with these altars to save his allies. And there's your Blazing Duet. No casualties whatsoever.
And that was a peel on to Yaoi. There was 4 members of Nexplay EVOS. They had a chance to even hold the line.
Oh my.
There's something right now of Echo. Oh, and a tower destroyed up top by Sanford. That is the cross-map objective trade that they're doing right now.
It's as if that Sanford saw that majority of the players of Nexplay EVOS are actually in the bottom lane. So why not? Let's have a trade. And it's a good trade for Echo as to why they are on the lead with a 1.68 gold. We could see Cortez right now with another heavy spin at the bottom lane.
Oh man, this is looking dangerous for Domeng. Domeng easily taken down by 4 members of Echo.
And they're forced a flicker out of Domeng. So now we're seeing more of the action from Echo, dictating more of the team fight. So how is this now for Nexplay EVOS? Could they be more aggressively encountering on how Yaoi rotates? Because right now, Bruce Gutierrez needs more hooks. Look at that!
There's your final slash, counter bite, coming out from Bustro. Finally, NXPE taking one down.
This is what Nexplay EVOS actually wants. They want to go for the gank, those single out targeting, but right now Sanford is there for the defense
All right.
and the offense as well.
Boyet DR still guarding this turtle. Echo has this mastery of the turtle take. Ding is here in the vicinity. They will just give it away to Carl TZ. Free turtle for the Orcas.
And 3 members of Nexplay EVOS were down bottom trying to pressure Benecuti and Yaoi. So they need to set the eyes on some parts of the Echo because right now they're all over them. And Nexplay EVOS needs to choose their targets right.
It is a good call for Echo during that moment. They know that Boyet DR is the retribution holder, so why not? Let's zone out Boyet DR. And right now there's a flicker Divine Judgment.
Counter Divine Judgment coming out from Yaoi. Those are the chains coming in, plus the altars. Boyet DR, he still survives this, but Brusco did not. This is Sanji again with another initiation. Sanfordo. This is the championship Lapu-Lapu that we're seeing for the side of Echo, leading by 2.7K.
And at that moment, we could see Ding DR for the trades for the side of Nexplay EVOS. They want to limit. They want to, as much as possible, sustain the lead of Echo on this game. And right now, Echo has been doing a great job with the controlled aggression again. After that initiation from Yaoi, they went in for the Blazing Duet. But wait, there's going to be an initiation top lane.
Is Sanford too tanky though? No, he's not. Nice last hit coming out from Doming DR. Brusco with a counter hook. Nothing's gonna happen yet.
Well, Nexplay EVOS needs to have a turnaround here on how they want to take the turrets down or up bottom, because we're just seeing a mirror on how they destructed the defenses, because right now they're looking for some isolation plays or kills, because on how Echo's strength right now, they can even counter the damage of Ding and even Doming.
I do feel that NXPE did not utilize their power spikes, especially at level 4. You can have the Franco and the Paramis together, but then again, the burst damage is not yet present at the early game, because who do you combo up with the Franco? Only Doming Zero, only this Brody. So if ever you're NXPE, this time you need to be together and pick off one by one. Maybe you need 2 heroes to get rid of?
As much as possible, yes. And they want to go for the cross map, but I believe Echo is prepared for that. But it's really a good point. Again, they have the Cult Altar. They want to extend those team fights. They have the damage. They have the kit. And speaking of kit, we can see Brusco there already with a thinner shield. This is a good counter against the damage from Sanji. But right now, both of our squads are actually lining up for this another Lord. This is the first Lord actually of this game, but there is a lot of respect from both of our teams, and still the lead is on Echo's side.
Now, the pickup is on with the world champs, positioning in the algo of the Lord is with them. While on the other, we're seeing 3 and 2 members up in the mid and up in the pit. Someone who makes a wrong mistake in stepping on a death bush from Echo could mean something. But Doming, look at that. He's picked up something because, as you said, Majin, Doming could be the source of damage here. Conceal play coming in from Echo.
Here's the wraparound coming up from Echo, but NXPE is in front of their faces. Who's gonna get this tower? No other than the GOAT, Carl TZ. This time Sanji with counter altar. Ding is falling low. There's the hook, but no casualties. Oh, there's your casualty. Ding falling down. Echo with that victory on that skirmish.
Again, the counter initiation of Echo is super intense on this game. We saw again that Heavy Spin just to counter the Shadow Stampede from Yellow Haze DR. It was a nice initiation actually for Nexplay EVOS, but again, it's all about damage, it's all about the gold lead, and even the difference in terms of the items as to why Echo right now has the Lord in the top lane. And one crucial factor here for Nexplay EVOS is going to be the clearing of a minion wave. And speaking of, it was a nice play. We could see the Lord now for the side of Echo on the top lane and easily defended by EVOS on this game.
Well, speaking of defending right now for Nexplay, we expect them to be more like on the pickup side. They have the Franco, they have the hook. So right now, look at that. Someone could be picked up. Boyet!
Oh, they don't want to waste anything here. Wasting the Divine Judgment. Waste it all down. Wasting all that cash just to get Boyet DR. And now, Benecuti. Confidence is real coming out from Benecuti on getting That other kill.
A 2-0-3 onto the Storm now. It's the minions pushing in on the base of Nexplay EVOS. How would they defend this? Is the items enough? Is the stronghold enough for the Neon Tigers?
When we say items, I kind of feel like for Nexplay EVOS, they have to wait. For example, like around 15 minutes onto this game, they need that burst from Yellow Haze DR.
Yes.
They need damage or physical penetration from Doming DR. And it is as if Echo is shouting, listen to my money talk.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a Blackpink reference. But yeah, it's all about the cash.
They're talking
It's all about
money.
the
Drop some
moolah.
money.
They're dropping dimes. They're not afraid to spend each and every little skill that they have. Like for example, that is Boyet's DR. That's a back shot we're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he spent that Divine Judgment without any hesitation because they know that they can burst him down.
Well, speaking of bursting everything down, look at the items now on Echo. They have the lead on 4.4K. We're seeing 3 heroes of Nexplay EVOS could actually be the soaker of the damages. We have the Box, we have the Pharaohs, and we even have the Arlot to change the name of the game. But right now, on the side of Nexplay EVOS, they're lacking damage. They're lacking time.
Yes.
But while Echo has the sword right now to take on the members of Nexplay EVOS, will they still wait for the late game to happen, or can they still make it through while everything is happening?
They can still actually make it through. And now that Domin DR has the Win of Nature, it's really about the positioning and how they will capitalize on Yellow Haze DR's Cult Altar. But when we saw the items earlier, there's actually only one player for Nexplay EVOS, which is Ding DR, that has that spell vamp and even lifesteal item, which is the Dominance Ice. Knowing that this is a kind of lineup that Echo pulled through on this game, it's going to be something for them that they really need to look forward to. So Echo right now still is on the gold lead, and they are on the position on taking this Lord.
And the Lord onto the side of Echo. Boy, DR is the only one near the area. There's a conceal on the Nexplay EVOS.
That's a conceal. Where's the bite though? Who is going to be the one? It is going to be Carl Dizzy once again. That's a killing spree coming out from the Claude. But Doming DR with a great possession to take in, to put in a lot of damage. But this is the Echo Express. The Echo train, it ain't stopping. Echo getting the kill.
A non-stop trip from the world champions. They take the Lord and going in for the push. It's the sustain that they needed, but the damage right now. Looking at the lead, NXPE is suffering onto the damages.
Another objective for the side of Echo onto the game. And if we look at the items, actually, there's a Win of Nature, yes, for Doming DR, but it's not enough to penetrate the defensive items that Echo has. The Lord is on the top lane, easily defended here by a Nexplay EVOS, and even the inhibitor turret is still alive on that lane. But we could see Carteezy already on the Immortalities. It's going to be difficult here for Nexplay EVOS to burst the type of hero.
Nice hook coming out from NXPE, but the counter Divine Judgment was there. Plus Carteezy going around town in front of everyone. This time, Echo will punish NXPE's movements. 2 kills already for the side of Echo. Yellow Haze already summoning, surviving, but that is counted as 3 heroes falling down. Let's make that 4. Echo getting kills after kills.
3 casualties started with the Divine Judgment of Yaoi. Look at that. Somebody's got suppressed. It's going to be Boyet DR falling in the hands of Yaoi. And the base is open for Echo to take.
The Orcas getting game 1 in a very dominant passion.
They took no stops in getting through the base of Nexplay EVOS. Aggressive as they are, with the House of Highlights, or whatever you call it, the world champs take the first point up against Nexplay EVOS.
Again, it is as if Echo's strength right now is actually on the extended team fights, because they were really forcing Nexplay EVOS to be on a place wherein they are not really familiar with. They don't know actually how to defend, and they're just off guard during those moments. And again, Echo showing to us that they are known as the Echo Express.
I feel that you're up. If you're going to be up against Echo, if you're going to pick up Aramis, you really need to fight them at the early stages of the game. You need to go head on at the early stages of the game. They have 2 pulls. They have the Paramis Stampede, plus they have the Iron Hook. They did not utilize it at any way at the first stages of the game. What they did is they guarded their Brody to probably pick off Benny, but it's Benny we're talking about. He knows his matchup.
Yeah.
He knows his Brody matchup. He knows his
lane.
squad.
Yeah.
He knows his lane. That's why you can't really pick him off.
Well, right now, as Manjit has put it beautifully on how Echo rose and had a snowball factor, one thing that they had to prevent was how will they counter the damage, because it was just Benny Cutie freely farming, and as well as the problem here, there's a lot of underutilized here on the side of Nexplay EVOS. Now, to break things down, let's throw it over Chantel on how that game went with the dominating fashion with Echo.
Total dominance by Echo onto that game. We saw that for that game is really about the execution, at the same time the capitalization with the hero composition that they had during that game number 1. They know how to really counter the players or even the heroes that was chosen here by the side of Nexplay EVOS, and at the same time it's really Nexplay EVOS that was off guard during that moment. And speaking of hero composition, we could see the hero composition of Nexplay EVOS and even for Echo. One thing to take note is the difference in terms of the phosphorus. Yes, it is a usual matchup between Valentina and even this Faramis, because you could actually copy that Cult Altar with the IMU. The only difference is that you have that Kai for the side of Echo, which has the heavy spin. And on those last moments, and actually even at the early part of the game, we could see Carteezy using the heavy spin just to zone out and push back Yelly Hayes DR's Cult Altar to not give them the opportunity of having that second life, having that second moment to be able to sustain that type of damage. All majority of the buffs are actually on the side of Echo, as to why Monster Gold Stolen is actually on their side as well. 254 for Nexplay EVOS against 1,433 for Echo. Ace of that game is none other than Sanji and even a Benny Cutie, which has 736 gold per minute. And we've mentioned that Echo has been an Echo Express type of team wherein they're just swooping away, they're just moving forward and not giving the other team the opportunity to have that retaliation on every team fight. And we could see that very evident on Sanji and Yaoi's, even Benny Cutie's KDA or team fight participation on this game. 85% for the gold lane, 92% for the middle lane, and you also have the roamer on 92%. We've mentioned Sanji's performance. Again, Valentina play our smart MVP for that game with 428 KDA. Again, the itemization is Enchanted Talisman. We have the Lightning Truncheon and at the same time that Clock of Destiny. With these two items, imagine the damage that the Shadow Strike has. And if he feels that he's not safe, he also has that Winter Truncheon. With this Winter Truncheon, he is a type of player wherein is not targetable by the side of Nexplay EVOS during that moment. And we could see here on the MVP heat map of the game, starting to the point or start whenever, just as if Sanji right here played that he is all over the place. From the start of our game up until the 10-minute of our game, he went in on the middle lane, cleared, went in for the top lane, X lane, and at the same time giving that support for the other players of Echo. Again, it's all about vision, but at the same time for the side of Echo, the vision is from Sanji, the vision is from Yaoi, and they're able to compensate the differences in terms of the heroes that they picked against Nexplay EVOS. We could see here at around 4 minutes of our game, again, it was a nice heavy spin for Carteezy, even evident on this play at around 6 minutes of our game. It's all about rotation here and how Echo secures that kill against Nexplay EVOS. Ding DR, yes, has those moments of glories with the final slash, but at the same time, it's really about Echo being there, being intact on the team fights. And again, we saw that time and time again, Yelly Hayes is there for the Cult Altar, but at the same time, Carteezy uses that heavy spin. Wait, I saw Yelly Hayes with an ultimate. There's no way that you can go beneath our fortress, that you can counter our play. We already know what the Cult Altar is whenever there is a team fight. As to why at around 11 minutes of our game time, it's just Nexplay EVOS deteriorating in terms of how they will really farm, how they will really rotate, and how they will really counter out the plays from Echo. And Echo again just prioritizing those heroes that are really crucial just to be able to secure that kill or secure that win against Nexplay EVOS. Again, this is just game number 1, but for Echo, it has been an outstanding play, totally in control on every team fight, even on the objectives, and we'll see. It's gonna be best of 3 for this series, and I know that OSX and Manjin has a lot to say about that game.
Well, to break things down, on the side of Echo, still the same Echo that we're seeing in the championship form. Now we want to talk about how Nexplay EVOS, that Manjin pointed out, there were some heroes, like there were 2 heroes that were underutilized. We were expecting more for Nexplay EVOS to be on the pickoff, because in team fighting, Echo has the upper edge.
Yeah.
But on the side of Nexplay EVOS, they have a way to isolate that damage and divide the power of Echo. But right now, we're still feeling some hesitations on how Nexplay EVOS is approaching this game up against Echo.
Yeah, I think hesitation is the right word to describe NXPE, because you have a Franco, the early stages, and you also have a Baksha. If you have those 2 heroes, you have the option to actually invade in the first few stages of the purple and orange buffs.
Yeah,
and they did not do that. What they did is they guarded out the Brody, which we understand, because if the Brody snowballs, they can get the game. But this is Echo's game to take, because why? Because they're very comfortable with this type of play style.
Yep.
Have Carl Tizzy on this utility jungler that can secure a retribution and an objective, and get Yaoi, those pick-off type of heroes. Because the 4 players of Echo, they can definitely take kills.
Yeah.
Except for Carl. That's
Being
the
a utility,
formula.
yes.
That's the formula of the M4 champs.
Well, just imagine how they were working all throughout the match, because we were expecting more of a different touch for Nexplay EVOS, and that's the hesitation. And in the English desk, we call it, if there's no Hesi, there's no Messi. Because it happens most of the time on how they want to take this game. At some point, like yesterday, Nexplay EVOS really had a good fight up against Smart Omega and his rival Kelra. But in some points, in closing the game, they were having those troubles. And one thing, well, especially Smart Omega, you know how they work with late game. You know how they capitalize on those minimal errors. So right now, one thing also is underutilized was the damage was lacking, because that Brody is the only one scaling for the damage.
I kind of feel like actually for Nexplay EVOS, they were actually more on since they have the Faramis, they are depending on that cult altar, but at the same time, Echo was aware of that situation, because if you have the Faramis, you want that stacks from the Brody, but since Faramis is always left out for a team fight, it's going to be difficult. It was difficult actually for Nexplay EVOS on that game.
So you mean to say that we can say that NXPE is feeling Hesi?
Yes.
Right?
Because it's...
Right?
Yeah.
Hesi.
So don't be Hesi.
Don't be Hesi and experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 live in action in Shooting Gallery Studios. And tickets are available at tickettome.net. Again, there is 1 week of the regular season left, and that is after the Holy Week or the Lenten season, because at this point in time, these 2 teams are battling out for their lives. In the playoffs, we're having the action in SMX Pasay City Convention, where you can experience how we did it here and how we put the big stage on to May 4th to 7. May 4th to 7. Mark your calendars, and you can experience what we're feeling right now, because intensity of this match is high. And again, to translate on how this match is so serious, Echo wants to have seeding. They want to have control. They want to have power on the upper bracket on who's going to get this opponent and how they wanted to mix and match the teams in the whole bracket of the playoffs. But on the other hand, Nexplay EVOS is still fighting for their playoffs lives.
Yeah, you really want to get that upper bracket advantage for you to have 2 lives.
Yes.
In the playoffs.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, Echo is at 22, and then Blacklist is at 20. So if Echo loses this game, well, they did not. They actually won game 1.
Series.
So it gives them 1 point. It means they're 23 now. So Blacklist can actually clinch that upper bracket if Blacklist wins
this game.
More of their games.
Or it's just week 7, right?
It's just week 7, right?
Yep, they still have a lot of games. So every game right now, starting today, actually, when we started, the week 7 is really important in terms of the seeding. Again, we've mentioned earlier, just before we went into the draft, that for today, it actually dictates. It is a stepping ladder of your seeding when it comes to playoffs. And when we say playoffs, we have the play-ins and we have the second lives for that.
And I just can't imagine what's going through the minds of NXPE right now.
Yeah.
Their rookie season, and it's not really looking that great for them. Look at their faces right now.
And as we compare, again, we cannot speak on how the players are really going through this match, but with the guidance of Yelly Hayes, I believe from their match yesterday, they could clinch something out of this game. Remember on how the teams sitting on the lower standings reset? Maybe at this point in time, maybe the pressure could translate into something good, because right now on the side of our drafting, it's Nexplay EVOS on the red, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
We're just observing it through our screens. We don't see the draft yet. So right now they ban out the 1-1 and the Cho.
Yeah.
It is a good ban actually for the side of Nexplay EVOS, but we mentioned earlier the body language here of Nexplay EVOS is something that Yelly Hayes should snap his players back into reality because of the veterans and the leadership that he has. Again, every point really counts here for the side of Nexplay EVOS, but for Echo, since they've already banned Diggy, Glue, and Fredrin, they might want to go and lock that Arlot again. Although for game number 1, it was actually Nexplay EVOS on that prioritization, but still the same ban for Nexplay EVOS with 1-1 and even a Cho. So we might see a Kaja ban here for Nexplay EVOS, or they will open up Kaja and then they will take Kaja on the next 2 picks after. No. It's going to be the priority here.
The priority of Echo. Again, the blue side is more likely in the highest stats of Echo in winning the games. And they're on to the first pick that they wanted to prioritize up against Nexplay EVOS. So now will they take the Frederick? Will they take the Farsa?
I think they need to steal the Akai right now, because that is another option for Echo. So there's your Arlot pick. I like it.
Valentina.
Maybe the Valentina also. So they need to steal the Valentina.
Or maybe Eve, since this is Yelly Hayes DR, right?
Unleash the Eve.
He's more confident, or we're not disregarding
the...
Okay, so we're not going to see that match up with the Eve and Valentina. Maybe it's going to be Echo again on the prioritization. It's a good pick action for Nexplay Eve is having the Claude. So they want to cement already their gold laner. So it's Claude is actually for the mid to late game, but they could speed it up with the proper rotation.
Well, proper rotation. That's one thing that they were lacking in game number 1. They had the tools, they had the heroes. They just need the confidence to say we can do this. But right now, as you said about Valentina, Echo secures it instead of Nexplay EVOS.
Oh, I forgot Joy.
Open as well.
By the way, Fanny is open as well on this game, so we might see Cartesi Fanny on this one. Why not? But it's going to be a bit crucial for them, knowing that these are type of heroes that really wants to have that added sustain with the lineup. But for Nexplay EVOS, could be a tanker. Could be Ruby, actually.
A Ruby pick would be great here for you to handle the Joy. But that's the Eve. So Chantel told us that the Eve might be picked here by the side of NXPE. What I like about the Joy is it can chase down the Claude. And it can go toe-to-toe greatly up against the Arlot. But I do feel that this Valentina in this Kaja pick are still flex picks.
Yeah, that's how Echo plays. Again, your points are valid. 3 heroes right now of the world champs is really on flexibility. You don't know which lane is going to be, because right now they're playing it more safely on how Nexplay EVOS is approaching this draft. They're on point on how they got the Eve, so they have more control. They have AoE. So this is one thing that maybe they're trying to squeeze out Benecutie to not use his marksman picks.
Is Melissa good here though for the side of Echo? You need someone to shred the Eve from the back line, and that the Kudos is good. It's a good tool for Benecutie to get that. But I do feel a Beatrix pick here.
Or now that you've mentioned Beatrix, why do I feel like Nexplay EVOS has to ban the hero? But it's gonna be Brody here for the side of a Nexplay EVOS. So I think there is an option for Nexplay EVOS to go for hard tanks, knowing they could go Atlas, but again, Echo could actually pick Diggy after that, but Kaja has now been picked. It could be converted as an XP lane. A lot of options here for Nexplay EVOS, but really more on the AoE tank just to solidify this Eve. Tempo making, and you have the AoE damage per second rather, on the Claude. So Next EVOS is taking their time for this pick.
I think Atlas is a great pick for Nexplay because the Diggy is already banned. That's a priority ban of Echo. So you need someone to get that combo with the Eve and the Claude. But they chose the Karina. All right, they chose violence this time.
They chose a more faster pace of the game because in these 3 heroes that you mentioned inside of Nexplay EVOS, this answers the fact that on game 1, they were lacking damage, they were lacking control, but hey, we wanted to fix things, we wanted to iron things around, and with the addition of Karina, well, this squeezed out the hero. Will Carteezy use the Lancelot? Are you certain of this, Chantel?
Just for once, Cortese, I know you can hear us. No, just kidding. They can hear us. They can hear us. But the Lancelot could be one, or Lancelot rather. We almost forgot the real name of the hero. But yeah, Beatrix here it's a good pick here for the side of Echo. It's going to be Lapu Lapu. So since Lapu Lapu has been picked, wait.
Time to change the cards here.
Who is going to be the jungler? Is it going to be the Lapu Lapu or it's going to be the Kaja?
Or is it
even
Joy?
the Joy?
I think it's a Joy jungle here.
Up until the very end, it is still flexible Echo. Flexible.
I like it.
It's a 5.
Flexible.
5 out of 5, Chantel Hernandez. And right now, Echo is just confusing us so much on whose hero here is going to go in the jungle.
I'm going to call it. It's a Joy jungle for Carteezy.
Joy jungle.
Yeah, he likes those dashes when he entered MPL. There's your Ruby pick. There you go. They switched it up. It's Carteezy on this Joy. He wants to answer the Claude. He wants to answer Yellow Haze. But it's a different ball game this time. It's not something that has the heavy spin. But it has dashes.
Yep. It's really more on the initiation or how you will really counter those initiations from the other side. And Manjane actually mentioned the dashes. It is a good thing that Nexplay EVOS has that Ruby just to counter out those heroes that are really more on the nasty side. When we say nasty, they are dashing from side to side, a bit naughty. But we'll see in terms of the stage, you could see that in terms of the hero composition, that for the side of Echo, they want to go on those aggressive plays. And for Nexplay EVOS hero composition, they want those 5v5 team fights.
I think NXPE answered with a better pick this time.
Yep.
Because it seems like they want to fight fire with fire in the early stages of the game because of their kits. Pre-level 4, they can go toe-to-toe with each hero there is. But this is something new for me. I'm not really sure if I've seen Carteezy already with this Joy pick.
Well, we will see because in the last game he used an Alice, and again, Carteezy has this goal by the end of the regular season. Probably he wants the highest tank damage.
Yeah, and it will make sense. You can make the Joy as a substitute to the Tank-Silot. So what do you call that? Tank Joy? Cannot really wordplay that out. What I mean is that
it's hard.
Joy
what I
doesn't
mean,
sound right.
Well, I mean is, you have this Joy who has a lot of mobility, and you can also play it as a tank.
Yep.
Amazing.
You can put it as a substitute to the Tank-Silot.
That is actually true. That is the reason as to why we could see a majority of the XP laners prioritizing vengeance on this hero.
Yeah.
But yes, and at the same time, since it has a lot of dashes, so it's typically the same as a Lancelot. So really looking forward for this performance of Echo coming into this game. It's really more of them on how they will really secure objectives, because we don't really see this type of heroes, or specifically the Joy, if it is to be the jungler here for Echo. But for Nexplay EVOS, now that they have the Karina, so it is more of them that they want to go on at the early game. They want those bursts.
Yeah. So you pointed out that Nexplay EVOS has more chances in getting their toolkits in, because in the first game, they were lacking control on how they would counter Yaoi with the vision. They were lacking ways on how to gain their items with the damage. So maybe now, you talk about the addition of Ruby. So will this change things up that there is a Karina on the side?
They need to communicate properly. They need the right focus in terms of focus firing an enemy.
Yep.
Especially if they get the hook on this Ruby, they need to burst down the enemy quickly. They have more ammo this time in their lineup. Unlike their previous game, this time they can go up against Echo's aggression.
Oh, well, this answers it quickly. So NXPE EVOS has more on, or could be on the edge of how Echo approaches this game.
Yes.
Yep, and to be perfectly honest, I'm actually Ruby is my personal favorite in terms of
We know.
Oh, because of
obviously,
because
Chantel.
of the crowd control again, the cooldown is really fast, so
Yep.
there will be a lot of initiations here for Nexplay EVOS. So it's gonna be a really hard rotation here for Yawi and even for Brusco DR. They really have to find each other on those team fights. And when we say initiation, actually see the difference. For Brusco DR Zero, it's really more on the area of effect. He can set up with 3, maybe 5 if it's a good ultimate for him. But for Yawi, it is more on the single targeting. So for Echo, once there is a Divine Judgment, they really have to force that kill. They really have to secure that kill.
These are the types of gameplays that actually Echo wants. They want those type of challenges. And this is the challenge to the M4 World Champions. Can they handle the 5-on-5 team fight capability of Nexplay in this lineup?
Again, if you're looking on to how the previous match happened, this is the reverse of how Echo plays their way. This is a single target capability composition, so they need to make it work. Just as that, Boyet tries to spam the eye, but Yelly Hayes being in trouble from Sanji spams.
Sanji winning those poke trades. That's what you get if you're a Valentina.
He really has to be on the lead or on the upper hand in terms of the Valentina play. Again, speaking of, that's going to be a first blood for Sanji. Again, if we go back to the thought, again for Echo, they want to be on the upper hand in terms of this Valentina and Eve matchup because of the passive of the hero. And look at that. Sanji was actually able to take gold on the outer energy shields of Nexplay EVOS, which is a big deal because his emblem today is that magic shop. So
mystery shop,
mystery shop rather. So equipments might be faster for Sanji, and look at that IMU. That is the final slash. So he wants to go for the bloodbath. He wants that setup place.
He is level 4 already. How often do you see those types of first blood? How often do you see Yelly Hayes getting killed in the mid lane?
And to think that you guys are mentioning how Sanji is really getting a good groove on the momentum, we're talking about Valentina, the passive on how it's present, that he gains more of the magic damage. So this is an advantage also for Sanji to just roam around. But in the light of Nexplay EVOS, I believe,
okay,
Flicker in.
Flicker in plus Divine Judgment. Quick kill coming out from Echo.
We've mentioned that earlier. Once there is a Divine Judgment for the side of Echo, they really have to secure that kill. And they gave that to Yawi and the rest of the players on the top lane play. As to why they are the lead on the gold. But yeah, it's going to be pokes here for both of our teams.
NXPE looking for those counter engagements. But then again, you don't give those fake counter engagements to Echo because they will count the cooldowns of your flickers and every skill that you have in your arsenal. So really, NXPE, they need to really play their cards right.
Just true. In the mastery of heroes, they know how Echo revolves and how rotates. But looking on to the interaction, we're now looking on how Echo is going with the pokes. But aside of NXPE, we're seeing more of the rotation with Brusco, DR, and Boyet. I said this is a different game that they're playing. Do you want it more faster? But this time around, Yawi is more on aiding the gold lane of Echo.
He is aware, or Echo is aware, that they really need to have BLCK speed up in terms of the laning because Domin DR is a type of, or Domin DR's hero is really on a type of AoE.
Hook after hook here. There's your Bennett's Rage. Plus the machine gun shower coming out from Benny QD. And there is your counter go from Sanford. 5-0 in the books.
Out of nowhere, Echo's just there to have that backup damage for the rest of the players of Echo as to why they are on the lead now at 2.6k in terms of gold. Again, Sanford was there with the bravest fighter. There's a crowd control and even the Devil's Passion, Bennett's Rage rather, for the Benny QT was really on point. That it was really hard for Nexplay EVOS to sustain the damage. A cold-blooded Orca indeed.
Sanford.
With those assists.
Oh my.
Sanford of Echo looking at the progress on how this player is going. Pressure on the top lane. Have they spotted Yaoi? There's two members here could get crucial kill. Oh, almost half HP.
It seems
onto
like
Brusco.
It seems like the deadly Orca is now stalking their prey. And their prey is Nexplay EVOS. Look at this, Yaoi patiently waiting for that divine judgment to be online and to use it in a while.
Yes, and even we see the conceal, or we hear the conceal here for Yaoi, and at the same time, Nexplay EVOS is there for the defense. The good thing is that, take note of the goal lead. It is 3K for Echo, and in these moments, majority of that lead is on Benny Cutie's hands.
Yeah.
So when we say the difference in terms of the damage, it's really on Echo's side, as the Nexplay EVOS is also focusing to defend this lane.
Well, now the pressure's on the goalie of NXPE. They're forcing out the peel something out of this first-tier turret. Probably won't contest this, but Boyan DR right now, Carl Tease is freely rotating around, enjoying joy again on the camp of Nexplay EVOS.
Oh my. Echo, they're playing with NXPE's emotions right now. It seems like NXPE, they're really struggling to make something out of this Karina pick. They don't have any catch. Their only catch is Brusco.
Yep.
And all of the pressure in this game is within Brusco. He needs to get probably 2 heroes and pick them off quickly.
Well, speaking of picking off on the side of Nexplay EVOS, Yelhei's not too far from Sanji, but onto the items, more on the mana now that he could be really aggressive. Look at that, another pull.
All right.
Onto Brusco.
Oh.
It's gonna be the pokes there for the side of Echo. Still on the lead in terms of gold, and we could see actually the difference in terms of the itemization here for both of our teams, specifically on the gold lane and even middle lane. And here we go again with those conceals, just to speed up on positioning on the objectives, and we could see a 5-man Echo here on the turtle fleet. We want to see those trades from the Nexplay EVOS. They want to go for the trade, they want to go for the push, but it is an easy turtle here by Echo.
This is what we know about Echo. Sometimes don't know why they use those resources quickly. Well, that's one way of playing with the minds, as Manjin said, against Nexplay EVOS, because they're probably expecting that they were on the top lane, but not knowing, they just keep on taking objectives.
Yaoi again, getting spot out by Yellow Haze. But man, oh man, Echo is really, they're really playing mind games right now, outwitting NXPE in the macro game.
Yep, that was actually a close runner shot from Benny Cute. It's all about predicting where the players of Nexplay EVOS is going to be. But right now, it's a 5-0. Take note, guys. It is just 8 minutes, almost 8 minutes rather, in our game. It has been a lot of pressuring for Echo into this game. That Nexplay EVOS, I feel like as if they're playing on Echo's game. Like they don't do any cross-map pushes. They don't do any trades. But speaking of trades, we might see a trade with Doming DR on the top lane that is clearing a minion wave, and he has the golden staff already.
Okay, so you're now saying we still can't count out the Nexplay EVOS, but one thing is a bit of a problem here for the side of the Leon Tigers is they're more rotatingly as one, where it should be more on how they would really go with the progress of lanes, because as 8 minutes, 4K gold lead on the side of the Orcas, damage is much more a concern for Nexplay EVOS because there's really 2 or 3 heroes that you need to activate here.
They're really investing on Doming DR right now. They're spending all of that cash on Doming DR in the late game. They're not getting trades. Chantel told us earlier, if ever Echo gets a turtle, you need to make something out of that turtle trade. And NXPE, they're just waiting to respond to Echo's aggression.
Right now, they're looking for mistakes that Echo can commit. But will they, though? Because at some point, Manjin told us that the macro game is Echo is so high that it plays with the minds of Nexplay EVOS. Now, we're looking at some glimpses of hope that they would want to do. 2 members in Nexplay EVOS. Will they contest this? Is this safe?
I guess for Nexplay EVOS, it's going to be a point wherein they will just extend the Lord Dance, but give space to Doming DR, which is actually trying to push that turret on the top lane. So this is going to be a battle of attrition here from both of our teams. All of the ultimates are actually available.
Here we go, 5K health on the Lord. That's Yellow Haze with the last hit, but Yellow Haze
Benicute took him down! Just like that! There's your Lord for the side of NXPE. But I'm guessing Echo still won that war.
Who actually took that? Because right now we're seeing NXPE with the Lord push. But who won? Who won that fight?
It is a fair trade actually from both of our teams. Yes, Nexplay EVOS, they were able to take down the Lord. Again, with this Lord for the Nexplay EVOS, it means that they can have a breather. They can clear all the lanes that they want.
Yeah.
But speaking of clearing, Echo is here. Sanford is there actually to defend the Lord, and as easy as that,
But
we could see a push for Nexplay EVOS.
But is that space enough though? Is it enough for NXPE to gain something, to gain gold, to gain damage?
Okay, we're talking about space here. Macro on the control. There's a push up top for Echo. This is how they play with NXPE. Will they take the resource or will they take Echo? In terms of the damage, how about the defense build of NXPE? Will it suffice if they go around the map with Echo?
When we say, is it sufficient? It's not yet sufficient for Nexplay EVOS. Again, we look at the difference in terms of the levels in the majority of the players of Nexplay EVOS. So when we say the skill set, the innate damage that they have with the experience that they got during the game, or hero levels that they have, Echo is in the lead in terms of damage, as to why they're always pressuring the players of Nexplay EVOS. Now Nexplay EVOS, they just really have to extend that game, have that amazing blazing do it, and just extend the game.
I think we saw one game from NXPE that is actually like this also, where they want to get that comeback via the Claude damage.
Okay.
A Claude is still a Claude.
True. And we can't count that out because on the total damage, he is standing on 4, and one mistake from Echo could put him up top of the total damage. So there is still a comeback potential for Nexplay EVOS. But let's check up on the items here. We have 3 core eyes for Claude. Is this enough to have with the Blazing Duet combo?
Oh man.
That is actually a good combo already for WDR. It's really about the timings here on how Nexplay EVOS will penetrate the formation of Echo. Now, when we say itemization, look at the item of Brusco DR. Prioritization is really on the Radiant Armor because of the magic damage that Carteezy has, that Yaoi has, and even Sanji Hero has. So the next item will be Dominance as Ice. So maybe after this Dominance Ice, we could see a more aggressive Brusco DR in terms of initiation, because that is the kit, or that is the equipment he needs just to slow down Sanford and the rest of the players of Echo.
He needs to be tanky.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, the translation of Brusco in English is sturdy or
big boy.
Tanky or big boy, right?
Big boy, yeah.
So he needs the big boy energy. He needs the Naisu energy now.
Yep. We need the yeah. That's actually true.
He needs to channel
the
Papa
big
Naisu,
boy.
the big boy.
But how are they doing though? How are they doing onto the Lord Pit?
This is it. Half health on the Lord. Sanford popping those boomerangs. NXPE.
You gotta check.
Recall back. Look at Benny Cutie.
Again.
Again and again. On the top lane, getting the inhibitor tower for free. And there is your counter slash. Doming DR going 1v1 with Benny Cutie. Make the 2v1. That is the ultimate coming up from the Valentina. Sanford though, zoning out Boyet DR. Oh my, free Lord for the side of Echo.
And they're putting them back to base. 7-point K gold lead. And it's still going on onto Echo.
A lot has happened during that moment, but Yaoi's going to be the casualty. But it's so good for Echo. They got the Lord. They were able to take down Yeli's DR. And that was a massive damage from Benny Cutie.
Look at the eye of the Hurricane. Benny Cutie, the Storm, making calls, making plays once again.
You really have to be prepared if you are up against a Benny Cutie, against the Beatrix. We could see now on the map, it's going to be the Lord marching in on the top lane. Player is down for Nexplay EVOS.
Wow. With this progress of the Hurricane present of Nexplay EVOS, you would need more than an umbrella. You would need more than a big boy for this, because at this point in time, we talked about how Echo's composition is more like of the pickoff. Not for the side of NXPE. Is there still heroes being underutilized right now?
Yeah, that is true. There are heroes that are unutilized. But wait.
Divine Judgment coming in. Boyet they are falling low. 2 more normal hits. Boyet DR, he is going down for the count. And look at the damage output coming out from Echo. Too strong, my boy. Too OP. Benny Cutie with the snipe. Those machine gun showers.
Blazing Duet.
That's a Blazing Duet coming out from Doming.
Oh!
But the damage is not enough. The damage is not enough. Sanford though got baited out by Ding. Is that a crucial death though?
A misplacement skill from Sanford at that moment. A bit hard on that one. That was under the inhibitor turret. But yeah, it is probably a mistake on Echo's or Sanford's judgment. It was supposedly a kill for him. But at the same time, Nexplay EVOS, it is something that they can capitalize. Those turret dives. And Yelly Haze again, half man, half amazing. Still dictating the tempo for Nexplay EVOS' counter engagement.
Oh, look at this. On to the presence of Nexplay EVOS. Ding with that bait, with Echoes, Sanford, aggressiveness to even secure that kill. I say damage is now showing for Nexplay EVOS. On that point, he missed some blazing to on the other side, but how is this now? Is this working for the Neon Tigers to go up against Echo, slowly getting a comeback?
This is definitely working for NXPE right now. They need to survive the Divine Judgment. If they survive the combo,
then that's it.
They get all of the AoE damage burst outputs. You have the real world manipulation. You have 2 wands on your items for Yellow Haze. That is really scary right now.
Yes, that is true. Again, for Nexplay EVOS, we mentioned earlier that the marksman here being used by Doming DR is the Claude. And when we say Claude, this is the type of hero wherein you want to go for those surprise blazing duets. And majority of those damages will be hard to sustain. And knowing that it is 16 minutes with a safe Lord. Easy Lord for Echo.
We heard a concealed play from Nexplay EVOS coming from the other side of the death bush. They hesitated to approach. They had a call.
Again, another Hesi play.
Another Hesi play, right.
Man, I think that is always the difference maker in this matchup. The macro play.
Yep.
The experience from Echo.
And again, for Echoes, they are really one step ahead in terms of the positioning on other objectives. As the way it's a lot easier for them to take the Lord. Like, for example, this Lord that will march in on the top lane. And if we look at the items, actually, it's full item already for Doming DR. But the difference is that for Brusco DR, which is the only frontliner here, knowing that this is a type of lineup for them, the only item that he has is really more on the magic defense with the attributes of a Radiant Armor and even Dominance Eyes. And the next item is going to be Immortality. With the Immortality on his hand, we're expecting that sacrificial ultimate flicker, and that's it.
Okay, we're going back to the keys to victory now.
All right.
What look, wait. Somebody got pulled. The Boyet with the spams.
Flicker Divine Judgment wasted there.
The top
But
lane.
Carl Teasy pushing with the Lord. Now Echo trying to march towards the mid lane. The Lord is down. There's your snipe. Who is it going to be? Benny Cutie.
Misses. Boyet.
There's your counter go. Boyet falling low. Yellow Haze with the RMW counter. Still Carl Dizzy inside the base. Look at this. Carl Dizzy the GOAT, but they underestimated the damage of Domin DR. Carl Dizzy 46 seconds down.
And there is a concealed counterplay. Sanji and Sanford could be in trouble. Boy, they are targeting 1.
Blazing
do it on to 3. Who's going to survive? But Sanford coming from the death bush here. Now going back to retreat. Echo still safe, but that punish onto Carl Teasy.
That is Carl Teasy's overextended type of play. Actually, during that moment, that was under the first tier turret on the middle lane. Or actually, the inhibitor turret on the middle lane. Same goes with the base damage. So I gotta be like for Echo, they have to be mindful of those mistakes.
Oh my, look at the combo. Quick hands from Ben Cutie, those arsenals, but Yellow Haze with a beautiful RMW. Nice winter junction, but it's not gonna be enough for him to survive. NXPE looking to make a comeback.
Is this it? Is this it for the Neon Tigers? They got in the grip and taking down this turret. Is this the time? Is this their window?
The investment is now paying off.
It is an investment plan and at the same time growth plan, as we could see Doming DR's damage now manifesting and translating onto this game. They just needed that perfect blazing to it. They just needed that real-world manipulation. Speaking of real-world manipulation, going back to the team fight on the middle lane, or near the base rather, of Nexplay EVOS earlier, it was a nice real-world manipulation just to clear the minion wave on the mid lane inhibitor turret. But right now we could see another Lord objective, and Nexplay EVOS is on the upper hand in terms of positioning.
A Claude is a Claude, ladies and gentlemen. Brusco, half health already. Who's gonna take the Lord? This is Sanford falling low. Now the Lord will go in the hands of Boyet. And there's your blazing to it. Got that bang, 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 bang from Doming DR. He now gets Yawi. 2 heroes now for the side of Echo.
Benny!
And this is Doming.
Benny!
Cutie though in the top lane.
Boyet
now
DR.
has Nibiru, but
Oh my
he's
God!
up against Tree. And you cannot handle Tree, guys. Benny Cutie is down. 4 heroes for the side of Orcas are down. And NXPE after 20 minutes with a great comeback. Doming Nation is real.
Nexplay EVOS is saying, not today, Benny Cutie. Prevented that backdoor play, and that is Echo with a small window of coming back. Nexplay EVOS got one up against the world champs.
A misjudgment by the side of Echo on the mid lane, and at the same time, the exploitation of Nexplay EVOS. This might be an error for Echo. They might overdive, they might overextend. They are aware of those moments, and they capitalized on that as to why they won. They won that game. We all thought that it was really Echo. In fact, Echo was really on the lead on that game.
On the gold.
They won the gold. They won the early game. They were winning all of the macro trades all over the map. But one thing is for sure, you need to respect the DPS. You need to respect Dexter. You need to respect the BMI. You need to respect the half-man, half-amazing player, which is Yelly Hayes, setting up the RMW for the Claude Ultimate, for the Blazing Duet.
That is just purely chemistry and experience, gathered all, translated into pressure. How do you manage to pull that off? Yeah, we've seen some overextensions coming from Sanford, and for Carl TZ, it was too damn close. But how are they calculating these mistakes? And we were talking about how Echo could commit those mistakes. Well, hello! Nexplay EVOS just said hi to the world champs. Go ahead, Chantel, break it down. We're going to game number 3.
It's not over until it's over, as Nexplay EVOS wins against Echo during that game. Again, they have a lineup that is really on the late game. They also have a hero that is more on the tempo making. For Nexplay EVOS, they were just really patient on how to extend the team fight, and it is a good idea for them to have Doming DR to be a little patient on that game. It was 20 minutes, yes. Look at the items. After that, the defensive item went in straight to another defensive item, which is the Immortality. If you go for that Blazing Duet, it is a lot easier for you actually to go in and dive to deal damage to the players of Echo. So we've talked about the potential of Echo's lineup in the early game, having this Kaja, having the Valentina. Actually, First Blood was taken here by Sanji. But at the same time, when we say late game, it's really more on the AoE. You have the finisher hero for Boyet DR, which is, by the way, using Karina on that game. It doesn't really need to be a game wherein you will win those objectives. It's not really about you winning the laning. It's about you winning and destroying the base of the other team. Final score is 9-10, yes. Take note that, again, this is a 20-minute game. Majority of the objectives, majority of the Monster Gold has been stolen here by Echo again, because their orientation is really on the late game. We've been mentioning the early game of Echo, but at the same time, it's really how you will finish a game. 90% kill participation or team fight participation for Doming DR on that game. Imagine the damage that he dealt during that game. Rich Guy actually is Doming DR, which is 774, and also gold per minute rather is 773, which is also our smart MVP for that game. After the Demon Hunter Sword went in for the Golden Staff, went in for the Malefic Roar, he needed to penetrate those defensive items of Echo, and at the same time went straight for the Athena Shield and even the Immortality. We saw earlier that he was able to build that that Wind of Nature, but at the same time, he's fully aware that he doesn't need a Wind of Nature anymore because it is really on cooldown. He needs the Immortality, he needs those damage heroes, defensive items as well. So we could see that Nexplay EVOS, one a patient team. We've mentioned before seasons ago that they have the player Yelly Hayes, which is the most patient man. Have amazing with the leadership of Yelly Hayes, guiding Doming DR, which is our MVP of our game, Nexplay EVOS. They just waited for Echo to have those errors and capitalized on that, even on the last moments. Yes, it was Cartesia and the rest of the players of Echo that was actually overextending. We could see that already during this moment. It was the inhibitor turret of Nexplay EVOS that was destroyed on the top lane, even on the middle lane. It started with Sanford's ultimate on the middle lane inhibitor turret, even Carti. So for Nexplay EVOS, we saw the shift. We saw the shift of objectives. So they went straight for the hero lock, and they know that since this is the late game, since this is already a long game, why not prioritize on that? We actually thought that for the side of Nexplay EVOS, that is gonna be another Benny Cutie defense, heart race moment, but there are three players. They have Immortalities, and Doming DR and the rest of Nexplay EVOS squad were able to defeat Echo. Again, it doesn't really matter how you start a game, but how you will end it. But for Nexplay EVOS, they won that game, and we are heading into game number 3. I'm sure Manjin and OSX is excited for that game number 3. Right, guys?
I am just off my chair on how that last match or last clash went. How do you expect those two crucial overextensions could make everything work for Nexplay EVOS to take back a win into the later stage of the game? And we're saying that Manju's like, okay, let's bank on Doming DR on how the Claude will actually be the investment plan. Well, hey, they just really did it onto that mistake.
They've done it again. They've done it again. There's another game. I casted that in the Filipino broadcast that it's the same situation again. But this time, playoffs points matter. Playoff points count. And NXPE, they played their hearts out this time. They resisted Echo's aggression, Echo's damage outputs, and with this, they're still safe.
Yep.
They're still
This
safe.
Again, yeah, they have 2 matches left in week number 8, and how Manjin is saying that NXPE has a more ironed approach. Well, the one thing they were they're really struggling with was the hesitation. We want to put it over and over again. It's all about hesitation. It's all present for Nexplay EVOS to even counter even the world champs. All they need was like, go ahead, take that move, no hesitations in your mind, and just completely working well for this game. And who knew that into the last moment, they got a grip on how will they end that game. And they took Carl
and what's very evident during those moments is actually the map awareness at that time, because they actually shifted. The majority of the players of Nexplay EVOS during that moment was trying to defend the mid lane inhibitor turret, and they saw Cartesia that the Immortality will be popped, and then they went in straight for Cartesia, and they just went for the base lock.
Yeah. I am not sure if Cartesia thought that he was an Akai or maybe a Frenchman.
I forgot that I'm a Joy.
I don't know if he forgot that he's a Joy. But one thing is for sure, in terms of macro and overall, I think NXPE, they lack the confidence up against the M4 champs, and they're really backing towards the late game scaling of their lineup. So coming in to the next game, they need to really reset, cleanse all of the pressure,
purify themselves.
Purify themselves. And then, who knows? Maybe they can pull off another great comeback.
Again, we were talking about how keys to victory matter on the last one. Again, Nexplay EVOS took a page out of TNC on how to beat the world champions. Now, let's visit Mara Aquino. What do you have for us right now as we head into game number 3?
Ang dami namang fans dito ng Echo. Everybody, Echo loud! Oh my God, Echo loud!
Echo proud!
Oh, there you have it. At nandito naman tayo. Kasama ko dito ang buong pamilya ni Sanji. Nandito si Daddy, si Mommy, si Lola, si Tita. Ang bata niyo po ha. Very, very hip looking. Naglalaro po ba kayo ng ML? Kayo po naglalaro kayo?
Apo.
Ah, magaling po ba kayo?
Sakto lang.
Sakto lang. Narinig ko kay Mami, kayo ang nagiging coach minsan ng mga anak nyo?
Kasama ko sila maglaro sa bahay.
Kasama niyo maglaro sa bahay. So, ilan po yung kapatid ni Sanji?
Tatlo. Yung dalawang lalaki.
Tapos, lahat po sila naglalaro. Tapos, tinuturuan niyo din po sila. Kaya saan niyo po ba natuto si Sanji?
Bali, lagi kami maglalaro dati.
So, kayo po nag-introduce?
Hindi, siya yung nagturo sa akin. Sa Dota ako galing.
Siya po yung nagturo sa inyo. So, Daddy, since naiintindihan niyo po yung laro, lagi kayong natuturuan niyo rin, you always play together. How proud are you? Ano yung pakiramdam na nakikita niyo ngayon, yung anak niyo sa TV, ang galing-galing, ang dami pang fans, laging MVP?
Super proud.
Super proud. Kayo naman po, Mami. Alam niyo ba, grabe, mas dumami yung fans na nung nag-World Champ at 17 years old. World Champion. Ano pong pakiramdam nun? Lalo na, ang daming nagme-message sa'yo, for sure, di ba?
Masaya po, pero wala po kasi talaga akong alam sa ML.
Wala, pero that's nice, Mami, na kahit wala kayong alam, sumusuporta pa rin po kayo. Lola, kayo po ba? Naiintindihan niyo po ba yung laro? Yung totoo po
Medyo.
Medyo. Naglalaro na rin po ba kayo?
Hindi.
Ay, dapat maglaro. Si Tita, naglalaro din ba?
Tumigil na po. Lakas po ni Sanji.
Tumigil na. Ay, Mami, Daddy, Lola, Tita, share niyo po sa akin, nung nanalo po si Sanji ng World Championship, ano po yung mga ginawa niya para sa inyo? May niregalo po ba siya? Took you out? Ano po yung mga ginawa niya?
Wala naman siyang ginawa literal. Kasi ako lang talaga literal na may ginagawa sa bahay.
Saan? May niregalo po ba sa inyo? Ano pong ginawa? Ano pong mga binigay niya?
Yakap lang.
Yakap?
lang.
Yakap. Mommy's boy po ba siya?
Hindi naman.
Daddy's boy?
Hindi naman.
So, hindi po siya spoiled sa bahay. So, ano po yung mga sinishare niya sa inyo tungkol sa bootcamp? Hindi niyo po ba siya namimiss? Kasi lagi siyang nasa bootcamp?
Ako po talaga, namimiss ko po.
Namimiss niyo?
Araw-araw.
Lagi niyo po siya tinatawagan?
Messenger.
Pero alam niyo, si Mitch, yung nag-aalaga sa kanila, sobrang bait niya, parang mommy din, super proud. Pero nakikita niyo ba, pakita nga sa camera kung sino yung mga nasa likod dito. Hindi mo mga dating manlalaro ng Echo. Oh, ito. Nakita niyo yung laban no bias. Sa tingin niyo ba dapat si Benny nag-try mag-backdoor kanina?
Tapos sana kaso lumabas yung creeps eh.
Ayun! Eto, Mami. Tuturo na natin sa ating mga casters kasi mag-uumpisa na yung laban. Si Sanji maglalaro na. Gawin niyo po yung ginagawa ko. Sabihin niyo po, casters, pasok.
Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. Again, it's Sunday, it's a family day, and it's also Palm Sunday. But shout out to all our parents, they're supporting their kids, specifically for Sanford, who is one of the players in Echo, in the age of what, 17?
17.
And he is now a world champion, and he has a limited edition M4 cap. I saw that.
You're the merch man.
I saw
For
that.
those who don't know, guys, by the way, OSX is called the merch man.
The merch man,
Yeah.
In
OSX.
MPL.
I love M4 booth. I mean, I enjoyed it. We both enjoyed
There's
it.
gonna be a lot of merch, especially in the playoffs, right?
Wow.
Wow.
Right?
I'm excited. I'm excited, but now this is happening. Game number 3. Nexplay EVOS forced the game number 3. No matter where Echo was in the blue side into the second game, they don't care.
Yeah.
They had their winning conditions right. Right now, let's head on to the draft, and we're still seeing staple bans. What's going to change this time around? Who will they prioritize if they are Echo?
I kind of feel like for Echo, they could actually open up the Kaja already to be picked here by Nexplay EVOS because Nexplay EVOS was able to counter that with an AoE type of post fight that they have with Ruby. So in terms of late game, I don't really see a Kaja to be that big factor. If but still Kaja, why not? If it was effective on the early game, the purpose of having a Kaja in your lineup is really on the early game with those ganks, with those single targeting. We just have to make minimal errors this time, which is a good idea for Echo. So maybe still the same path in terms of drafting. Arlot could be an option here for Nexplay EVOS. Same with Valentina, but since they didn't prioritize Valentina earlier,
why not you lock in the Claude again, right?
Claude,
Go ahead, Manji.
Go ahead.
Rise your stats and prediction. Go ahead.
Right?
Claude.
So a Claude and maybe steal the Valentina this time, or maybe an Eve again for his. But yeah, there's an Arlot.
You're the half man.
Amazing. I think, Chantel, you need to change seats with Manjin right now.
Yeah, maybe I'm going to be the play.
I'm just getting lucky.
Yeah.
I'm just getting lucky.
because right now, Nexplay is not letting go of the fact that doming with the Claude is one good investment, but now Echo responds with a carry and a Valentina as well.
These are quick answers from Echo. I like it. They opted to go for the carry so that you have a late game shredder.
Yep.
Yeah.
And most of the time, way back when it was just a Claude and a carry in terms of the marksman.
Way back.
Season 2. Season 2. This
I'm
is
happy.
This is the classic, classic matchup in terms of the Gold Lane heroes, and basically the same for Nexplay EVOS in terms of drafting. They're really more confident having Yelly Hayes use this RWM or the Eve hero, so a good option for them. Why not? If it's effective, let's take it again. So we might see a ban on heroes for Carl TZ or maybe Sanford. They could ban out Lapu.
Lapu, I think, is a
they
good ban
can still
here.
ban out Joy, actually, which is still open, by the way, and it hasn't been picked.
I think if you're Carl TZ, you go Lancelot this time.
Really?
Yep. So you have that killer instinct because that's the difference between a Joy and a Lancelot. Carl TZ prefers those assassins that can kill, that can put in damage. But if you have the Joy, you only have the DPS. It's not that instant burst.
DPS, mobility, I love what you're saying here because Carl TZ is known for that Action Jackson movements, right? Having the Lancelots in his hands. Let's see how Nexplay EVOS is reading this. They ban out the Franco. Could be a possibility if they ban out the Kufra. We would see some glimpses that Carl TZ would really want to use, or will they pressure Carl TZ to use this?
Benedetta.
But right now, explain focused.
They're really focusing on which is part of their keys to victory. So there is a lot of respect for Brusco DR and Sanford's hero on this game. Again, with the type of lineup that Nexplay EVOS has, they really want those types of heroes that are on the initiation side with Franco and Kufra. So this is a nice ban for Echo. Same goes with nice ban rather for Echo, Nexplay EVOS, and this is a nice ban as well for the side of Nexplay EVOS, having to counter out those specific players that you don't really want to shine on this game. Because if you're saying that since you're for example, you're Nexplay EVOS, you don't want Sanford all over the place, giving vision to the other team. Now, if you're Echo, you don't want those confident initiations or initiations that bring confidence to your team. So you have to bring in chaos to this order of Echo. As to why they will be again picking Ruby. Basically the same.
It's the same.
It's the same thing. Right now, Echo banned out the Kufra. Will they use the Lancelot? But it's a Kai.
It's a Kai.
Okay, a Grok.
Okay. This
Three
time,
heroes still on flex.
I like the Grok pick. This is going to be on the XP side to get rid of the real-world manipulation in the late game. This is a great answer. Instead of the Lapu-Lapu, I think the Grok is better to catch that backline. And to catch a Claude, you can cancel out the Blazing Duet with this Grok. Plus, the mastery of Carl TZ again on the Akai.
Yeah.
You can now call him Akai TZ.
Akai!
Yes.
Carl TZ, maybe.
Akai TZ. Well, that's new. That's a new moniker.
I want to change my name to letter K. blends with everything. Chantel, I see you.
Koa
I
Sex.
see you with this Akai pick. But, it's still a
it's the same.
Karina.
Again,
Same lineup.
you don't really have to change it if it was effective. But the difference here is that now that you have a solid sustained heroes for Echo, it's going to be crucial for Nexplay EVOS to really hold their ground on the early game. They really have to be effective in terms of jungling. And we saw the stats earlier. Stats don't lie, guys. That the majority of the monster gold stolen was really on Echo's side. So I'm really looking forward on that counter jungle rotation of Nexplay EVOS coming into this game.
Yeah, counter jungle rotation. They answered literally the problem that they were facing up against Echo. Onto the macro game, that was the main chunk of game number 1. So I say they're answering the problems correctly. But onto the edge here. Who has a better team fighting capability? But, well, the question is, we don't need to talk about it because it doesn't matter even for game number 2. Let's head on to the game. It's game number 3. 2 teams who is willing to get their points in for the upper bracket and for the playoffs.
I mean, in terms of momentum though, it's the same set of heroes for the side of NXPE. They got the momentum. But I think it's the same pattern. Echo just changed the system. Echo just fixed adjusted some heroes that can counter the late game scaling, the late game capability of NXPE's lineup.
Yeah, but will this be a problem though? Because NXP used the same thing, and Echo could really capitalize on that, Chantel.
Well, yes, for Echo, actually, they saw the problem earlier with their prior hero composition. So why not? Let's go in for a hero or a hero composition that is good for the late game, good for the early game. We have the big boy draft this time around on our side, which could have been a strength of Nexplay EVOS.
And we were talking about Sanford's X factor for Echo. This time using this Grok. We've seen him use this. We've seen him do outplays. 1v1 outplays with this Grok. Last time, I think that was in M4. Now up against an R-Lot. Sanford with that assassin emblem also. What can he put in the table this time with this pick?
Well, right now he's putting his comfort here into a test. With this kind of capability and skill, maybe something could change.
Indeed, and with this hero, you know, it's going to be a fast clearing of a minion wave, so we might see Sanford again to be part of the team fight as early as possible. And speaking of team fight, look at that. The turtle will spawn on Sanford's side, and Sanji's gonna be at the bottom lane, so we might see Yaoi and even Sanji at level 4 with this clearing of a minion wave. Turtle is now up.
Okay, here we go.
Carl TZ on the position, getting the attention of the turtle. Meanwhile, on top, you have 2 goalies focusing on their lanes. Yaoi with pull!
Yaoi, nice divine judgment coming out from him, but Ding survives with a flicker. Who will get this turtle? Nice final slash coming out from Ding. Counter go is real, but Carl TZ secures the turtle. There's your block coming out from Sanford. Does he have the clothesline? No, he doesn't. As Sanford will back off. No casualties whatsoever.
A lot of sustain from Echo's hero. It was almost close that Yaoi is going to be the target here for Nexplay EVOS, but wait, out of bottom lane.
Oh, down bottom.
Sanford.
We've been talking about the 1v1s. Clothesline from Ford. Taking down Ding.
Talking about revenge there. Close calls. It's just Sanford getting the first wave in this core for Echo.
The power of nature together with the high and dry damage though.
How often do we see a rock that punches somebody? But yeah, it's really effective here for Echo. That's why they are on the lead. Almost 1K on this game. And Nexplay EVOS, again, we saw this earlier with this kind of lineup. They have to be mindful of the positioning here of Carl TZ and even Sanford, which are actually more on the crowd control and anti-crowd control side. But in terms of the marksman, Echo's Benny Cutie is on the lead as compared to Doming DR's Claude.
But going back to the scaling, I still feel that the AOEs from NXPE will dominate in the late game, especially if we go up until 18 minutes.
Okay, so we're talking about how ultralating can affect the lineup of Echo. So now, with the lead on their hands, they need to hold and have a great momentum to continue that, because in some point in the game, there could be a counter initiation or counter play that NXP could utilize. So you guys are saying with this, Echo needs to hold on what they have started.
Certainly. Again, for Echo, they were able to be on the lead on game number 2. It just so happened that there were errors. Now, Nexplay EVOS, they are aware of this kind of lineup that Echo has. So all they have to do is to be one step ahead in terms of positioning. Because I kind of feel like Echo is prepared for that kind of play. Look at the position of the players that we have right now.
Ding catches the divine judgment after the dash. Yaoi outplaying Ding. 4 minutes in this game. Another turtle for the side of the Orcas.
No check bush or whatsoever for Nexplay EVOS. Echo gaining control of the positioning and micro plays this time.
It's as if they're really predicting where the players of Nexplay EVOS is gonna be. And boy, at DR, he's forced, am I gonna defend this lane or am I gonna sustain the damage? Because I kind of feel like it's not gonna be that play for Echo.
Oh, okay. Still going with the pressure for if you're Echo. But on the downside, Doming and Sanford still going on.
Nice switch though coming out from NXPE. That is the respect of Doming in the top lane. He knows that it's time to do this. It's time to get more resources all throughout the map. That's why they did the switch. He wants to get that early damage boost with his items.
And so speaking of items, actually, we could see that there is the boots already for Doming DR. So the difference here for Benny QT is he went straight for the corrosion site, which, by the way, also gives movement speed and even golden staff. So it's really about attack speed. It's all about how fast they want to end this game, want to push those turrets. But it is a nice trade for Nexplay EVOS that we see Doming DR at the bottom lane poking that turret, and might be the trade, actually, for the side of Nexplay.
But they did not see Carl Teasy pinning down one.
They're baiting out Doming, but Sanford, he misses the spear. But look at the damage from the power of nature. Nice counter go coming out from NXPE. They're targeting Doming. There's your divine judgment. And look at Benny Cutie popping all those shurikens, popping the phantom steps as Echo will take 2 for 2 exchange.
Echo on the lead, but that miscalculation was so close. Now they're leading off with the next hurdle of the game.
It could have been a different trade for Echo during that moment. We could see Sanji right now just dealing damage just to force Boy DR to go for the jungle, give space for Carteasy to actually be in position on this turtle objective. And we could see actually Yelly Haze DR to push that turret on the bottom lane. So Nexplay EVOS, they have to be mindful of this position, but I feel like they will not contest this turtle objective as Sanford is also there in terms of positioning as to why Echo is on the lead, 1.6k gold.
It happened again. It happened again. 7 minutes in the game. Echo still leading by 2k. It's the same story for Echo against NXPE. Every time, they always win the first 10 minutes of the game.
And now that's how you get a grip on those mistakes. Because as we're talking about, Yelly Haze is more likely awake than ever. Because right now, the AoE and also how he controls the real manipulation. Because most of the composition of Echo is more on the dive side. So there's way of like, they're waiting for the resources to deplete. But they can counter Echo. But there was a conceal. Also NXPE, Boyet, DR, was feeling something here, but onto the rotation, Echo goes in mid.
Just for the pokes here for Echo, and we could see the respect of Brusco DR. You've mentioned earlier that the lineup of Echo is really more onto the dive. They also have the Kaja. He actually used that conceal spell rather, because he knows that there's a possibility for that divine judgment. So it's all about respect and discipline here for Nexplay EVOS. But again, we need those trades. And speaking of trades, it's gonna be Echo again with that push at the bottom lane.
Oh, look at that. We're seeing 2 members from NXP with the damage. Benecute leads the charge for Echo. Up top,
IMW popped here. As Brusco waiting to get a hook. Sanji pops the flicker to get out. Free tower coming out from NXPE. The resistance from the Tigers really paying off here.
It is. I mean, if we break things down, there's two members from NXP who's rising onto the damage. With that point, in this time of the game, you would need more armor to even suffice the team fights, because there are always ways that Brusco DR makes a good play. So at this point, they would need to either isolate one. Yawi has the skill set, Sanford has the bump, has the wall. So if they can utilize it further, they could have, or they can get NXP off guard. Look at that. Rotation. Pull on the Brusco!
RMW onto Yawi. Yawi with a slither belt. Boy flickering in, but they will miss. That is the counter coming up from Echo. But 2 to 3 heroes now falling down for NXPE. Here comes Benny Cutie wrecking havoc. Double kill from Benny. And that is a freebie lord for the side of Echo.
Recalls are online, and just how Echo utilized the mistake of Yawi turn things around.
Actually, we all thought that it was a nice setup by Nexplay EVOS, but no, it all started with a 12 charge coming in from Sanford, and then the Power of Nature, and then Benikito was just there to deal damage to the rest of players of Nexplay EVOS. Again, even look at the items, he already has the Demon Hunter sword. So the majority of the players here that has armor for an Nexplay EVOS is a viable target already for Benikute. And when we say Benikute up against Doming DR, look at the gold difference.
He's
Again,
feeling it. He's feeling the
storm.
He's feeling the storm, bro.
He's calm now, so maybe we could feel the storm later on.
This is the calm before the storm for Echo, and they felt it. They slowly getting the feel from the peel of the carry.
I can see it now, the movie poster.
I can feel it too.
Benny Cutie, the calm before the storm. This carry is doing wonders. 4-0-1, and that is the Divine Judgment. And look at Carl DZ, another great flank from this Sakai. No casualties though, as NXPE survives the attack.
It was a nice setup play by Echo, but a lot of respect for the team as well. Look at Carl Easy. We saw that heavy spin from behind, and it's surprising to see that Carl Easy is the one initiating, bringing in the food for the team. Nexplay EVOS, they have to start. They have to set their ground. They have to set their fortress. They have to defend this lord. And speaking of, they have to defend. Look at the difference. Top damage for the side of Echo is Benikute. For Nexplay EVOS, it is Yelly Haze DR. So we should see, or we could see a domination or Doming DR later on to dominate, as long as there is a nice setup play from Brusco DR.
How did Doming fall down to the bottom of that damage? I mean, there's only one member of Nexplay EVOS who has enough damage to go up against Echo. And that is Yellow Haze, sitting on ranking 3 of the total damage. With all of the progress right now, they, again, from game number 2, they're buying time. They're buying more moments to have or to invest for Doming DR to move and to take. So possibly Echo would really want to steal this game.
Yep, and for Nexplay EVOS, all they want to do is, as much as possible, force first Sanford and even Cortezy to use their ultimates, because it's a lot different for Doming DR, a lot difficult from game number 2, because there are a lot of crowd controls for Echo this time as compared to game number 2.
Number 2, yeah.
As to why, that's the reason Doming DR's damage isn't really reflecting on this game.
Oh, reflection. What is the reflection, Manjin, of NXP to go for a comeback?
They need the reflection to show. They need the reflection of the playoffs bracket, as Echo will try to pick up Boyet. Boyet will get bursted out by Benny Cutie. The truth hurts, and those are the true damage outputs from Benny Cutie. 5-0-1, 32k on this Lord. Carl Easy once again attacking the Lord. Look at the pokes coming out from Sanji though. Can NXPE, can the resilience and the resistance from Nexplay outwit Echo this time?
There's a conceal play.
This is the conceal. Yawi.
Okay, so there's no Divine Judgment during that moment.
Okay.
The conceal was just used to push back the players of Nexplay EVOS.
A full security onto Carl TZ, and there was no jungler. There was no jungle present for Nexplay EVOS. And Boyet DR was missing the fight, and this is just Echo cleaning up objectives from moment to moment.
Benny Cutie is having the time of his life right now in this game. All attack speed items.
Indeed.
The storm is coming, so NXPE better prepare.
But speaking of preparation, actually, for the side of Nexplay EVOS, you have to take note that they also have the tempo making a type of heroes. They have the Eve that could slow down Echo, but Echo right now has the Lord on the bottom lane. They would capitalize this because they actually stopped the Lord or delayed the Lord with the Guardian's Baron. Look at Carteezy skadooshing the players of Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah, that word scares me, Chantel. The skadoosh of the Kung Fu Panda, Panda Warrior Akai, and that is Carl TZ. Tower down bottom being destroyed, and San just waiting for the right target to strike. All lane equilibrium is made by Echo.
What is the next play way? What is the next play to come back?
Again, for Nexplay EVOS, the only opportunity that they could do
What's
is
next?
Maybe a final slash, and then that is the final push for them on this game. They're just awaiting that error from Echo that happened prior this game. And the Nexplay EVOS, they are fully aware that they really have to capitalize Doming DR's damage already. It's 15 minutes of our game, and this is the point we're in. When this extends, it doesn't really matter anymore the difference in terms of a gold. It's really more of the initiation.
True. Manjin called it 18 minutes for NXPE to strike back.
Yeah, 18 minutes.
And this is Echo's window to have more damage onto the defense of NXPE EVOS. But right now, there is still damage. There's still more damage and items needed. There's still hope for NXPE to come back.
They need a miracle final slash, a miracle RMW. Boyet can probably pick off Benny Cutie from behind. They need that one big play again. It's the same story. Game 1, Echo was dominant. Game 2, we can clearly say that was Echo's game for the taking. If you're the type of team that is waiting for your enemy to make errors, then that's bad news for your team. So NXPE, they need to channel every energy there is in their team. The storm is coming, guys.
Yep, and for Nexplay EVOS, we've mentioned about the hesitation, the being messy. So for Nexplay EVOS, maybe it's about time to take the risk instead of waiting for those errors, because there's a question in mind.
It's time to take the risk.
It's time to take the risk. What if Echo won't do any error, right?
Release your inhibitions.
Release the Kraken.
Yeah, Nexplay, do it. If you release the Kraken, no hesitations, everything could get messy for Echo.
It's time to do it. Time to play the game.
Oh,
Dasher
Yawi.
conceal. Yawi, who's the target? Baiting out Boyet, faking the Divine Judgment. That's the Divine Judgment. Locking down Boyet with a heavy spin. They should damage out coming up from Benny Cutie.
Sanji.
And Sanji also here. Final slash onto 2. Ding, DR, trying to outplay, but that is again another Lord coming out from Echo. One freebie hero pick off for the Orcas.
Just when we said that NXPE has to take the risk, it was like as if Echo did the risk. They went in for Boyet DR, which is the retribution holder, as to why we could see the Lord on the side of Echo. Now a 10k gold lead. It is a bit difficult for the side of Nexplay EVOS to actually defend this one in terms of clearing a minion wave. They really have to sacrifice this Blazing Duet to deal in damage on the minion wave, to deal in damage to the players, and they don't have any finisher for this game. Having Boyet DR though is alive on this game, so we could see the items already here for Echo that is almost locked.
Yeah, Doming DR
And loaded.
He is forced to pick up the Athena shield. That's why his damage will lack, but that is the counter hook. Yawi falling down, immortality popped. That immortality, can it save him? No. As NXPE holding the line, picking off the Kaja.
Those small mistakes that Echo committed in game number 2 could happen again.
Yep.
And that pickoff from Yawi, what was going through the minds of Echo there? They had the Lord on their side, and they were having second thoughts to enter the base of Nexplay EVOS.
And at that moment, actually, Yawi has the Divine Judgment. They didn't go for that initiation.
Yeah.
And this is the timer that Manjin called earlier.
It's 18 minutes already, guys.
What do we call this time?
I don't know, but 18-minute timers are crucial timers.
It is the risky time.
We can call it's the risky time.
Yeah.
We can call it the TikTok timers. Our favorite application, our favorite timers. One crucial that can give you the game.
The risky TikTok timers. The danger of Echo is now imminent and present. Who is the final slasher for Nexplay EVOS? Is the damage online? Is the defense online against Echo now?
Definitely in terms of damage, there is damage already for Nexplay EVOS. Even on the defensive item, we could see the Wind of Nature already for Dom and DR, not the same time as Athena Shield. So they really have to focus now on finding Benny Cutie. If not Benny Cutie, it could be Sanji. And speaking of Sanji, they have to be mindful of those shadow strikes again with the taunting type of a technique. So Nexplay EVOS, one good swing from Arlot and then solidify it with any crowd control from Brusco DR. That's the recipe that we've been waiting for.
This is the heart. This is the reflection now showing for the side of NXPE, showing who they are inside. This is NXPE's heart to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, the inner Mulan.
The Mulan play.
Yeah.
Since they have the Mula, they need the Mulan play.
Yes.
They have the Mulan and they have the Mula. 10-4. Hold on to your seats. There's another Lord.
If they have Yuzong, he could be Mushu, but no.
Yes.
But this is the spirit of Nexplay EVOS, the one that we're looking for, that one that we're waiting for to pop.
The spirit of the tiger.
Again.
The eye of the tiger is here, ladies and gentlemen.
And time again, we've mentioned that this is the type of lineup for Nexplay EVOS that they really have to find specific players from Echo. And when we see, when we look at the map, actually, the position of Sanji, Yao, and even Benekute has been the usual position of Echo. Every time there is a Lord objective. Wait. The Lord HP is already low, and the players of Nexplay EVOS are trying.
Are they going Hesi?
Lord is burning.
This is gonna be messy.
Oh, who's gonna make the call? Boy, the are going up close, but nobody saw Sanji and Benny.
Messi to Hesi place. There's your pull. That is Sanford being forced out, but that is Yawi with a divine judgment. Brusco being targeted. Nice lock. Gold is in the goat plus the spear combo. Combo routine is real for the Orcus. 4 heroes down, and this is Sting, the only one left, slamming him into the ground. 10-15. The reflection shattered. 12K gold lead. The Orcus will take it.
On to the base. On to the response and recalls. Echo just closed the gate for Nexplay EVOS to enter the playoffs.
What a beautiful follow-up damage with a wild charge from Sanford. It's as if I'm watching a valuable game and there was a spike from Sanford that has a immense crowd control, immense damage as well. And Echo again showing to us as to why they are the world champions. And there's a possibility for them to have another hero or more heroes rather for Sanford having the Grok on the XP lane.
This is one challenge for Nexplay EVOS, as we called it. Echo slowly closing gates. Nexplay EVOS has 2 more matches to secure their slot in the playoffs. And Echo just become a threat for this team.
This is nerve-wracking this time for Nexplay, as their chances in the playoffs, it's now going 50-50. The deadline is getting near, and they need 2 O's. They need 2 O's.
Straight, yes.
Again,
Straight for the remaining games.
Yeah, I was talking to the Coach Josh. They studied the math. They still have games, and they can get 1-1 and no more 2-1s. That's it.
Wow.
This is their final 2-1.
So everything is just needs a straight 2-0s, make or break.
And it all depends on their performance. So again, the life here of a Nexplay EVOS is going to be crucial, knowing that this is a loss for them. But at the same time, it could be an inspiration or maybe motivation as well for them to do better on the next games, knowing that this is Echo and they were able to take 1 game. But for Echo, again, Echo Express on that last team fight.
That game, Echo really had, they broke out a sweat.
Yeah.
From Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah, they bled in this game. I should say that EVOS is playing with full heart heartfelt
full
potential
potential.
from Nexplay EVOS, but they're up against a team who is hungrier to get that upper bracket slot, that first seed in the playoffs, to get the advantage. And they're the defending M4 champions.
For a reason.
All throughout game number 1, game number 2, up until the third game, it was all Echo.
Yep.
All three.
Yep.
And game number 2, it was the same situation yesterday with Smart Omega. Nexplay EVOS had it. And those window, the mistake that they made, it happened on miscalculation in that last Lord take.
And I kind of feel it for Nexplay EVOS. They have this tendency that if you are in a long game, they're just waiting for the other team to make mistakes. And it is a type of risk. Again, we've mentioned earlier, what if the other team doesn't make any mistake? Does it mean that we won't have any chance to turn things around? So I kind of feel it for Echo. They have to be on stand ground that this is how we play, this is how we start, and this is how we will end the game.
I think for NXPE, for their next few games, I think they need to study the blueprint again and master the laning stage.
Yeah.
Upgrade their mid game, because it's happening again and again. They want to force out errors for their opponents, and I think that's not the way you win games.
Yep.
Yeah. No, not up against Echo.
Yeah.
It's that hard. And if you wait for those mistakes to happen, with the pressure going on the minds of the Orcas right now, they don't want it to happen. And you can't afford to have that experimentation with the playoffs contention rising. Okay? So right now, let's call on Mara Aquino right on stage together with the Orcas on their winning interview.
Congratulations, Echo Express! Ikaw na muna ang interviewin natin kasi andito yung buong pamilya mo. Si Mami, si Daddy, si Lola, si Tita. O gusto mo muna mag-hi sa kanila?
Hi po.
Your parents are very cool, ah. Okay, you guys, ang ganda nung game 1 nyo. Game 3, especially dun sa last set nyo. Wow! Pero what happened sa game number 2? Kasi akala namin, masusweep nyo na yung kalaban, nandun na kayo sa base nila. And then, ang dami nangyari, na-flip nila. What happened there?
Siguro, ano lang, miscoms lang kami kasi mali yung siege namin doon. Tapos, hindi namin nakakalain na pababayaan nila yung Lord sa top. Tapos, yun. Ang akala namin kasi, i-dep nila yung Lord. Tapos nag-dep sila sa, sa third tower nila. Ayun, doon kami nagkamali. Kasi, dapat pala sabay na namin yung Lord.
Now, pagkatapos nun, because it was supposed to have been yours, meron ba sa inyo nung pumunta kayo sa dugout na nagsabi, guys, babawi ako sa game 3?
Si Carl po.
Si Carl. Carl, bakit?
Ano po kasi, yung joy ko po parang 4v5 yung laban kanina eh. So,
Which makes me wonder also, kasi ang dami mong available na hero na hindi naman nila binan, and first time ka namin nakita mag-joy jungle. We're wondering why.
ano po, ginagamit ko rin po kasi yun sa scrim po. Tapos okay naman siya. Kanila lang talaga kasi hari ng dep yung kalaban eh.
Now, seeing how the game went, tapos sabi mo nga babawi ka, would you have chosen Joy?
Okay lang naman po, kasi sabi po nila akin na lang para panalo na eh.
Oh, tama. Yeah, that's what you do best. Now, ito yung first game back nyo pagkatapos kayo ma-2-0 ng bottom team. You are the world champion. You guys are one of the 2 teams na pumasok agad sa playoffs. Now, anong nangyari pagkatapos nun? Anong natutunan nyo? Because definitely you came back strong.
Siguro po linis ng laro kasi lahat po ng kalaban namin sa MPL malalakas po talaga sila. So di po kami pwedeng magpakampante kahit nasa top seed po kami.
That's right. Dito na nilalabas lahat ng cards ng mga kalaban. Pero ito, alam ko si Yawi, businessman ka na. Venturing into business. Okay, kwento, tell us more about what you're doing now sa labas ng MPL.
Ayun po, pag day off, nag-stick po ako sa store ko po sa Yawi's Food Hub. Sa may Paranaque po siya sa Edison Avenue. Pupunta rin pala ako doon mamaya guys, after ng game. So, mga pupunta dyan, kita-kits.
Ano yung mga binibenta mo doon? Ikaw ba nagluluto ka?
Hindi pa po.
Hindi pa. So, okay. Pero pag nandun yung mga fans, nandun ka rin. Ang Ano yung mga binibenta mo doon?
Fries, pizza, tas mga frap po, tas mga milk tea po.
Paano ka nila mahanap sa social media?
Yun po, sa Facebook, may Facebook page po yun, Yawis Food Hub, tsaka sa IG, Yawis Food Hub. Yun po.
All right, thank you so much. Once again, congratulations, Echo. And once again, I'd like to acknowledge lahat ng mga supporters, lalo na yung parents ni Sanji. And of course, Doc Miley na palaging nandito sumusuporta para sa Echo. Now, Echo's back to their winning ways. Talagang bumawi sila after that disappointing loss kontra TNC. And now, na 2-1 nila ang kanilang kalaban. Hihimayin natin yan kasama ang ating casters. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Marian, to translate what Sanford said back there. The teams in MPL Philippines right now is so strong, and we can't be overconfident even we're on the playoff spot. That is just one humbling statement that they're looking after. Even though they're in, they are still not perfect in having that mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Everybody makes mistakes, and this team is accepting those mistakes as a blessing in all of their matches.
Carl Tizzy admitted the fact that he went in and then he cost them the game. But then again, I think that what makes you a champion, for you to adjust to every situation there is. Still, NXPE, they can make it.
Well, we still hope for the Neon Tires to bounce back, but right now, let's break things down. Chantel, take this analyst away.
Speaking of adjustment for our teams, we saw Echo actually having more heroes in terms of the vision. Again, it was a nice pick for them during that game, and they were able to shut down the possible positioning of the side of Nexplay EVOS during that game. They have to stand ground in terms of how they really play, and at the same time, how they will really rotate on that game. So we see the hero composition both for Echo and Nexplay EVOS on this game. It was a 21-minute game time. A nice stretch, by the way, by Nexplay EVOS, since they have heroes that are for the late game, having a Doming DR squad. And going back to our thought earlier that the vision has been a huge factor for this game, looking at the hero composition of Echo, we have Sanford's hero, which is the Grok. We also have Cartesi on the Kai, and even Yawi's Kaja. When we say these three heroes, or when we mention these three heroes, it is a lot easier for them to actually go on the brushes. Even Sanford's hero is a really anti-crowd control with the power of nature, and at the same time, the only hero for the Nexplay EVOS, which I believe is the potential visioner for that game, is Brusco DR. And if Brusco DR's hero, which is Ruby, is on the brushes, there's a possibility that there is going to be a divine judgment for Yawi on those moments. As to why when we said earlier that NXPE is as if playing that they're just waiting for Echo to have that to have those errors. So we could see right now in the overall team statistics of that game, Monster Gold Stolen is on the side of Echo. Same goes with all other factors in terms of damage to turret and hero damage. But when we look at the damage taken, definitely it would be leaning towards NXPE's side, because it is just Echo that is bringing in damage, dashing inside the turrets, and we could see the rotation here of Ben QT and even Cartesi on that game. By the way, Cartesi has been playing Akai very, very nice, as to why he is also our MVP of that game with a 111 KDA. It's interesting that he actually built this item, the Queen Swings. So this was on the latter part of the game. So he really wanted to sustain the damage and at the same time stay for every team fighter with the combo Queen Swings, and at the same time Sky Guardian Helmet is a deadly duo for the itemization of Cartesi. Again, the rotation here, or the play of Cartesi for all throughout the game, specifically the Akai play, even on game number 1, is just giving the support needed by his teammates, starting at 5 minutes of the game up until the 15th minute. It's all over the place. Even on the brush on the bottom lane, if you look at that, on the XP lane, there's a clear dot on the brush in between the second tier turret and the first tier turret. And it is difficult actually for the side of Nexplay EVOS during that time. It was the switch wherein Doming DR is actually on the XP lane that Manjin has mentioned earlier. So it is just the Echo that is fully aware of the potential lineup that they have. And I kind of feel like for Nexplay EVOS, the factor wherein they did not really change their hero composition is like giving more information for Echo that this is the type of play that we are gonna do. But again, this is what we've been mentioning earlier, the Cartesi play on the bottom lane. It was a bit of a miscommunication, but Echo was really fast during that time, and Sanford and Sanji, the Sansan duo, was there to bring in help for the rest of their teammates as to why it was a counter engage for Echo during that time. And this is the 9-minute Lord fight when we mentioned the nice final slash. All along I thought that Sanji was an Arlot, actually, but he was a Valentina. But because of the final slash, I'm feeling like, is he really an Arlot during that game? But yeah, for Echo, it was really more on the synchronization of skills, the prioritization of the heroes that are to be killed for every team fight, and Cortese did a great job on helping his teammates build that momentum for every team fight, and taking and soaking all the damage from Nexplay EVOS. Again, 80% kill participation. Echo with the sustainable sets. And speaking of sustainable set, that was a nice counter wild charge, by the way, for Sanford, and that brought them the win on that game. We're having that 11.7k gold lead, and Echo was just there. Echo Express just knows how to end the game. But for Nexplay EVOS, it's also kudos also to Nexplay EVOS with a nice performance that they had. And again, this is just week 7. Teams are still fighting for the slots, right, Manjin and OSX?
True.
The games will intensify
and amplify. Again, we have 2 more matches for Nexplay EVOS, and they need straight 2-0s. They need straight 2-0s, and as Chantel pointed out, how Echo is becoming more like an amplified threat to all of the teams right now. Just imagine how Sanford utilizing the Arlot, even though he's not the Arlot.
I thought he was an Arlot for a second.
He knows how to counter it, and that is a Grok.
Yes.
So going 1v1 with the Arlot. How often do you see that, right?
It's just purely experience translating and slowly getting into a veterancy period for Sanford. But looking at how these team is like slowly moving around, all of them are playmakers making every point of the game. Again, they admitted they committed mistakes. They committed that they had this miscommunication on some points, but that's how you bounce back. That's how you reset. And for Nexplay EVOS, that's what they need to do.
I feel that Nexplay, they need to give all their energy in the last few games.
All their heart.
They still have Onyx to look out for, and Omega to look out for also.
Ooh.
All eyes on these teams.
Well, having all the heat right now for Nexplay EVOS. Right now, all eyes right in for the last sim registration for Smart. It's only until April 26th. That will be the last day that your sim will live. And for after that, your sim will die. All of your things, all of your stuff that you work for, even your Mobile Legends, online payments, your ODPs, even your social media is gone, dead. Everything is just really in a snap and all gone. But right now, while there is days, go ahead and register until April 26 at smart.com.ph/simreg now. So on to the next. We have Blacklist International and RSG Slate Philippines. I'm OSX with Manjin Feldas and Chantel. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Hi guys, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. We are going back to Hawk City because on our 5th spot is Benting's Franco pick na tumalo sa Bren Esports noong day number 3. 16 minutes into the game, 10,000 ang lamang ng Bren Esports in terms of gold at mukhang makukuha na naman nila ang series na ito. Maganda ang ginagawang depensa ng Phoenix Army at naghahanap na lang talaga sila ng opening to turn this game around. Meanwhile, makita ni Benting si Pandora na umaaligid sa may purple buff. Agad siyang magpapakawala ng Iron Hook, sabay flicker pa atras, tapos Bloody Hunt para mapuwersa ang Bren Esports na makipaglaban. From that initiation alone, nakapag-snowball ang TNC hanggang sa mabaliktad nila ang laro to upset the Week 6 top seed Bren Esports and snap their 9-match winning streak.
Hoy, tawag! Nakuha nila, pero kaso nga lang si Pew doon na sa may bandang likuran, so wala rin yung follow-up, pero immortality pa, Bentix is down. Pew ang mapapatumba at siya yung magiging trade, pero penalty zone, huli ng dalawa, Super Marco with a flicker, ng minions sa may bandang itaas, pero dalawa, ngayon ang mahuhuli nila, Super Marco, sobrang low, at mapuputukan pa, Escalera, nagwawala na, at si Caltisi na lang dito, ang magsasalba, pero mukhang hindi, dahil apat pa ang natitira. TNC, matatapos na ba? At mukhang ito na nga ang katapusan ng win streak. Phoenix Army, naglalagablab na!
On our 4th spot is Super Marco with his Beatrix nung day 1 kontra sa NXPE. Almost 15 minutes in the game, lalabas ang ikalawang lord ng laro at nagbabalak ang NXPE na i-contest ito despite Bren Esports having over 10k gold lead. Sisilip si Boy TR sa Tribush pero tatapatan siya ni Super Marco, Ogwen at Flap TZ, forcing him to commit his heavy spin. Super Marco will then flicker out, raratratin niya si Boy at gamit ang Nibiru at tatakbo palayo si Boyet para tumakas. Pero Super Marco will continue to pursue. Ilalabas niya ang Renner and with the exact precision ay buburahin niya si Boyet DR sa mapa.
Backing off. Oh! Super Marco!
Sina Kyle TZFU naman ang bida for our top 3 play nung laban nila sa Day 3 versus TNC. 12 minutes in the game, makikita ng Phoenix Army si Few sa bottom lane na nagkiklear ng minion wave kaya nagbalak silang bigyan ito. Popping off conceal, pumwesto sina King Kong, Bentings at Innocent sa bush, waiting for the right timing. Pero ang di nila alam ay nagtatago rin sa kabilang bush si Kyle TZ. Kakagatin ng TNC ang pain ni Few, pero pag sasapak-sapakin sila ni Kyle TZ para mabaliktad ang kanilang ambush.
Easy, mukhang naging bait lang si Pew at saka makakuha ng kill. Innocent is down. Gawin na rin natin to kay Bentings.
Tampok sa ating second spot sina Kelra and Miko noong Day 1 laban sa RSG Philippines. 14 minutes into the game with a whole map under Omega's control. Balak na nilang ubusin ang mga natitirang inhibitor turrets ng RSG. Meanwhile, nakatago sa purple buff pit si Light and Exort preparing to flank. Popping off conceal, tatargetin nila si Kelra. Pero Miko will be there to save the day. Gamit ang Tyrant's Revenge, sabay flicker at ultimate, maliligtas niya si Kelra sa pagkakakagat at tatapusin na nila ang first game of the series laban sa Raiders.
Depensa, make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Deja vu. Back on the top spot is Benny Cutie with another backdoor play noong Day 2 laban sa Onyx Philippines. 40 minutes into the game, magaganap ang Lord Dance para sa Luminous Lord. Sinasayawan lang ni Sensui at Carl TZ ang Lord habang nag-aantayan ang dalawang kupunan sa kani-kanilang timing. Mapapagala si Kekedot sa bush sa taas ng Lord Pit at kakagatin siya dito ni Yawi ng Bloody Hunt. Bibitawan naman ni Carl ang Lord to follow up at magkakaroon ng teamfight sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan. Pero hindi makikisali si Benny sa labanan. May makikita siyang lumpon ng minion sa bottom lane at agad siyang tatakbo to seize the opportunity. Patuloy na papalaga ng Orcas ang Hedgehogs para pigilan silang umuwi to give Benny all the time he needs to end the match in a classic Echo fashion.
Napalo up at si Benny dito. And this time around, meron pang battle play pa rin Lord ay nakuha ng Echo at si Benny Cutie. Oh my G! Another backdoor play! Wow! Bawal pumikit kapag Echo ang kalaban nyo sa Lord!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Paalala lang may dalawang teams na tayo na secured na for the playoffs at palapit na ng palapit ang end ng regular season. Let us know in the comment section yung most awaited matches ninyo in the remaining 2 weeks at magkita-kita ulit tayo this Friday para sa week 7 ng ating regular season. Paalam!
Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa Blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo. Si Omay Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Hi, ako si Miko, ang roamer ng Smart Omega. At ngayon, i-breakdown natin ang nagawa kong play ng Game 1 laban sa RSG.
Movement ng Smart Omega, so may top lane sila dadaan.
May flicker si Miko. Importante makita kung saan nga ba magmumula ang setup. Pero si Natsay nasusunog na agad. Pero may umikot. Feather Desert Glycine doon sa likod. Si Kelra pala talaga yung target nila. Mukhang mapapatumba pero hindi! Kelra will stay alive! Umikot na yung RSG Slate pero hindi pa rin sila nagtagumpay at dalawa na lang dedepensa. Make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang Game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega. Yung sa play na yun, alam namin na nasa likod yung sila, gagawa sila ng play. Tapos, ang dapat gagawin namin doon ni Storm, gigit ako ng kalaban sa may inhibitor nila. Tapos,
tatapusin namin. Sa play na yan, biglang nagsalita si Kelra na nandito yung Franco. Biglang nag-change yung first kill ko, tapos tinarget ko sa tinamaan ng first kill trigger ko. Yung tinamaan ko ng first kill yung Franco, tapos nasama yung Valentina. Tapos naultihan ko silang dalawa. Sabi ko kay Kelra, buhay ka dito, buhay ka. So, ayun, naipanalo pa namin yung clash kahit almost 1 HP na lang si Kelra. Pagkatapos ng play na yun, makikita nyo dun sa video na papunta pa lang kami sa may last na tower ng kalaban. Pinapa-relax ko sila, pinapakalma ko kasi ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa Onyx na sobrang hype namin, baka ma-one way kami, ma-dep pa ng kalaban. Siguro yung pinaka-challenge nun, what if sumablay yung first kill flicker ko, tapos mamatay si Kelra. Tapos baka dun sakaling makagawa ng comeback potential yung RS. Siguro yung game 1 po sobrang aggressive namin. Ayun po yung namin. Kasi lalo na naka-pranko lang po si Light. Aggressive po kami. Kaya mo siyang i-vision ng hindi ka mababawasan kasi hook and second skill lang naman yung Madali siyang paalisin sa bush. Lalo na sa early game, walang gaanong kakonect yung pranko. Walang burst gaano. Parang sa draft, lalo na yun sa game 3. Expect namin na tinalo kami ng game 2 ng Lance. So si Coach Eto Max, gumawa na siya ng play na pag inopen yung Lance, ipipick na kalaban. Tapos kukuha na agad kami ng lalamang sa kanila. Sa Arlot Lance kasi, di ba, yung sa bawat may sumisisi, may nagkakaparang second skill si Arlot. So sa turtle fight, malakas kami masyado. Kasi yung Ferdwin, puro siya CC. Tapos yung Arlot, second skill lang siya ng second skill. Tapos may pang-lockdown kami sa Lance, which is yung Kadja. So hindi gaano makakontest si H2. Siguro po kasi sobrang laki nung lamang ng Cobra sa lalo na buff siya. Parang may buff siya na yung first skill niya po, hindi naririnig sa bush yun. Ayun po yung kailangan po muna hanapin ng kalaban yung Cobra. Tapos kapag di nila nahanap, hindi mo na naririnig, malayo pa yung vision, malayo pa yung range ng first skill pati trigger. Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana magtuloy-tuloy na. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa Blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omay Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po nananalo sa kanila. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, salamat sa suporta, salamat sa pag-boost ng confidence ko nung down na down ako. Yung message ko po sa fans, salamat kasi lagi niyo pong pinapalakas yung loob ko. Tapos matalo manalo, lagi po kayo nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos sa mga coaches po na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, sa manager po namin, sa lahat po, sa mga boss po namin, yan. Salamat po dahil nagtitiwala po kayo sa amin.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-planer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzy. Kasi ito siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXP 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta, pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brand ng malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masishare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hi guys, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. We are going back to Hawk City because on our 5th spot is Bentings Franco Pick na tumalo sa Bren Esports noong day number 3. 16 minutes into the game, 10,000 ang lamang ng Bren Esports in terms of gold at mukhang makukuha na naman nila ang series na ito. Maganda ang ginagawang depensa ng Phoenix Army at naghahanap na lang talaga sila ng opening to turn this game around. Meanwhile, makita ni Bentings si Pandora na umaaligid sa may purple buff. Agad siyang magpapakawala ng Iron Hook, sabay flicker pa atras, tapos bloody hunt para mapuwersa ang Bren Esports na makipaglaban. From that initiation alone, nakapag-snowball ang TNC hanggang sa mabaliktad nila ang laro to upset the Week 6 top seed Bren Esports and snap their 9-match winning streak.
Hoy, tawag! Nakuha nila, pero kaso nga lang si Few, doon na sa may bandang likuran. So wala rin yung follow-up, pero immortality pa, Bentings is down. Few ang mapapatumba at siya ay magiging trade. Pero penalty zone.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Good evening, everybody! You're about to witness the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world in action. This is MPL Philippines Season 11. Bukod sa pagpalag, sa hamong itaas ang lakas, napaka-importante ng season na to sa bawat kupunan ng ating liga dahil dito nakasalalay ang pagkakataon para maging pambato ng Pilipinas sa upcoming MSC. And this is especially true for Wise and H2O. These junglers carry on their backs the fate of their team in regards to representing the country in the upcoming international tournament. For the King of the Jungle, it's to complete their list and get the only title missing under their belt. For the new King Slayer, it's to defend their title as the Kings of Southeast Asia. Agents! Raiders! This is Blacklist International versus RSG Slate Philippines. Let's get it on. Casters, pasok.
One team has a championship title to defend and one team has a missing title to acquire. In this match, it's up to H2 and Wise to strengthen their faith of their team to land in MSC 2023. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is OSX. I'm still with Manjin Faldas and Chantel Hernandez in the English desk. Second time around, and we're back in the game. It's Blacklist International versus RSG Slate Philippines.
I should say one of the underrated matchup in the MPL season, the Raiders versus the Agents.
True, and as we enjoy the energy, enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.com.ph, switch to Smart to know more. Now, going back on the thought here, we're brewing up the energy. Blacklist International RSG State Philippines. Back in half of the season, RSG 2-0'd Blacklist International.
Oh, that was quite a game to look back to, especially the one player who really carried that game for me was the Lolita of Light.
Yes.
That one trending flank play from Light proves that he's probably one of the best tanks right now.
Truly Light, Dylan of RSG Slate is one of the players that people are looking up to right now as we nominate the next Hall of Legends inductee. Use this by using the hashtag Lakas ng Pinas and hashtag MPL Hall of Legends and MPL Philippines in your post. Just simply follow the nomination mechanics found on the official MPL Philippines Facebook page, and one chosen nominee will be inducted in the upcoming playoffs. And as we talk about that one player that Manjin mentioned, that was Light. How about for Blacklist? Is there something new here? We have a new code to watch out for.
Well, actually, for Blacklist International, again, they've changed and recoded their code, and this time around is really more on the most aggressive side of them. We don't really see those sustained heroes anymore. They're really leaning towards that aggressive side. Make it black more black than the black code before.
Well, from before and after, one thing is for certain here. Black and RSG's MSC trip rests on Wise and H2O's shoulders. MSC 2023 is just around the corner, and going to Cambodia, it's all up to Wise and H2O this time.
This season is very relevant for Wise because he only needs one more championship to be a Grand Slam champion.
True.
And that is the MSC title. While for the meantime, you also have H2O who is filling the shoes of the Demon Kite. People in the Filipino stream are now calling him the Demon Koi because of him channeling that inner demon that Demon Kite has.
True.
And with that pressure, I think it really affects the play style of H2O.
And aside from the pressure that they really need this for their team, again, there's a lot of comparison on how they really play. So it's not really just about for the team, but also to prove themselves to the doubters as how they really play as the junglers. Again, it has been a story here, or it has been a trend here in the MPL that who is the better jungler? Who's the better jungler? Who's gonna be the better
matchup.
But we've tagged Wise as the king of the jungle, and just like Manjin mentioned, that this is the only international title that they didn't get to secure yet.
Yeah, 2 cores that plays the Fredrin very well, I should say. But I think the main difference is H2O has these tools to use the assassins. Like for example, the Hayabusa, the Tanksilot. Meanwhile, there's a unique talent pool, hero pool, I mean, for the side of Wise. We've seen him utilize the Alice and maybe the Barats as well.
Valentina
also.
Back in Season 10. So we are looking at the huge hero pool of these two heroes to actually be used in this game. Because considering how close they're in on the standings right now, this matchup could propel their chances in securing an upper bracket spot in the playoffs. Again, Blacklist International is already playoff secured, while RSG is not yet there.
And once you've already secured your playoff spot, you really want to secure those wins prior the playoffs, because it's building the momentum. So when you set the momentum prior playoffs, it's just like you're announcing to everyone that we're prepared for it. You're a threat, and you really have to prepare for us.
And then after that, you will be ready. You will really study each game. I should say that I need to double check the standings, because if I'm not mistaken, RSG only needs 1 or 2 points, and then they can secure the playoffs. If I'm not mistaken, Omega, NXPE, and Onyx can still clinch RSG's standing. So with this, RSG, they're really pressured here. They're not yet posting anything. We need to double check. But one thing is for sure, they need to win.
I agree with you.
They need to win.
They need to win because right now, in MPL Philippines Season 11, nobody and no team is safe yet. Yesterday, Onyx Philippines 2-0'd RSG Slate Philippines. And Coach Panda admitted that they're having a hard time, and this is one of the challenging matches that they're going through.
I think one thing to consider is that the patch update really affected the wave of the meta for all of the teams, especially that we came in post M4 last month, and now with the recent patch, the recent reset, especially in the ranks. We've seen Assassins going back. We've seen the Arlot also coming in to every pick that there is.
Yes, that is actually true.
Yeah, and as we deal with the metas right now and these two teams can really go for, let's call in our backstage reporter, Sona. What do you have for us today for this match?
Maraming salamat, casters. It has been one amazing match na nakita ka na natin kanina for the very first series. And especially now na nandito tayo ngayon sa MPL fan wall kung saan nagpapaabot ng mga warm or heartwarming messages ang ating mga fans sa kanilang mga paboritong teams. You can definitely see na nandito yung picture ng Echo, nandun yung sa Omega. There's also a lot of support para sa, of course, sa Onyx Philippines din. Actually, nandito, meron banda dito, Bentings and patuloy na sumusuporta para sa TNC. But there's actually 2 notes that really captured my eye, especially now when I was actually looking at the fan wall. Ito yung dalawang notes dito banda. H2O best score, and si Wise also along with V over there, which are junglers na nanggaling sa Blacklist International and RSG Slate Philippines. And coincidentally, dahil magkatabi silang dalawa, sila rin ang maglalaban for today. So, now that this is gonna be the final series and we are already reaching week 7 ng ating playoffs, there's gonna be a lot of possible scenarios na posibleng mangyari para sa dalawang kupunan na ito. So, I kinda need a whiteboard para mag-calculate ng magiging posibleng run ng takbong ito. So, JR, okay lang ba na makakuha ko yung whiteboard? Kasi medyo mahirapan talaga ako eh. Salamat. Okay, thank you. Okay, going back to my recent statement. Now, if this is actually gonna be the case now, if RSG gets the win, currently, ang standings natin ngayon ay Blacklist International is currently seated at 3rd place with 20 points. And RSG Slate Philippines are sitting at 4th place with 18 points. So, this is gonna be the case here, right? If RSG gets the victory, Bren will be securing their upper bracket spot, tapos RSG will also be securing their playoff spot. So this is a win-win para sa side ng RSG, and they will also give an opportunity para sa Bren para makuha nila yung upper bracket. Meanwhile, if Blacklist International gets the victory here, it's gonna be the case of them still having a contestation para sa upper bracket. Wait lang, nauubusan na ng tinta yung aking pen. But it's fine, kasi they're still gonna be in the running para sa upper bracket. Pero merong mga cases na hindi na nakasalalay sa kanila yung victory nila in terms of getting the wins for other teams, kung sakali na matalo yung ibang mga teams, and kailangan and importante yon para sa kanila. So again, for the side of RSG Slate Philippines, what they need to do is to gather the victory. Diba? May nagpaabot na naman. And finally, Bren will secure their upper bracket spot kung sakali na manalo ang RSG Slate Philippines sa laban na to. And they will also secure their playoff spot. At this time, if Blacklist actually wins, they will separate themselves a little further from RSG in terms of points, because again, Blacklist International is currently seated at 3rd place with 20 points. So any series win will really be huge for them to not only have a chance to secure their upper bracket spot, but to also separate RSG Slate Philippines from getting a chance of having an upper bracket spot of their own. So, it appears, naintindihan nyo na siguro, kasi ako medyo naintindihan ko na rin. Malaking tulong yung pagkakaroon ng whiteboard coming forward for the rest of the members of these two series. So, malaki, high stakes talaga itong laban na ito, given that there is simply a lot to cover for these two teams. Blacklist International currently seated at 3rd, very comfortable, already securing their playoff spot. Meanwhile, RSG Slate Philippines, they've been in this situation before. They've swept Blacklist International 2-0 sa kanilang unang paghaharap. And the question is, can they do it again, but this time secure themselves for a playoff spot? Malalaman natin yan as Blacklist International, the Agents, faces RSG Slate Philippines, the Raiders. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Shona, for that refresher onto the points heading into the playoff. This matters now because at this point, I am seeing this is much more on the heavier side with RSG Slate Philippines. As we saw in their performance, there was a dip. There was a dip in RSG's performance, and Coach Panda is not happy about it. And right now, the points is really on the table for the stakes.
What I really observed with RSG, there was a time wherein they were really strong. There was a week that they were really strong, and at the same time, there was a week as if it's not RSG that is playing. So I kind of feel like for RSG, they really need to step up in terms of how they really focus on the game, or more on the mental fortitude, and at the same time, their emotional stability for this game.
To back up that point that Chantel said, I think that one thing that they need to improve on is to calculate if the game is endable already. Endable is not a word, but it's a term here in the Philippines where you would want to end the game. And RSG, looking back at their games, there's some miscalculations to ending and really finishing the job, finishing the game. on their side.
It's all about closing the game for RSG because at some points there we're seeing a bit of overcommitments and mistakes that RSG make because at some point they have the ball on their hand, and at this point they can't afford to make mistakes. They can't afford to experiment. But up against Blacklist International, they need to have a better book to make the fundamentals work. Right now, let's call on stage Blacklist International and RSG Slate Philippines.
No adversity will stop them from their road to victory. Their revenge against the Raiders is the latest update to the code. Agents, make some noise for Blacklist International! Rest and Ascent is the name of their game. The Kings of C are geared up to take back a series win and to defend their title. Raiders, raise your banners. It's RSG Slate Philippines! It's Coach Panda and Coach Master the Basics. It's Blacklist International versus RSG Slate Philippines. Who is going to take back this win?
Up and ready, energized as always, Blacklist International. Still with Al and Yue. Look at this, total games of 5, but this is one shining code to be looked out for.
And finally, they fixed their system after the first half of the regular season, or maybe I should say after week number 6 with this lineup. I can therefore say that this team can actually clinch the upper bracket if they keep their momentum. A lot of teams have already decoded the Blacklist International. You have Bren Esports, you have Echo, but these guys, they never give up, still recoding their way up until the upper bracket.
Recode and reprogram is the game of Blacklist International. But now we still have RSG Slate, an MSC Championship form. How is this looking for the code?
Actually, for the side of RSG, with this RSG Slate Philippines, with this type of lineup, they are on the rebuilding stage, yes. But we could see the full potential. Actually, we saw that on the early weeks of MPL Season 11, and we're just really looking forward on a solidified performance from these players. And we could actually see on the kill participation, the storyline, and even the play style of RSG Slate Philippines. Kill participation is really tight. It goes to show that they really want that type of play wherein they are really together. And look at that, looking at the ranks 3rd and versus 4th.
So close.
For this tournament.
Balanced stats right here that we're seeing from the Raiders. and the agents. But I should say, the Raiders already had decoded these guys. If I'm not mistaken, that was a 2-0.
Yes.
Last time that they met with the specific lineup. I'm really excited for the gold lane matchup right now. Eman, Beatrix, Claude, and then you have a carry main for the side of Blacklist International onto Owl.
Amazing debut performance from the swap from Blacklist International, but now kill participation is one rising on the stats and his team head-to-head. On the other hand, it's more like a team fighting capability, what they always do. You have the Ube, and they have their chances of amping it up.
Yep, and we saw earlier that it was a 45%, if I'm not mistaken, for the turtle objective for Blacklist International, and then 60 for the Lord team fight participation. It goes to show that when it comes to late game, the decision-making of Blacklist International is really intact. So it's something that RSG should be prepared for on this game, because I am expecting this to be a really long game, because you have junglers that are more on the sustained type of junglers, the Fredrins and such.
Yeah, long game it is, because right now the fate of MSC 2023 lies on the junglers of these two teams. Now let's call on our analysts to break down our keys to victory.
Definitely magiging masaya ang bakbakan between Blacklist and RSG Slate Philippines na for them to win. Ito ang kailangan nilang gawin. Ito ang ating keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix now for Blacklist International. Prepare for H2's Assassin Heroes. Again, nabulag sila nung first time sila nag-meet kasi hindi in-expect ng Blacklist International na biglang magda-diversify ang RSG Slate Philippines nung pumik sila ng Assassin Hero for H2. And definitely comfort to for the player. Kaya ito yung kailangan nilang ingatan kasi you don't want RSG to be getting some form of momentum pagdating ng early game dahil nagtatranslate din yan sa fundamental approach or fundamental approach ng mga Raiders. Now, for RSG naman, hack a different Black player. Maybe this time they can target either si Wise or si Edward kasi talaga nakikita natin na parang hindi na effective yung pag-target nila kay Oh My Venus. The Queen herself has showed that there is another variant that is to be expected from Blacklist International, and yan yung Florin pick na lumalabas mula sa mga agents. So hindi na pwedeng hack a Venus lang ang strategy dahil mukhang kulang ang mga ban. So maybe target a different player this time around for RSG. Now, for both sides, eyes on the prize or pay the price. Very crucial to kasi very important for them to just laser focus at those objectives kasi kapag hindi, baka yung kabilang kupunan yung kumuha dahil alam naman natin itong dalawang team na to, very fundamental ang approach, very systematic. Kapag nawala ka sa sight ng goals mo, ay baka yun ang maging dahilan para matalo ka sa mga objective battles and end up losing the game and the series. Yan ang mainit na laban between Blacklist and RSG. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. And to break down those keys to victory, one thing that stood my eyes, of course, is eyes on the prize or pay for the prize. Again, this is the MSC title that one is missing in the trophy shelves of Blacklist International. On the other hand, we have RSG Slate Philippines, who is still going to defend their own title.
They want to make it to the playoffs. They want to make it to the top two. It's the road to the MSC. I think, considering the bullet points of those keys to victory, at number one, Blacklist International, I think, is ready for those assassin heroes coming from H2O. But looking at the team entrance of RSG, it seems like H2O has prepared for the utilities. Look at that. Fredrin versus Fredrin.
Again, that is the matchup that we've been looking forward. A lot of this. And looking at the other hero that after the graphics flipped, after the Fredrin, there is the Alice and even the Lancelot. Again, we're leaving the era of this heart thing with the player head-to-head. And we've been seeing this a lot. But yeah, seeing this a lot as well is the difference in terms of the KDAs for this both of our players. But it's typically the same. Just a 0.1 difference for both of our players, and it's really more on the support and even the initiation. And even on the team fight participation. Okay, everything's so loud right now.
Crowd is really wild.
The crowd is hyped up, pumped up for this game. I should say that it's really refreshing to see Wise and H2O. If I'm not mistaken, they are former teammates. In the early days of MPL, back in Season 3, they were playing in the amateur leagues. And then it was just Wise, Venus, together with Dlar, who came together.
And Iaknu, actually.
And Iaknu, who came together and went in Season 4. And then H2O grind his...
Make his way to the top.
Made his way to the top. in Season 6.
Yeah, that's true. These two players have deep, long history. Championship genes running through their veins. And to go back on the match history of RSG and Blacklist, on that match, RSG to the code, and that was with H-Show's game with the Hayabusa.
This is the reason as to why Blacklist part of their keys to victory is to actually be prepared for those assassin heroes. Again, there's a possibility to see the Hayabi again for the side of RSG, and at the same time, we might see a difference in terms of how RSG will really draft. Remember, Hack a different Blacklist player. Hack a different.
I think
anyone,
I
but
think,
not V.
I think the only difference that we've seen in the recent matches for Blacklist International is finally they are picking up the Florin for the Queen, Oh My Venus, who is making it work. In terms of history, when the Florin came in the game, we all thought, oh, Venus will use this. Venus, this is his hero.
Yeah.
This is made for him. But then again, for so many seasons, we did not see it. But now is the time. The Queen making the Florin work.
I hear you. Back in Season 9 and 10, we were hoping for her or for him to actually use this hero. Now we're seeing it in our eyes. Amazing performance by the Queen. And now for this draft, Blacklist International is still playing with their winning side onto the blue side. They want that priority pick. They want to have this gamble up against Coach Panda's next two picks.
Knowing that Blacklist International actually banned Kaja Franco and Lancelot, these are specific ban heroes against Light, and even with the rise of Tankselot lately. And I'm really surprised that for RSG, they banned the Digi that early. But we know this is Blacklist International they're up against. So they have the option to actually ban Joy since it is a hero for Edward. But yes, it's going to be Joy. They don't want to really hear that drum beat from this Joy.
It seems like Team RSG is targeting Edward. Awesome performance, legendary performance from Edward from the recent matches.
Amazing.
That's why people are considering him to be one of the Hall of Legends nominee right now, right?
And it's true, and all of the pro players agree that he came a long way. We call him Agent Zero, we call him Edward Balboa, but one thing is true here is the consistency of this player. Edward, now, since you guys both mentioned, at the head-to-head, Fredrin was the hero of choice, and Wise has it first.
Still the same for Blacklist International if it's effective for their lineup, and majority of the wins of Blacklist International actually with the Fredrin pick. I was actually expecting to see an Arlot to be prioritized for the side of Blacklist International, but now that we've mentioned Arlot, knowing RSG, they have Nats. It's either they go in for a type of XP laner that is really more on the sustain to be in par in terms of a team fight prowess. Arlot or maybe hero for Exhort. Arlot or Claude? Arlot or maybe Valentina here?
Oh. You know what? Last time that these both teams fought, I heard the comms backstage. And I heard that RSG is willing to give away the Arlot. They have an answer. But this time, like Chantel told us, RSG stole the Arlot away, and there you go. The signature hero from the last time they went toe-to-toe. Light Lolita is in the building.
I call him the Halloween surprise spooky light because of the skin of Lolita, but because of the positioning of this amazing player in his amazing performance. That shook the world of Blacklist International's formation.
Again, for RSG, they're giving Blacklist International the option to take Faramis because they already have Lolita, and there's a chance for them actually to ban out the other heroes. Haka V again, they just went misway with this 1-1 and Joy, but this time it's going to be Glue and Valentina here for the side of Blacklist International, really more on the control and at the same time counter initiation, and this is a UA specialty hero.
A UA specialty. Now you can actually consider the Claude. If you are RSG, one thing to consider up against Blacklist International, they always lose some of their games. There's a high chance that they lose to those AoE damage type heroes. They lost to the Joy and they lost to the Claude. The first time that they were decoded was back in Season 7 up against Brand Esports, and that is the Claude. But speaking of AoEs, there you go. It's time for the Exhort Special.
The Kadita.
All right.
The Kadita.
They lost to this also.
During
In
the big-
IESF.
Yes,
Yes.
And at the same time for RSG, I really like that Manjin mentioned that this is an Exhort specialty. Remember the times when Kadita is not really a part of the prioritization in terms of pause for heroes. It is, and it has been played by Exhort, and it was Exhort that actually one of those that introduced the potential of this hero. And interestingly enough, for RSG, we've mentioned earlier that since they picked this Lolita, they could give in the Faramis. But since they have the Kadita, you don't really want to use that rough waves and have the Cult Altar answer that. So that's a nice option, nice route for Blacklist International. And right now, Blacklist International going on those heroes that are specifically for H2. So we might expect the final ban to be Hayabusa here for Blacklist International.
So you're telling us, Chantel, that RSG might go for the 4th pick Hayabusa because it seems like they're trapping out H2.
Yeah. And at this point, he was massive on his performance with the Hayabusa, and there's no surprise that they're trailing on this decision. With their last ban, they take out the Roamer, the Faramis. Who will they take out this time? It's the Marksman for Owl.
Okay, so they did not went for the Claude.
Yeah, interesting point for Manjin, because for RSG, they have the option to actually take the Claude since they have Lolita on their lineup. It's the natural counter for the Claude hero. But anyway, for Blacklist International, since I feel like I'm in a multiverse with Lexi on this, with manager Lexi on the screen. But yeah, going back to our thought, Blacklist International, we mentioned earlier, there's a possibility for the Hayabi on RSG side. So this is a good option for them to ban out, but it's going to be Melissa.
Okay.
So interestingly, for Blacklist and even for RSG, it's as if singling out a specific hero that they don't really want to be part of the lineup. But to mention carry, later high DPS, perfect for the sustain time. Wow, Estes, as we see.
There's the Queen. There's the Queen.
The pick.
Do you go for the Brody now if you're Owl? I think Brody will make sense here. For the side of Blacklist International, it has good range up against the Lolita and up against Arlot also. It can reach the Arlot, especially if he pops the ultimate.
Oh, that's really a mayhem that they need to even evade, because right now, Blacklist is going almost full Ube. It is a bit of a close call for RSG. So they have the carry. They still don't have a jungler yet, but this time around, Blacklist will secure their composition.
It's going to be Brody, I believe.
Whoa,
yeah, it's a Brody.
Yes.
Yeah, Brody, it's a good option for Blacklist International. Again, there's
huge damage.
This skill set. Yep, and skill set for the Brody that could actually counter the Kadita. Once he sees the Kadita, he could go in for that second skill and bring in those stacks and deal damage against the players of RSG.
And I think the Brody is a great kit to answer Lolita's utility, because you have the second skill plus the stacks. You only need the stacks if you are the Brody. So I think the story of the game is they will protect Owl this time and give Owl the time of his life to snowball. It's the usual vintage Blacklist International Estes lineup. This time against a hybrid mobile RSG.
Oh, wow. And to put things on the table, Blacklist would need to activate Owl faster to go further with the games, because right now they're going hybrid, as Majid mentioned. The last pick of the Martis is one thing that we're looking for, is this knock-up for being also a utility jungler in the hands of H2 could give ahead of way to go toe-to-toe with Wise.
Again, for the hero composition of for both of our teams, there's a lot of difference. For the side of Blacklist International, they want to go for the stain. For the side of RSG, they want to go for those instant bursts with the Kadita. They really have to capitalize the skill set that Kadita has, because if not, the sustain might not be an easy target for them.
Yeah. Right after Season 9, it has always been a classic for the Raiders up against the Agents. And now we're seeing the same system once again for Blacklist International. It is the bestest Estes. It is the bestest right now that we're seeing.
The bestest form present in Blacklist International. Let's see how they go. Coming from a loss, RSG Slate Philippines would need to bounce back, and this would be the time to do it.
And speaking of bouncing back, looking at the bounce back spells for Blacklist International whenever there is going to be a setup play from Light.
Yeah.
3 Purifies for Blacklist International. It would be difficult for a Light to actually specify a player in terms of team fights. I kind of feel like for RSG, they really need to force this Purifies to be used prior any team fight or any positioning that they want to focus on.
They reviewed the VOD. They reviewed the replay. It was Light who really victimizing us with all of those Lolita sets. And now they're ready. You can now call this the Shurifies if you want for Blacklist International, just for them to not be caught by the Lolita Numinum Blast.
Yeah, that is true, because in the match of RSG and Blacklist, in the first wave of the regular season, he had good angles. It was one of the things that Blacklist was looking for, breaking the code, ranking first in hero damage per minute with 11,447. Now, going back to the thought that this is a threat right now for Blacklist, but as Manjin mentioned, they need to have more layers of security this time up against a Lolita. Back in Season 10, Light did it, and now would this be the same mistake that Blacklist can commit? Let's find out.
This is the face-off for H2O and Wise. Here comes Nats with the slash. That is going to be Edward with a split. Will he target Nats though? No. As Edward will just use this to zone. That's Oh My Venus holding Edward.
That is not level 4.
Who's gonna get this turtle? There's your Numinum Blast onto 4. Purify's coming in, but those are the splashes. Welcome to Splash Island, says Exort. RSG with the surprise take of the turtle.
Light surprise gets Blacklist off guard onto the first objective take. Totally going on to that objective. What's so unconditioned for Blacklist to fight back?
And at that moment, they also have the Purify, but wait, the Purify is not finished.
It ain't over. Light raising his shield. But can Blacklist get the revenge kill though? H2O trying his best to dash in. But here comes Exort. He wants to get the rough waves once again, but the rough waves is still on cooldown. Nice heal coming up from Oh My Venus. There's your rough waves, but the split is there. And there you have it. Slam going back as Edward and Blacklist will take the retaliation play.
And that was the moment that RSG Slate Philippines overstayed their welcome.
A trade after a trade for RSG and even Blacklist International. Yes, it was a nice call for Blacklist International. Look at that, in an instant, there's a gold swing. It was around 500, yes, for the gold lead of RSG, but because of those skills that Blacklist really pushed, it is now at 246. Now, looking at the gold difference in terms of the marksman, we have a lead on Owl's side, and we have to commend the Shadow Strike actually from Yui during that moment. It was a nice call because at that moment we saw Exort for the rough waves, but because of the counter, there was misplacement of that ultimate from Exort at that time. Whoa!
Exort with a Petrify combo plus the rough waves manages to get one.
This is the problem now, a rising problem for Blacklist International. How Exort rotates right now in the company of H2O. This is purely pressure onto the lanes of Blacklist International that they need to activate from mid-game. So this is one problem that they need to address.
Yep, and at the same time, look at the emblem of Exort. That is really for the early game, so he really wants to deal in a damage, burst those heroes from Blacklist International. It's going to be difficult though for Exort once there is enough sustain from Oh My Venus' hero. And we yet another half turtle objective. Take note that the Purify spells for Blacklist is now activated.
Oh my, you don't do that to us, says RSG, as Edward falls down. Another Numinum Blast, but Light will not make it once again. There's your reset on the turtle. Wise and Yue trying to protect this turtle. As Oh My Venus will hold the hand of... He's holding the hands of Wise. Is Wise poking in. There's Nats with the slash. Yue with the poke. H2O still going for this turtle. Oh My Venus though with the heals. Light with his own, but Wise stealing that retribution. Nats will flicker out. Blacklist International with a very patient play.
Conceal was used. Exhort.
Oh no.
Will be receiving the punish of Yue. And RSG out of position, and Blacklist secures that objective.
An objective after another kill for Blacklist International. There's a gold swing at 540 gold lead for Blacklist. Again, they just waited for the perfect timing to use the blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Yep.
And then went straight for a possible kill. I actually thought that it was going to be a burst for UA, but going back to our thought, again, Blacklist International, the sustain is there for them. And I kind of feel like for RSG, if there's a possibility for H2 to go in for the decimate, they really have to target the queen, the center of the healing of the Ube strategy.
It is again. That,
Whoa!
Oh my. And we talked about the damage output and the range. Let's talk about range. Owl with a great pick off.
The damage is just there for Owl, and look at the support and even the vision that Oh My Venus actually does for this guy. And take note of the position, by the way, of Exord, one patient man.
Exort.
Someone has to
He's been waiting.
Look at that.
Owl saw him.
He's been waiting.
Owl saw him. There's your immersion coming in. But Owl catches the waves. Exort though. Nice play coming out from this guy.
Most patient man. The award goes to Exhort. How he manages to have and hold his position without being detected up against Blacklist is one factor that they need to look out. So look at this. Pressure from Oh My Venus and Wise. Now, RSG would need to take care of their defense.
Action never stops, bro, in this game.
A lot has been happening, actually. When that was happening on the middle lane, there was also a possible push for the side of RSG on the top lane. No, there was actually Emin at the bottom lane that pushed through on that lane, and the Turtle is now up for both of our teams. It is still 100 lead for our players, and we're looking forward on those setups with UA actually using that IMU on the Dominant Blast, but here it goes.
Both teams knocking each other off in this turtle pit. Yue is here. He has the Lolita ultimate for that counter go, as Edward will try to box out again two of the heroes for the side of RSG. There's your split. Edward, Agent Zero coming in. Slam out. That's your free turtle for Wise. And another zone for Yue with the Numinum Blast. Light is here also. Blacklist International with the free turtle.
And on to the target of Edward, getting on to H2O. A good isolation for Blacklist for Wise to take that objective.
Yes, that is true. Again, for Blacklist International, they are aware that there's going to be a battle in terms of retribution, as to why they are really zoning out H2 whenever there is an opportunity.
Oh my.
For RSG right now, look at the difference in terms of the damage here, or damage items between both of our marksmen. We have the corrosion sight already for Emin, and at the same time, more on the physical penetration for Brody. So the difference here is now, since you have the sustain for Blacklist International, it will be a lot easier for Al to do those stacks.
Yeah, and they're not backing down from any fight. Every time RSG pulls in one punch, Blacklist International, it seems like those bad punches are landing, but they counter punch with two punches because of the sustain that they have.
And then that's true, because of all the sustain, with all of the damage, RSG would need the armor to even hold the line, because for Blacklist, the threat of the Estes here is the region of HP. With all the damage that they have, they can even sustain the fight.
Edward will survive this though. Exort is here, stalking Edward, stalking their prey.
But they're pulling. They're pulling RSG.
Wait.
Into a trap.
All right, let's see. Can Wise make this taunt? There you go. Catches the fish, but the fish will swim away. H2O dashing out. There's your Numinum Blast onto 4, but that is the heals coming up from the Queen. Rough waves coming in, but Owl Thunder Strike, striking two heroes for RSG, taking 2 down as Wise still on the chase. RSG, they did not expect the damage, even though Owl fell.
Again, during that moment, I'll use his flicker just to bring in, or just to be sure that his stacks will be felt here by RSG. We really have to commend the spells for Blacklist International. 2 Purifies was used during that moment. It is a perfect timing for them to secure this Lord, and Wise will secure that one. And going back, RSG Philippines, it was a nice setup play for Light. But after that Purify spell from Oh My Venus, it was a lot easier for them to counter the initiation of RSG because of the sustain. It's as if the players of Blacklist International at that moment was from the base. They are full of HP, and at the same time, they even have the kit now with Athena Shield. The Athena Shield, yes, for Oh My V and even for Oh My Venus. I mean Edward.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's not easy for Exort to actually burst these heroes.
Yeah, I'm just seeing 2 Dominance Ices and 1 Sky Guardian helmet. In that incident on how Owl released that torn apart memory right on calculation, they would need more soak-up defense from RSG to be in the front line. As Light had a good setup, that was a good counter what Blacklist is doing.
You can sense that Blacklist International really did their homework. This is a different story, unlike last time. Those Numinum Blast from Light was always on point. Like 3 to 4 heroes was caught. Man, those Purifies to counter go plus the damage output for RSG is not enough for them to set up those bursts.
Indeed, indeed. And we can see right now that RSG is a bit struggling. And speaking of struggling, they will also struggle in terms of how they will really clear the minion wave. So this is not looking good for RSG. The good thing is that they could actually force those Purifies that we've been mentioning time and time again whenever there is a team fight, but they really need added damage or proper positioning for Eman and even the space just to be able to do a free hit against Blacklist International.
I think that Owl just needs to be careful with his positioning. He only has the Flicker, doesn't have any Purifies, so good positioning from Owl can probably give this team the victory.
Yeah, that's true, because right now we're looking at the items of RSG, and to see how Light is doing, he has the Dominance Eyes and he needs more items to do it, because we're talking about position, we're talking about angles here. RSG's comeback potential, one thing they could do is probably drain out resources for something else. That could be the answer of Exort and Nats. That's how they break momentum. But how do they infiltrate or even penetrate the backline of Blacklist International with Venus present in the sides?
That is going to be a really difficult task here for RSG, but it is on the hands of Nats with that final slash actually. But look at that, the item of you is already on the Divine Glaive.
So you mean to say if Venus pops the ultimate, Nats needs to divide them. Divide and conquer.
Yes.
I think that's the plan for RSG.
Really?
Don't let Blacklist International hold each other to go for the Ube mode that we're saying.
You don't want that.
But
It's up to Nats.
Yes.
Yep. And when we say Nats with the final slash, maybe he can force Oh My Venus' Purify prior using the ultimate, so it's gonna be easier for them.
But this guy also,
Petrify has been used, by the way, by Exort.
Agent Zero, still a menace to each team that Blacklist International are up against with this zone from this guy.
Edward.
How do you get this guy though? Edward with the immortality still zoning RSG.
Did they see Light? Well, he's now being shown on the map, but that concealed play. Look at that flash!
Okay, they will target Edward. Edward now, does he have the split? He has the immortality. Can they pop Edward? Edward, will he survive? He survives! The heals from Mom Shu! Saving
Owl is on the middle lane, by the way.
Owl, he wants to end this. Owl targeting the base. Exort,
that was
desperate movements coming in from RSG. How did Edward survive? It's because of the Queen. It's because of Queen Venus.
That was close. I actually thought that Owl was there to finish the game. We've been talking a lot about Edward, but Owl was there. It's nighttime.
Misdirection.
He sees everything. He sees how RSG is divided. You divide and conquer the RSG in most of the team fight because they got Edward. They hand over Edward the glue, which was the proper counter for Eman, and they use it as bait.
And now Wise with a taunt, seeing Light. I've seen this already, Light, says Wise. Here's your counter, Numinum Blast. But that is negated. But still, It's out with the damage output. Rob Waves coming in. Eman though, preheating everyone with the shurikens. Eman, Phantom Step, plus the spinning light wheels. Eman, true damage. Can he get Wise? That's the double kill. RSG still breeding. RSG still, they want to get this Lord. There's the zone. Nats this time will step up as RSG, the Raiders, will get this Lord.
It was a perfect timing for Exhort. He knew that the players of Blacklist International, this is the moment that we've been talking about time and time again earlier, that they need to force those purifies prior the engagement. Light used his Numinum Blast, and then Exhort went in for the straight, and we saw Eman on those free hits. This is the moment we're in. We are really tied in terms of the game. 91, a gold lead for Blacklist International. We could see the items here.
Yeah.
Complete item, by the way, for the carry, for Eman.
Well, speaking of complete items, RSG right now has the rope to end the game. How will they do? They have the answer for the damage to take over the sustain of the Queen.
Once again, positioning matters for both of these gold laners, as Eman was the victor from that last team fight. A very narrow vicinity on that last team fight, giving Eman the opportunity to put in a lot of damage.
And to think how well Light positions himself in the bush, makes this Numinum Blast undetected, always a surprise, but Blacklist International sees that threat now. They knew that at some point of the game, Light could be there, but look at this, Wise trying to rush.
Here's the retribution, by the way, to slow down a player from the side of RSG Philippines. And OSX actually mentioned that there is the defense already for Blacklist International. One thing to take note for RSG is that OMV now has the immortality. Aside from the Purify, if there's a burst from RSG's side, there's also an option to wait for the immortality to pop, then go straight for the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. So it's going to be a difficult task here for RSG to force those spells, to force those equipments to be burned before a team fight.
Yeah, take out the resources. It's all about outplaying and outlast for RSG. We all know how Blacklist could actually improve in terms of getting their composition onto the side of RSG. The problem here is they have so many regenerations. We're seeing 3 immortalities.
Oh my
One
God.
Sky Guardian helmet and a Dominance Ice. This is how thick the protection of Blacklist is.
We're seeing thick and peak Ube performance from Blacklist International right now. Vintage, oh my Venus, with the immortality in the Purify. I can't believe it. It's already 18 minutes. There's your catch! Drink your water, Wise, says Light and Exhort.
Off guard and out of position. No jungler for Blacklist International, and we have the objective for 16 minutes to show up. RSG taking good angles and position.
And now that is 10 seconds before the Lord will spawn on this game for Blacklist International. The task here for Ome Venus and the rest of the squad is to force RSG to have this Lord pulled. But for RSG, they could go in and go in for the hero lock just to secure this Lord. So this is a nice control in terms of the Lord. So anytime there might be a setup play for RSG and even Blacklist International.
7 seconds on Wise though. They know that Wise will be alive in a while as they will catch Owl. Owl, immortality pop. Can he survive this? There's your Moonlight Immersion. But Eman still trying his best to go for the free hits. Eman, can he make it? Can he do it? No, he can't, as Blacklist International survives the attack. Yue with the counter burst. And Wise just opted to go for the Little Wanderer. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International again. Peak and thick Ube performance.
And at that time, even the Purify of Ome Venus wasn't used. Perfect timing again with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. It was a nice initiation by Light. Time and time again, Blacklist International has been answering this Numinum Blasts with those ultimates, with those sustains. And RSG, this is the moment we're in. You really have to take note. Is this a perfect timing for me to use the Numinum Blast? Is this going to be the outcome if ever we do another initiation? Speaking of initiation, the Lord will initiate his lock on the middle lane.
Well, speaking of being locked, we've seen H2O trying to take on to that objective, but when the time crumbled upon RSG, everyone just going back, and he was out of position to even respond. Right now, this is a base to be defended by the Raiders.
Can Blacklist International end this though? Look
Where
at
is Light?
Look at Light.
Light?
Light from behind. There's your
Conceal!
Light from behind. That is a Numinum Blast. But Venus is the one getting caught. But still, the damage is not enough for the side of RSG. Let's see. Eman trying his best for the normal hits. Trying to go for Edward. Edward is down. H2O is down as well. RSG, can they survive this? Is it enough though? That is Owl with the burst. Yue with the mega kill. United we stand. Divided we fall. That is the song of Blacklist International for game number 1.
Amazing performance onto the code. Being targeted by Light on the back lines. Oh my Venus knew. He knew that Light was coming for him, and that is how he outlasts and outplay RSG's game in having that surprise attack.
He saw the light.
Yeah, they saw the light and they saw the setup play, and why not? We didn't know how to counter out the light. We know how to counter out that crowd control that light has. A perfect spell, perfect hero just to stop that initiation. And they don't really need that crowd control, you know? It's really about the sustain, it's really about the purify, and even that immortality item. Wow.
All I can say is that Blacklist International, they dissected each and every analysis from the previous series that they fought up against RSG. Again, we're talking about the point system here in the playoffs. RSG is at 18 points. They just need 2 more or maybe 1 more to make it to the playoffs. So more pressure for the side of the Raiders right now because of this loss.
And they have a title to defend and they need to get into the playoffs. But again, in that battle, that's how Oh My Venus knew that that something was coming. He saw the light, and that him being the target in the team fight, the distance. If you look at the distance and how he was the only one caught, it was like a complete counter punish from RSG.
Yeah, actually, it's as if OMV was the bait and at the same time the real Trojan horse of that game we're in. When there is someone to penetrate their positioning, why not? Let's use the resources that we have.
Yeah.
We just really have to capitalize on that. And it was a fluid communication for Blacklist during that game.
I can't believe it. RSG, the pressure is real.
Well, as we build the pressure, go ahead and break things down for our game number 1. Chantel, take it away.
Again, good counters in terms of the items, and at the same time, hero composition for the side of Blacklist International as they win against RSG Slate Philippines on that game number 1. Total control in terms of the team fights, but at the same time, we saw moments of brilliance actually for the side of RSG Philippines during that moment. There were nice setup plays by Light, and we could see that what really matters most during those moments is the availability of the spells of Blacklist International. We have, imagine, 3 players holding the Purify for this type of lineup of Blacklist International. There was a moment, we might see that on the highlights later, that there was an Numinum Blast from Light, and at that moment, it was just Owl that was the viable target and was targeted during that moment. And Ome Venus was beside Owl. So what she did was just use the blessing from the Moon Goddess, and at the same time, just soak in the sustain. Have the sustain, and RSG Philippines, kudos to the damage of and of course, with the team fight prowess that they have, but at the same time, Blacklist International, they are known for the Ube strategy, and this is their strength. Look at that, 100% team fight participation for Oh My Venus, and we see here the stats, even the Monster Gold Stolen, damage to turret, definitely on the side of Blacklist International. They just needed perfect recipe in terms of team fights, how they were really set up, and RSG did a great job as well. But yes, 100% kill participation. She is our MVP out of the game, having the S display 0-1, 11 KDA for the Queen with the favor boots, Athena Shield, Enchanted Talisman, and Immortality. Take note of the Immortality, by the way, which was a crucial item for Ome Venus during that moment, because if you are a RSG, there is an Immortality already for Ome V. Are we gonna force her to use the Purify? No, because there's an Immortality. So there was a part wherein for RSG that they're thinking, Are we gonna target the center of the sustain, or are we gonna target this and that? And take note, by the way, that for Blacklist International, the one other strength of their lineups that they have US Hero. Again, this was a nice set supposedly by Exhort, but he was forced to use the rough waves just to go out of that area of team fight because there was the Shadow Strike coming in from the Valentina. And when we say Valentina, there's a terrified kind of thing, and it's a bit difficult for you to follow through on a team fight. But at the same time, everyone did a great job actually on this game, but it was just Blacklist International that has the sustain, has the damage, and Al was really confident with the damage of the hero that he uses. There were moments, yes, that Exhort was able to sort out where Al is gonna be. And this is what we've mentioned. After that Numinum Blast, yes, from Light, there was that Purify from Oh My V, another Petrify for the rest of the players. But look at the sustain. It's as if Blacklist International were back from their base, went in straight again for the team fight. But yes, RSG, we saw the Light on Eman's damage. We saw all those setup plays, but they didn't really expect that there is going to be that immense damage, immense sustain from Owl, and even the combo here of the Estes, and at the same time US protection. I kind of feel like for Blacklist International, we have this body system already that if OMV is in danger, then you will step up and other ways around. But yeah, that is just game number 1. For sure, Manjin and OSX has a lot to say about that game.
The agents really learned from the past, and they really reviewed the game. And one thing to take note that I've learned from the past game is that last time they used the Faramis and the Estes together. Every time Light pops that Numinum Blast, every time he pops it, they pop the Faramis ult and the Estes ult. But now, this time, Venus was so patient to pop it after the Numinum Blast.
Amazing synergy onto the Queen, oh my Venus. And as we wait for the next game to start, it's time for the smart game phase of the day. You know what to do. And we have our game phase of the day winner. Congratulations to you who's with us in shooting gallery. So be the next smart games of the day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in a green background, and once the camera's right in front of you, you win the chance, and you get the chance to have an in-game redeemable code. Wow. And going back to the thought of Manjin earlier, this time around, Blacklist International went through all the sheets in their notebook on how to counter this. Yeah. It was only the Lolita in all of their series who become the headache in this game.
Again, they just really have to change something in terms of a specific spell and something, and it changes a lot on how the outcome of the game will be. So it matters most for RSG now that they saw the new strategy of a Blacklist International. What is going to be the answer from them?
Answer? We have so many questions right now on how RSG would bounce back from this. Again, we're talking about how the late game would really matter to them, because at this point in time, we will take a quick breather with Mara Aquino right there, who will have an interview segment before we head on into the match. Go ahead, take it.
You know how we do it here every Sunday. We have the MPL Battle Trip! So ito yung mga nakasama natin. Dito si Hazel, ang isang leader. Okay, kwento mo sa mga manonood, ano nga ba yung battle trips?
Bali, yung battle trips po is, tinutour po nila yung mga nanalo sa page po na pa-event. Itutour nila sa areas dito sa studio, and may chance din sila ma-meet yung casters and talents po.
Oh, ito napansin ko, suot mo yung M4. Paano mo ito nakuha? Wala ako nito ah.
Bale, kasama din po kasi ko nung nag-flash mob, nagsayaw po kami doon.
Oh, kasama ka doon!
Yes,
sumayaw ka. Pwede bang pakitaan mo kami ng mga the moves doon?
Sure!
Okay. Anong music?
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Everybody, tulungan niyo ako para makasayaw siya. Alright? Okay, bibigay ko sa iyo yung mic. Okay, everybody, 1, 2, 3, go!
Pilipinas lang malakas. Pilipinas lang malakas.
One more time.
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Wow! Galing! Oh my God! Hindi ko kaya Okay, kukunin ko ulit yung mic. Alright. So, nag-tour ka. Wow! Hindi. Oh my God! Okay, gawin nga natin.
Let's
Mabubudol
go!
naman ako. No, kailangan gawin mo with me. Kailangan gawin with me. Okay. 3. Okay, go.
Pilipinas lang malakas. Pilipinas lang malakas. Pilipinas lang malakas.
I can't believe nabudol niyo ako doon. Hindi ako dancer. Okay, sabi mo kanina, na-meet mo yung mga casters.
Yes.
Nakakapagod pala yun. Okay, sino favorite caster mo?
Si Chantel po.
Si Chantel! Gusto mo rin ba
Yes.
maging caster?
Sana.
Okay, kaya mo ba? Sample lang. Sample today. Sample.
Hindi ko yata kaya.
Hindi mo pa kaya ngayon.
Yes.
Okay lang yon. So, kaninong koponan ka? Ayun, si Chantel! Ay, nag-TikTok yan. Okay, sinong koponan ang chini-cheer nyo ngayon?
Blacklist po.
Tama ba? Blacklist ba? Blacklist? Oh, nasan dito yung mga nasa Raiders?
Nasa CR po, umiiyak po.
Ay, aba? Oh, wow. Okay. Raiders, magingay! A favorite part of today?
Favorite part ko is yung na-meet ko nga po yung casters and talents and we get a chance to talk to them din po.
Natanong ko na pala yun. Pinasayaw ako, nakalimutan ko talaga yung mga tinanong ko. Okay, paano sila makaka-join? Kasi ang saya-saya nyo ngayon, everyone is having fun. How do they join?
So, bale sa page po ng MLB-PH, CH or Community Heroes and student leaders, nagpo-post po sila ng mga pa-mini games and then may forms po na magsasagot. Pagka po napili po sila and tama yung sagot nila, mananalo po sila, masasama sila sa MPL Battle Tree.
Ang saya naman! Taga saan ba kayo?
Taga Bulacanan, Pampanga!
Bulacan, Pampanga! Ikaw taga saan ka?
Taga Bulacan po.
Taga Bulacan. So, hate-hate. Okay. Alright. Ikaw, anong favorite part mo for today?
Ngayon po, nung nagsayaw po kayo.
Nung nagsayaw ako, parang hindi ata worth it yung panood nyo sa pagsayaw ko. That's once in a lifetime, everybody. Itababato na natin sa ating casters. Ikaw na yung gumawa.
Yes.
Okay, game.
Casters, pasok.
Should we do the dance? Should we? I
5, 6, 7, go!
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Is this the only step that we know from this?
Yes. I don't know if I should say this, but I challenge other MPL regions to a dance-off.
Yeah, do it.
Let's do it!
We're here.
Are we part
Yes.
of that competition or are we the judges?
No, just the players.
Just the players.
And the fans. And the fans.
Yeah, we dare you to come here, and which will be in M5, will be held in the Philippines. We'll be waiting. Now, we go in for game number 2. It's draft time.
Here we go.
And what will be the shift or the change? But now, no change with the side. Blacklist still remains in the blue side.
Oh my.
So here's the thing. Game number 1, it actually revolved on the Lolita Hero and Purify. So I feel like for RSG, it's not an easy route for them to go again for that Lolita play. But still, the bans here for both of our teams are leaning towards those Hakavi type of heroes, but it's still the same. So if you're targeting the post 5 of Blacklist International, it's the same for Blacklist International. They're targeting the heroes for Light because this is a Kaja, this is a Franco. A lot of respect in terms of initiation for both of our teams. Maybe Fredrin again for Blacklist as first pick.
They could be in that same mindset. Blacklist has really made their way and using that ferret. I know it changes something a lot, especially on the shelves in the composition of this teams. But right now they have eyes on All My Venus. They have eyes on Yue and Owl. And that, Brody, will it be respected for this game?
Well,
Maybe.
if I'm RSG, I should ban the Fredrin right now. Because I think Blacklist International will go to the same route. Especially if they don't ban this. If RSG don't ban the Fredrin in this third slot. Because if they will leave it open, Blacklist International is too comfortable to play the Fredrin. Wise is too comfortable to go for the initiations. So there you go. It's open. Will Blacklist give this away? or will they pick it once again?
Definitely, they will pick it once again.
No!
Oh no, it's a different
Alright.
story now. If they
Alright.
were prepared earlier, the Fredrin, the first pick, why not surprise them again? Arlott priority pick here for Blacklist International. Why not?
You were calling it in game number 1, and it's now happening. They're letting go of the Fredrin. They're really forcing out the Fredrin onto RSG.
Yeah.
Will that be a good trade for Coach Panda?
When we say Fredrin, well, actually, they also have the Marcus, but Valentina Fredrin is a good decision for RSG, but it's as if Blacklist International is saying that we are to pick Alice or any other hero for Wise. They also still have the Akai for this game. By the way,
H2.
Lancelot is open, so you might see a Taxot. So it's up to Coach Pan, of course, on how they will prioritize. Is it going to be more on the objective securing or on the hero of Eman? It's going to be Fredrin.
Okay, so we've seen this earlier.
It's a setup.
The head-to-head matchup between H2O and Wise.
Yeah.
The most Fredrin win games.
Yeah, and in terms of objectives and being a utility, it matters for this type of team composition. So it's no surprise that RSG would really want to steal this up against Wise. So this opens up another one for the books of Wise to use. We have the Barretts. We still have the Alice.
Or maybe an Akai also.
Akai, yes.
Still present.
A lot of options, yes, for Blacklist International. So since that they have this Arlott and we saw Valentina prioritization. Test this again. Why not? It's effective. And Eve for the side of Blacklist. So maybe we could see a Paramis here for RSG. Although on the post 5, I'm not really sure if Light really uses this type of hero, but could be an option for them just to go for the safest route if you're up against an Estes, or maybe prioritize already a Claude, the natural counter against an Estes type of hero.
It's a great counter to the Estes, plus it can enter the Eve. There's your Claude.
There you go.
Great priority coming out from RSG to answer the Eve and the Estes, especially in the late game, backing on the late game capability, the damage output of the Claude. But man, I think Blacklist International, they expect this hero right now.
They knew. They probably, like, in the second game, they would really like to bounce back. On this side, RSG has the opportunity to even ban out the heroes or respect the heroes of OWL this time around.
And looking at the ban now, the next possible ban for RSG, now that they have the Claude on their lineup, maybe force again another hero for OWL, so they could ban out Beatrix and even carry on this game. Maybe Brody.
Brody, maybe? Yeah.
Carry.
It's a carry. Yeah, because they have the Fredrin.
On to the ban predictions there, Chantel. So now they're trimming down the choices of OWL. So at this point, RSG still doesn't have that tank. It still doesn't have that main front line for this. Will they go that route? Or will they trim down the choices of Nats for the EXP lane?
Oh, an Atlas, I think, is a great pick here for Light. The Diggy is banned out, so the Atlas will have a free time. But then again, if Light picks an Atlas or maybe any setup hero, the Purifies will still come for the side of Blacklist.
It is expected definitely for Blacklist International if that is the hero again for Light. Even the Atlas, actually, it's as if you're an innate DQ with a Purify, you know. Anyway, for RSG with this ban, because they'll go for the Beatrix and force again OWL on that Brody play, because they're not really prioritizing the ban on Wise's hero. So, yeah, Beatrix, I suppose so.
I suppose
RSG.
Beatrix or Brody.
Yeah.
Beatrix or Brody, any of those two.
Respect ban or trim down?
Or Melissa.
Were they overthinking this?
Yeah, actually, I almost forgot that Melissa is still open, yes.
Yeah, but I think they just want to clear out the lane for the Claude, because the Melissa is an annoying hero for the Claude early game. There's your assassin bans for Blacklist International, respecting Mr. John Paul, respecting H2O. Still, because I think they're thinking that the Fredrin is still a flexible pick.
Yeah, we saw that
for RSG.
We saw that for some games this season.
And going back to our keys to victory #1, prepare for H2O's assassin heroes. And Blacklist is doing their assignments right. 2 heroes banned out, respecting John Paul Salonga. So what will be the option here for RSG? Are they forcing out the Hayabusa now?
I suppose yes. For Blacklist International, they're really forcing H2 to use this again. It's a bit difficult to actually burst a hero if you're a Hayabusa. Then there's an Estes on the other side. Not unless you really snowball. But it's gonna be Grok here. Whoa, Grok. So they still have an option actually. If they want to go for the route we're in, it's easier to take objectives, to secure objectives. They want to go for a Grok as the jungler. And Nats on the Fredrin.
Okay.
But with the playstyle of Nats, it's for sure an XP laner here.
Okay.
Baksha and Brody.
We have a big boy and we have Super Sustain from Blacklist International Live. Still the same Ube.
Yeah. But I think this Grok is going to be their tank support. A great hero up against the Eve can negate the Arlot. Maybe if you position the Grok block pretty well, and it's one of the heroes of light that can create impactful plays. So now we're waiting if this Grok and Fredrin. We're waiting for their positions.
Yuzhong.
So you're looking for the Yuzhong. There you go. Yuzhong for Nats. So yeah, it's the Fredrin jungle. And I think that's the light hero, the Grok.
This is going to be an exciting matchup with Yuzhong and Arlot in terms of clearing a minion wave. And knowing Edward, one of the strongest Arlot users in this tournament, the crowd control on how he will really have that diversion play against RSG.
Well, now let's see how will they have this tight matchup up against Blacklist, because with the Grok present with Light, this gives an eminent threat on how would they break the rotation of Blacklist in early game. That was their problem in game number 1.
Yeah. Again, last time we saw these guys, RSG gave away the Arlot and they won up against it. Now countering it with a Yuzhong and a Grok. Are we seeing another Claude late game though? That's the question.
Yeah, we've seen a good one in the first match, so who knows? It could be something else for RSG, but this is one that they need to do. They would really want to secure their playoff spot to have that feel that they could be in with the battle. So let's see how would they adjust early on to RSG. We still have more things to see up against Blacklist.
Now, looking at the lineup of RSG, they really want to go for a rotation here wherein Eman is really on a sped up pace, wherein he will be part of the team fight as early as possible. Now, for Blacklist International, they want to go for the route wherein Owl's damage is really there as to why Oh My Venus is already rotating on that lane.
Taking care of Owl is Oh My V in the bottom side to have that early game snowball, that early game item spike. It's really scary if you're up against the bestest of Blacklist International because of the mastery. Of just every little detail of Oh My Venus's Estes. You really need to respect it.
Yeah, they have a lot of things to force out in RSG with Wise there. Force out a Flicker onto Exort.
Look at that. Even just getting all those gold in the bottom side, just to get those gold. Look at the skills spent by Venus and company just to give Owl the time of his life in the bottom side.
It's as if Blacklist International is limiting the potential of RSG, specifically on the gold lane. But here's the thing for RSG, since they have the Yuzhong in the lineup, and when we say Yuzhong, it's a good counter against Eve and even the Estes, and he has to Petrify rather. So when we say Petrify, by the way, it has been used by Nats on the top lane. Speaking of top lane.
H2 trying to go for the taunt here. Here's the Shadow Dash coming out from Exort. The Black Dragon being popped here by Nats. The damage output lacks as Blacklist International went in for the counterplay.
This time around, RSG doesn't have one to divide the power of Blacklist International Sustain. So with this point in time, how will they secure this objective?
Okay.
It's a bit difficult actually for RSG to secure this, but it was a nice reset on the Guardian's barrier from Light. So as we could see on the movement of H2, he will secure first the purple buff, but Blacklist International is aware of that. By the way, Blacklist is at 1k gold lead.
Oh my, is RSG giving away this turtle though? Can Light reset as Edward and Oh My Venus prepare themselves to zone out this Grok? And there you have it. Another turtle, first turtle of the game for the side of Weiss.
Okay, going back to your thought there, Chantel. RSG, close, Eman.
Almost a kill there coming out from Owl. Here is the revenge play though from H2O.
Almost close with the torn apart memory. We could see the damage already for the appraiser strat of H2. So right now RSG is like doing a cross map rotation against RSG. And I really like that Manjin questioned earlier if that was an ultra fast turtle take for Blacklist International, because RSG won't be contesting that. And yes, it's really more the trades right now for RSG, but still the lead is on Blacklist's side.
Yep.
And Wise is just rolling over the place.
Well, speaking of rolling over the place, this is how Blacklist controls the game. With this threat present, with all the damage now being brewed in the side of Blacklist International, who is the members of RSG to have a way of countering that damage? Eman will still need time. Who would be the first one here to let RSG cross the bridge?
They need to invest a lot of time for those damage outputs that you're talking about. Here comes Weiss. Counter retaliation. Oh man, blocking RSG's pickoff.
We've been talking a lot about the big boy draft from Series 1, and we could see the big boy Baksha here for Blacklist International, as to why it's a lot easier for them to control the lane of Owl. And from a K gold lead, it is now at 1.4K.
And it's still early on that push on the bottom side, but Owl will try his best to advance. But I think Eman will punish that mistake.
And this was the question that I was pondering upon earlier. How would you take down the power spike of Blacklist International?
Oh, nice block though.
Venus could be trapped here, but this is the rotation being aided by Light.
And speaking of Light, this is one thing that they really need to do if they're up against Blacklist International. They want those instant kills, they want those sustains, but look at the battle on the XP lane. We won't be expecting much in terms of how they will really fight against each other, on killing each other rather, but another turtle objective is being taken here by both of our teams.
This is the real fight right here. Nats will call out the Black Dragon for them to secure the turtle. Weiss rolling his way into Exort. Real world manipulation coming in from Yue. Edward, nice block though from H2O as he is chasing Exort. H2O aiding Exort to keep him alive, as Oh My Venus as well, saving the life of Edward. The heal is real once again for Blacklist.
Look at that, a very nice sustain from the Queen. And remember, it's just 5 minutes of our game. So the favor stacks of the Roam boots isn't really that high, but a lot of sustain already for Blacklist International. RSG, it's a bit difficult for them to go for the counter go. What really matters most is how many gold Eman has right now onto this game. It's really more on the gold conversion here, how they will really set up a play. But it will be difficult for RSG since the middle lane turret is also been destroyed.
So with this, they need to be careful with how they trade with the Blacklist on this gold lead. We're looking onto the damage on how Eman is doing. You have the Demon Hunter sword, and also in this way, he works well if he has more teammates with him to go and approach Blacklist side.
Oh man,
he needs that frontliner, you know, for the blazing duet. He needs to be like a bullet, literally.
But again, I
think pierce through.
I think they need to count the times that Oh My Venus patiently pops that Moonlight Immersion. RSG, they gave away the Estes. It's like you're up against a legendary Pokemon right now with this Estes of Oh My Venus, saving ally after ally, saving teammate after teammate, and even baiting out important skills from RSG.
Yep. And
that's a good point.
Yep, that is really true. For RSG, there are moments wherein they could have been the winner of that fight, but because of the sustain, again, the strength of the ultimate.
Look at this! Look at that! It's an Estes
pulling the turtle
in the front lines. Okay, H2O coming in with the taunt. That's Eman with the Art of Thievery. Light will try to reset the turtle, as RSG will wait once again for the right opportunity to strike. Eduardo.
Intense objective taking positioning for both of our teams.
Okay. Edward! Final slash slash in, slash out for the pickoff. Here comes the Black Dragon, but that is the Moonlight Immersion from the legendary Estes coming up from Oh My Venus. But Wise will take the turtle. Nats, the damage output, I don't know what it's called, but those are the auras from the dragon, but it doesn't matter. As again, the heals from the Estes is just too much. It's just too much.
Flowing HP coming from Oh My Venus, and from that decision, that Agent Zero on Edward, he got 2, and that was H2O being out of position.
Definitely too much for Blacklist International, or actually RSG to kill those players from Blacklist International. We could see that it was a nice initiation play for the side of Blacklist. Yes, we could see here the retaliation from Nats' ultimate, and at the same time comboed with that blazing duet. But at the same time, the Fountain of Life from the Queen herself has been doing the damage, actually. Collateral damage for RSG during that time, as to why they are on the lead in terms of gold.
This is vintage Ube, ladies and gentlemen. Bottomless HP for the side of Blacklist International, now having 5.3k gold lead because of the Queen. 005. RSG, they did their best to really burst them out, but it was not enough again.
And everything, speaking of not enough, damage is really not showing for RSG to have a counter go.
Yep, and speaking of counter go, actually there was a time when we saw that RSG after that team fight wherein there is a lot of sustain from Blacklist International, that was the only moment that Nats was able to buy the Dominance Ice. So it's a bit too late for RSG to counter out the sustain, but now that they have the Lightning Truncheon, it means that there's a possibility for them for the burst.
They need to burst.
Yep, but for Blacklist International, knowing that they have 6.2k gold lead and it's just 9 minutes, this is their timers. They don't really want RSG to extend this game to a longer one.
Okay, we have the present threats showing for Blacklist International. RSG would want to push this into the later stage of the game. But will Blacklist International let that happen?
No.
They secure the Lord and they want to get more coverage onto the map.
Oh my.
What RSG needs now is time. Look at the player gold here. Owl, Wise, Eman is on 3rd.
Okay, that is a freebie right there. The free loot for Blacklist International, taking that Lord. And now RSG, they need to resist this push.
Yep.
They need another miracle set, or maybe wait out for Venus to pop the ultimate and then attack. But it will take them a miracle for Venus to do that, though. Here we go. Ultimate coming up from Nats. Nice spear coming out from Light. Half health onto Venus. We're looking at this HP. Let's see. Can they take down the Estes? Estes falling low. Half health. But he holds the hands of Edward and the company. 3 heroes left for the side of Blacklist. There should be for the side of RSG. Edward, though, trying his best. Slashing out. But guess what? Nats. Exhort, copying the ultimate of Oh My Venus, and Exhort saving the day.
Talking about defense for the Raiders. That is just how they're playing, that they want to extend this in the later ultra late game for this match.
And speaking of ultra late game, now that the RSG has the damage, we have 3 items already for Eman. It is a lot easier for them to counter the sustain of Blacklist International. We could see a gold swing actually with 4.2k. It was actually around 6k before that team fight. So for RSG, all they have to do is to have that proper minion wave.
Blazing to it coming up from Eman. There should damage out with Eman. BMI out, but Light though. Let's see, can he do it? Can he make the spear? Conceal out. There is Exhort copying the ultimate of Oh My Venus. No casualties. It's only Venus who is dead right now.
And that is the slow answer and progress of RSG. We don't need an ultimate for damage and burst. Hey, we need HP, and that backs up the damage of Emma that he can go to the backlines of Blacklist.
I can also do the Estes, says Exhort. I can also heal my allies.
Good switch with the IMU, and knowing that Exhort now has the necklace of Duran, so they're really up on sustaining or countering that sustain for Blacklist International. Now for Blacklist International, all they need now is to actually get this Lord, take an inhibitor turret, and force RSG to do an initiation against them, and then they go for the counter initiation.
Exord is like, if we can do it, I can do it too.
The only limitation is yourself.
The only limitation is yourself, as RSG mirroring the healing prowess of this Estes. Maybe that's the reason Owl bought the Halberg, just to negate the healing.
Yep, a lot of healing, a lot of sustain from both of our teams, and both has a jungler that is really on the sustain with Fredrin and even Wise. Take note, Wise has the immortality. So this is an edge, this is an upper hand for Blacklist International. But Eman is ready for that. I kind of feel like for Blacklist International, they really have to find Eman on this game because he is the shredder of this HPs, this sustain that Blacklist has.
Well, that's one good point. Who is going to catch Eman with a BMI in his toolkit? But he could either be a bait or he could be one to enter the back line. That's a good point.
Yeah.
How would Blacklist International see that potential threat in terms of teamfight? Because now they're baiting everybody to go in this Lord pit.
Edward has his final slash. Again though, he used it earlier. Eman coming in, poking.
Ooh.
There's your damage out from Oh My Venus.
That hurt.
Almost half HP. Wow.
What's the plan here? For RSG,
Oh,
final
H2.
slash. H2O is the target. RMW, there's the slow. There's the counter go. Can H2O survive this? Eman, normal hitting. There's your Moonlight Immersion coming in, and the Goddess, the Queen, helping his allies 1-for-1. Eman is down. Edward is down also. But Owl and company will take down Exhort.
A crucial pickoff for Blacklist International. The Lord was just a bait, and now they're knocking at the base of RSG Slate Philippines.
Again, master of skills for Blacklist International. They don't have the minion wave though, but I think they want to force this one.
Can they end it though?
Here's the minion wave.
I think they can. They have Owl though, but the call is to retreat.
After this, they will go and try to secure the Lord. This is a good call for Blacklist International. Again, for RSG, there was a nice setup play, yes. But the timings here, the timings is really different. For Oh My Venus, I don't know how she does it, but it's as if the littlest of HP is being sustained with those ultimates that she has. And we can see immortality again for the Queen. And Blacklist International is now on the lead. RSG, they really have the potential. We saw that earlier on that blazing do it from Eman, followed up with the wild charge from Light. It's really how they will cement the finisher of their team fight.
It's about building the border here for Blacklist. And now, if we are concerned about the comeback potential of RSG Slate Philippines, it could happen 2 minutes from now. But there is a Lord push in the middle lane. Will Blacklist wait for the right moment, or will they strike on how Edward does in getting RSG in a surprise?
Position of Light, by the way, is coming from the back.
Again, it's the same position as
They're
last time.
They're pushing.
They saw the Light once again. Eman is here. Art of Thievery. BMI out. Owl popping the first kill for the stacks. Blacklist, they will give away the Lord. Will they wait for it though? There's your stun coming out from Wise.
Another minion wave for Blacklist on the top lane and even middle lane.
Eman though, he needs to respect those folks. Here comes
Close
Light
in.
with the spear. Oh My Venus, the main target. Oh My Venus popping the Light, popping the heals. Here's Nats, but Edward falling low. H2O falling down. Edward with the flicker out. Nats is the one left for the side of RSG. And 2 heroes will fall. Blacklist will take kills.
3 members left to defend the base, and Blacklist International is not waiting any longer. We have 17 minutes on the clock. Is this game endable?
You're witnessing the bestest Estes trying to end this game right here, right now. The legendary Estes of Oh My Venus will give them the 2-0. And Blacklist on their way to contest the upper bracket going into the playoffs.
a very nice decision for Blacklist International. There was a bait in terms of their positioning, but at the same time, they are aware that we have the Fountain of Life. We have that blessing from the Moon Goddess, and even at the last moment, we saw Edward targeting those players that wanted to defend, targeting those players from RSG that wanted to defend their base. It's all about map awareness here for Blacklist International, and they proved to us that map awareness on this game.
This is truly a revenge match up against RSG Slate Philippines in their last encounter in the first half of the regular season. Now turning the tides with a sweep. With Owl and Huey on their side, this slows down the possible entrance of RSG to the playoffs.
Oh man, Blacklist International hoping RSG's chances. They will wait up until week 8
Is
of
this
the regular
closest season for every team?
I think so.
Yes, yes.
Even in their history
I
of MPL
think
Season
so.
1.
In the history of MPL, this is the closest season, the closest points that we have. If I'm not mistaken, Blacklist will go up until 23, tied up with Echo probably. Echo is at 24 or 23 also. But man, looking at the 4th to 6 slot, RSG is at 18.
Yeah.
Omega, if I'm not mistaken, is at 15. So Omega just needs 1-2-0 for them to be tied up with RSG.
And they're back again. 2 Kings of C in their own right.
And here's the thing.
Again.
And here's the thing as well. With us mentioning the tightness of the seeding in terms of the playoffs, every game is important, of course. And at the same time, the games of the others is also important because their lives sometimes depends on the other team's performances. So it's as if your life is on the brink, but at the same time, on the brink of others' performance as well.
Again, in our keys to victory, going back to point number 3, RSG, will you have the eyes on the prize or pay the price? This is the point that Chantel is really trying to, iterate for. Because this time around, RSG is now completely hanging closely on a thread. And they're going to be tied up against the Barangay. Barangay, Smart Omega, who is now being fueled up.
Yeah.
Like they always do.
Yeah.
Nothing new, but yeah, that's classic Barangay.
The latter part of the regular season, yeah.
And they just go and blow up.
Again, the scary thing here for the side of RSG, well, I hope it doesn't happen. Like, if they get all of the lose streaks, if they lose all their matches, I think their chances in the playoffs, I mean, will just drown.
Oh, well, that's one thing that they don't want to waste. Well, this is the point, right? We were talking about how RSG's situation is, it's so close, yet so far. This is one thing that they were really challenged for. Both of you said that, how will they close the game? How will they do this? Well, this is becoming a problem for RSG now. How will they reset in just one more week left? And we're going to go with the London season, of course, next week. But it will happen on the other week. Maybe that could be a bit of a good time for them to reset.
Yep, reset is really a thing here for RSG. Again, they are from 2 losses this week. So everything matters, their emotional stability, and at the same time, how they will look forward into the other games. I think that this is not the perfect time for them to be demoralized. But at the same time, this is the perfect timing for them to be a better group, to show their true strength as a team.
But this time, the system is back. And the system of Blacklist International came here to stay. At the second half of the regular season, who would have thought? It's still the same story as last season. They've been losing the first half, and they've been winning the second half.
Talking about recovery and bouncing back. Now let's call on Blacklist International together with Mara Aquino for the winning interview.
Agents, make some noise for your Blacklist International! Sweep! Al, you are amazing. Lagi mo nakikita yung perfect opportunity para ma-burst yung kalaban. How do you do that?
Siguro sa hero mastery. Kaya lagi rin siguro akong patay dahil sobrang overconfident ako sa matchup na yun.
but your overconfidence, it's working. Kasi natutulungan mo yung buong koponan mo. And another, Edward, ang gaganda ng mga set mo. Naririnig ko nga yung mga comments na si Edward talaga, si Edward talaga. Now, nakakatulong ba yung support ng fans, lalo na sa Hall of Legends? Kasi it seems like, simula nung in-announce ka as a nominee, magaling ka naman talaga dati, pero paganda ng paganda, pagaling ng pagaling yung performance mo. Did that contribute?
Mas nabubus pa yung confidence ko kasi parang, ayun nga, parang mas ginagaling ko pa para baka sabihin pag nanalo ko, di ko deserve eh. Pero, ayun, ginagaling ako para masabi nilang deserve ko.
Do you hear them? Lagi silang nag-cheer tuwing ikaw yung ini-interview na hindi pa ata kita natatanong, kung ikaw ay boboto, sino ang iboboto mo? Pwede magboto sarili mo. Sino yung totoo?
Tatlo lang pinagpipilian ko eh. Kasi
Tatlo?
si Dex, si Bon, tsaka si Haji. Kasi
Si
sila,
Dex?
kasi season 2 sila eh.
At saka si Haji. Pero kung ilalagay natin yung top 1, isa lang.
Baka may magtampo sa kanila.
Okay, sige. Basta yun na yun. Yun ang kanyang top 3, yung number 1 secret na yun. Now, maybe Coach Master the basics. Ang next game nyo will be against Brand Esports. That's gonna be a really tough one. Lalo na recently with their latest performance. Currently, nasa number 3 spot kayo at naglalaban kayo para sa upper bracket. The last time nagharap kayo, na-sweep kayo ng Brand. Now, it's a second round. You've changed for sure. What have you learned since then? Ano yung magbabago sa next match nyo?
Siguro mas kami ngayon, mas nakukuha na namin yung timpla. So, tas gusto rin namin makabawi sa Brand kasi kung alam ko 1 point na lang, secure na sila sa upper bracket. So, kung gusto talaga naming magstay sa playoffs ng matagal, kailangan talaga namin matalo yung Brand. So, pagdating naman sa placing, hindi naman namin naging goal yung mag-upper bracket. Pero kung kakayanin namin this season, mas maganda.
At kitang-kita nga na mas gumaganda na rin yung timpla nyo as the season goes by. Congratulations! You guys are doing well. Once again, Blacklist International. You may now take your bow. Feeling ko ikaw dapat mauna para ikaw yung una sa camera. Go ahead. But wag ka mahiya, nahiya daw siya. Oh, go ahead, bow muna. Bow muna kayo. Edward, being very humble, pwede kayong bumota para sa ating Hall of Legends. Ayon nga kay Coach Master the Basics, hindi nila ginugol ang upper bracket. But what matters is that they're getting better every time and they're performing well together. Nakukuha na nila ang tamang timpla. We're gonna break that game down for you. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. And if you could feel the energy of the crowd right now from Blacklist winning that revenge match up against RSG Slate Philippines, man, this is off the roof, off the charts. And now they're heading and playing their seeding placement for the playoffs.
Wow, it's just the playoffs is getting near, and the playoff bracket really matters. The positioning in the playoff bracket matters for each and every team. And Blacklist International, their momentum is just on top by victories after victories. They're finally finding the system that they want.
Well, the system is now online and ready. Go ahead and break things down, Chantel, on how Blacklist dominated this series.
New system, but same code. This time around, bolder and better for Blacklist International as they seal their win against their enemy team, RSG Slate Philippines, on that game. Again, this is a Blacklist International having a majority of their signature heroes on that game number 2, specifically, actually for the whole series with Estes on their lineup. We saw the strengths on how they really juggle in between the spells in terms of the items, and at the same time, very nice performance by Agent Zero Edward on that R-Lot play. So we could see right now the hero composition of our teams. For Blacklist International, they had the Baksha which we haven't really seen for a very long time. But I guess there is a nice rotation here or a synergy having Blacklist International use this with the Estes, with the 206 KDA, and at the same time, the hero composition here of Blacklist International is they really want to go on that Ube strategy, right? They have the sustain, they have the damage per second. Actually, the damage per second is really towards those criticals from the items of Owl. And speaking of Owl, he did a great job in terms of laning. Very solid on the gold lane. So it was really difficult actually for Eman to be part of the team fights on that moment. Although Eman was 100% on the team fight. And look at that. In an instant, the damage to turret. Blacklist International is on the lead. Even Monster Goldstone is on their side. It's all about the zoning for them. They're one step ahead in terms of the itemization, and even at that moment wherein we saw the potential on RSG's lineup, there was the IMU from Exhort, yes, with the blessing of the Moon Goddess. But what matters most is at that time there was a nice setup play from Edward on that final slashes, and at the same time the Purify from Oh My V. And speaking of Oh My V, she's still our MVP on this game. 1-1-10 KDA. Earlier it was 1-1-11 if I'm not mistaken, with the SS play again. Gold per minute for 530 and kill participation very high. At that last moment, we saw that blazing duet from the side of RSG, and a lot has happened during that E-fight. But yeah, a lot has happened as well on the rotation of OMV during that moment up until the 3 minute of our game time. You can see the concentration on the gold lane, and yes, Oh My Venus with the Purify is... Oh My Venus on the Estes with the Purify spell is a different type of sustain. Again, with the timings, imagine that you are a player for Blacklist International, and even on the littlest of HP that you have, there's an opportunity. Omi Venus is using the Estes, so why not? I will be brave on this. I'll be strong on this. And we saw that nice set of plays from Blacklist International, and they're just really confident and comfortable whenever there is the blessing of the Moon Goddess. A total morale booster here for Blacklist International during the game. And for RSG Slate Philippines, we saw again those plays with the Blazing Duet having Eman on his damages. This was a nice call actually for Light to be at the back or start on the back to set up a play against Blacklist International. But again, it showed the sustain of Blacklist International up until the very end. So this is as if they're walking. We call it the walking ambulance actually for Blacklist International. That when anyone is at low life, why not? Let's move forward with this HP bars that we have, because we have the sustain. And up until the very end, this was a nice petrify. This was a nice petrify for Nats, but there's no finisher. There's no really damage, no burst damage from RSG at that moment, so it was a lot easier for Blacklist to finish out the game. And look at Edward on that moment, still zoning out the players of RSG that wants to defend their base. Again, interesting new code for Blacklist International. Really looking forward for more as they will contest their upper bracket slot. Again, for sure, many will be taking more or talking more a lot for this with Manjin and OSX.
Right now, the stakes are getting higher. Blacklist International is really setting the bar on the playoffs contention. The seeding matters, and we're just 1 week away for the playoffs to happen. And that's going to be in SMX in May 4th to 7th. How time flies. Well, last time we three casted together was really over a long time.
Yep.
And you, on the other hand, how long was it like being in the English desk?
I'm not really sure. Maybe 3 to 4 years
ago.
I think
This is history.
I think my last English cast was back in 2020. Season 6.
Oh.
Yeah, season 6.
Just going back on
it feels so refreshing to be
6.
here. It feels so refreshing to be here. But then again, the intensity of each game doesn't change. All right?
The intensity of the desk as well.
And the intensity of the desk as well. All right?
It vibrates.
It vibrates, it resonates, it ripples all throughout the energy of this desk. Again, Blacklist and RSG needs to have this reset as they do. Reset, rest, and ascend. That's how their game works. So maybe at some point in time, they would have the ways or even the time to go back in the playoffs. It's not too late.
Yeah.
We still have, well, close fight, as you've mentioned. This is one of the most tightest season playoffs contention we're having.
It's the closest season of all seasons. I mean, thank you so much for accepting me here in the international stream.
Me too.
Once again, my name is OSX. This is Benjin and Channel. This has been Thrick Talk, and we'll be back on the next one.
We just witnessed another week of intense action from the greatest MLBB Bang Bang players of the entire world. For the first game, we witnessed Echo going back to the winning column with Sanford's clutch wild charge, closing the doors for the persevering Nexplay EVOS, taking the victory 2-1. And finally, Blacklist International nakukuha na ang tamang timpla na sweep ang RSG Philippines, taking 3 points, climbing up closer to their upper bracket. Dito po nagtatapos ang ating Week 7. But magkita-kits po ulit tayo sa ating Week 8 after Holy Week. That will be April 14 to 16. Doon natin malalaman ang ating top 6, the final list para sa ating playoffs. So don't you miss it. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino na lagi nagpapaalala sa harap ng pagsubok at tagumpay. Huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Special thanks again to Jan Joseph Laida, MLBB fan and designer for this beautiful outfit. And see you after Holy Week, everybody. Keep it good vibes.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.